about the subject quite a lot. He is William Fletcher, who is the co-author of a book called Reaching Net Zero. And he appears in this show regularly because I find him and his co-author, Craig Smith, to be very well-informed sources of information about global warming. So today we have a very general kind of question, or the big question: what does it take? And I hope we can get a little closer to an answer. Good morning, Bill Fletcher. How are you?
I'm doing great, and it's good to be back. I always enjoy these conversations. Very
Well,
useful.
I do too. I do too. All right, let's get right down to it. Tell me, what is it going to take? I mean, I can say this with a little exasperation, what more does it take than what we're doing? Frankly, a hell of a lot more, right? A lot more. So tell us how we're going to solve this wretched problem.
Well, I'll give you a little overview, if I could, to talk about what Craig and I are doing now. We're giving presentations and we're writing articles and blogs. And there's a couple of things here. One, we honestly believe we can stop global warming. It's not a technical problem. It's a matter of political will and public support, in our opinion. We'll cover that today. What we're concerned about now, and I'm writing an article with Craig right now on what it will take in California to reach net zero, because we're the state that has made that commitment. We have the the governor and the legislature fully behind it, and we're very well endowed with renewable energy resources. We got a windy coast, thousands of square miles of solar, places for solar, and and our thought is that if California can't get or doesn't get to net zero by 2050, and I'd like to talk a little bit about that today, no other state can, and maybe no other country can. So we're, as residents of California, and as people who live in the state and know what's going on, we think it's a great opportunity, but it's also something we could blow it. And I'll tell, if you want, we can talk about that, because that's a part of the article I'm writing, is to do that. And also, that's very interesting. I mean, that also could happen on a national basis with the Biden administration. They are fortunately committed to doing something about global warming, and we definitely prefer action over inaction. But, they're going to spend what they say is $2 trillion on fighting global warming in the first term. Again, is this going to be money well spent to actually solve the problem, or is it going to be a big political pork feast, or a giant jobs program?
Well, have you done yourself the cost analysis? Because that strikes me as just as big a project as figuring out what to do. The business of finding out how much it will cost and how much value you get from various kinds of potential interventions, which are the most cost-effective approaches. Those are things that, they're second-level questions to ask, but you have to ask them eventually.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you a couple of things. And one other point I'd like to make is it's no mystery what it takes. And just in the last year, and I've got a slide I can put up, just in the last few months have been some very excellent reports issued that have been developed over the last several years, detailing in great detail what it would take for California, the city of Los Angeles, the United States, the world to reach net zero. So we have that information available.
Well, wait a minute, hold on, because I don't like to disagree with you, but I almost do immediately.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because it sounds like for that to be true, it would mean that there's one way to get there, that this is the set of this is the particular combination of projects that you need to do in order to get there. But my impression is that there are many things to do, and the question of which gets a higher priority and which ones you can do without, there is controversy about that. We don't all agree.
Oh,
And,
but yeah, yeah.
and we disagree. For example, I think you and I may disagree even about how much we can count on just reducing emissions as opposed to doing something stronger that is, actually sucking carbon out of the air and putting it away, sequestration, that sort. I'm not sure from the previous conversations we've had that we would put the same emphasis on the balance between those two things.
I would disagree with that. I mean, I'll put up a slide and we can go through it.
Okay.
Craig and I have thought about this for years, and these reports that have been coming out and that have been released recently all fundamentally say the same thing: what we have to do. I think the public is confused, and a lot of the politicians, and there's a lot of jockeying around because a lot of people don't want to do what needs to be done. But can I tell you right now what needs to be done, and whether you're talking about California, the U.S., or the globe?
Absolutely.
And also, we know what it will cost, and it will be very expensive. But the other thing we say is that the private sector is going to pay for most of it anyway. I mean, yes, there'll be some infrastructure, but over the next 30 years, let's say, to reach net zero, the world will spend about 70 or 80 trillion dollars on energy investments anyway, because we're spending about $2 trillion a year on a global basis right now. And you multiply that by 30. And
say that again. We're spending how much now?
2 trillion a year on a global basis. That's
what?
Energy investments. That would be generation, transmission, distribution.
You mean good energy?
No.
We're talking about energy, fossil fuels and everything is 2 trillion.
And then what the other trend is, and we have the trend is our friend in our opinion, is that more and more of this investment is going toward renewables and not fossil fuels. So there's already a big move toward renewables, and also the cost of renewables is dropping, continues to drop very steadily. And so there's going to be more and more incentive to switch to renewables on a cost basis in our mind. Yeah. Not perfect. Well, let me tell you. Let me get back to the point you raised. There are many pathways. In a way, there's a lot of. When you get to the details, there's some details on you go left or right, up or down. But can I just go to this one? Let me just see if I can get to this.
Well, that's great. I like you have this. Glad you have those tables. Here we go. All right.
Let me see. Is this up there?
Yeah, this looks good.
Okay. Well, anyway, what we're saying, here's what we would say has to happen, and all of the plans basically say the same thing. And let me go through this, and it'll take you a minute or so. I mean, the first thing we have to do is improve energy efficiency and conservation. It's already improving and has been improving on a global basis by about 2% a year. That means that we get more GDP, more output for less energy. And that's pretty good. And we're saying we think we could at least up that by a percentage point. So if we improve efficiency and conservation at, let's say, 3% rather than 2%, that's in 30 years, that's at least a 25% reduction in energy use. So that's a no-brainer in our mind, and we can talk about what that would take. But then the big thing, if you really want to get rid of fossil fuels, you've got to electrify the economy. The alternative is to use electricity. And all that electricity has to be produced by renewables. And that's solar and wind. I mean, because geothermal, hydro, things like that, they're pretty well tapped out. So
Now, hold on. How come you mean geothermal is about tapped out? That can't be because the center of the earth is still there, pretty
I mean,
hot.
yeah, I mean, you can't produce enough of it to make a difference. I mean, and if you're in Iceland or something, I mean, California has a good geothermal industry, but it's very tiny.
Really?
California's plans are to, the next 30 years to count on little or no increase in geothermal. And it can be messy because you're taking steam and something out of the earth and there's impurities in that and so forth. So it's not,
Oh,
it just doesn't have the potential to be that big.
okay. That's a
But
disappointment, but go ahead.
yeah, but so when we talk on point two, produce all the electricity with renewables, the reports, and again, you come up, basically what they say is we've got to triple our electricity production so we can use electric vehicles, we can use electricity instead of natural gas for heating. So you got to triple your electricity production roughly over the next 30 years. And you've got to produce all that with renewables, and renewables are, let's say, 10% today, and they got to go to essentially 100. So you got probably something like a 9 or 10 time increase in the amount of electricity generated by renewables. And that applies to California, it applies to the US, it applies to the world. Just rough numbers. But you can argue whether it's 2.5 times or 3.1, but it's around 3 times, triple the electricity production and have a 9 or 10x generation increase in solar and wind. You can't avoid that. I mean, no matter what your plan is, that's what you got to do. Then what you have to do is replace fossil fuel with electricity wherever possible. And obviously a big opportunity is electric vehicles, and the world is moving in that direction. China's leading the world. We can talk about that. So all the major automobile companies have announced that they are going to be discontinuing internal combustion engines and going to electric vehicles. Some, like Toyota, are also betting on fuel cells. And so you also have to replace natural gas, let's say, for home heating and things like that. And with electricity, use fuel pumps, use heat pumps instead of gas heaters, things like that.
Are we still on point 3 here?
Usually that would be, let's say 3 and 4 would be, we got to, wherever possible, and it's not everywhere, wherever possible, we need to replace gasoline, diesel oil, natural gas with electricity. And Bill Gates, in his book, which we can talk about, he correctly points out there's some areas that are going to be very difficult to transition, like steel production and cement production. They need to be, they're about 6 or 7% of greenhouse gas emissions on a global basis, and they have to be transitioned too, and we need to have some technical breakthroughs for that to happen. And so number 5, we get down, there are some things we can't eliminate fossil fuels use. Like I don't think you're going to be able to take an electric airplane from Los Angeles to London.
Yeah.
And for ocean shipping and things like that. So there needs to be some synthetic fuels, and that could be gaseous hydrogen. You could produce jet fuel, taking captured CO2 out of the atmosphere and combining that with green hydrogen. And you could make a drop-in replacement of jet fuel or gasoline or kerosene.
A few years ago, they flew a plane just using fuel made from algae. And I don't know what it is chemically, but it sounded promising, but I haven't heard anything much lately about that.
Algae is a biofuel like sugarcane or corn, where they produce ethanol. It's, you're basically taking a biological product and, they want to use switchgrass and things like that. And ferment them and create an alcohol that they can use to produce a fuel. And I think that the studies I've seen, the potential for that is very low. This is another area where there's absolutely no harm in researching that potential, but nobody can count on it now to be a big contributor. Biofuels, in my mind, aren't there. And also, they are carbon neutral. They're not. They don't get you to actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions, because when you burn the biofuel, you put carbon back into the atmosphere. Unlike solar and wind, you never put carbon back into the atmosphere. But when you burn ethanol, for instance, that emits greenhouse gases.
So it can be carbon neutral, but not carbon negative.
It can be carbon neutral in the sense that if you, let's say with ethanol or something, or let's say a biofuel, you burn it and you emit CO2 and other pollutants into the atmosphere. But then if you replant the biostock, if you regrow the corn, you regrow the tree, you regrow the sugarcane, then in theory, that would suck the carbon out of the atmosphere and it would be neutral. Right. But if you use, like with ethanol production in the States today, if you use gasoline or diesel fuel for your tractors, you use natural gas to process the production of ethanol, those are net emissions that aren't offset by the biofuel. So I'm not a big proponent of biofuels. So we do need synthetic fuels, and also more and more there's a recognition that long-term storage, if you're using renewables, you've got to have a lot of storage of electricity for when the sun doesn't shine or when the wind doesn't blow. And that is going to be, a lot of that's going to be provided by batteries, and battery technologies improving. But more and more there's talk that this is the big solution for a lot of this storage is going to be green hydrogen. You produce hydrogen using electrolysis when the sun's shining, let's say, and you store that hydrogen and then you burn it when you need to in a turbine or a fuel cell to produce power when you need it. So green hydrogen is likely to be a big part of the energy storage solution. And if that's the case,
let me get clear about what that means. Yeah. When you burn hydrogen in a fuel cell or any other way of using it sustainably, you are not actually getting the energy directly from the hydrogen, but rather from the electricity that you produce out of the hydrogen. Is that right? So you're still using the electricity, but it's electricity generated by stored up hydrogen. Is that right or no?
No, let me explain that so we can get that clear, because this is a very important point. Green hydrogen is a great source of energy. And when you burn carbon, when you burn coal, you're burning pure carbon, and everything that you burn produces CO2. When you burn methane or gasoline, that's what they call a hydrocarbon. It includes, it's like methane is CH4, it's one atom of carbon and 4 atoms of hydrogen. So the reason that you get less CO2 when you burn methane or natural gas is because you produce CO2 when the carbon is burned, but the 4 hydrogen atoms, when they get combined with oxygen, what do they produce? They produce H2O, which is water. So if you then go one step further and say, if I take the carbon away from methane, then I'm left with just hydrogen. When I burn that, I combine 2 atoms of hydrogen with 1 atom of oxygen, and I get energy, and the byproduct is H2O, or water vapor, basically. Mm-hmm. So hydrogen, if we had green hydrogen, you could burn that without producing any greenhouse gases. You'd have water vapor as the byproduct, or let's say the waste product.
So you leave out the the creation of electricity. See, back up here in point 2, you're saying you want to produce all electricity with renewables, but if you're using hydrogen, green hydrogen, you're getting some energy not from electricity, but directly from the burning of the hydrogen.
No, well, let me say this. I mean, under what you need to do is generate all of your electricity, with wind and solar.
Yeah.
Now, then the question becomes, how do we store electricity for when the wind isn't blowing, the sun isn't shining? Obviously, batteries are a big possibility and are getting better and better, but it's for storing large amounts of electricity. A good way to do it is to use the green electricity from solar and wind to use electrolysis to produce hydrogen.
Okay.
Then the hydrogen, and Dr. Nate Lewis at Caltech a long time ago referred to that as being like sunlight in a bottle. Basically, you're taking solar and wind, using electrolysis to produce green hydrogen that you can store. And then whenever you need it, you can use it as a fuel in a fuel cell, or you could use it to run a gas turbine. So hydrogen, and the big thing is the cost, and the cost of producing green hydrogen is totally dependent upon the cost of electricity. And as renewable electricity gets cheaper, especially if you use solar during the middle of the day, then it gets to be economical to produce a lot of hydrogen that you can then use as a very convenient way to. And I think we might have mentioned this earlier, that in Europe they're even experimenting with converting gas pipelines to hydrogen pipelines. So they're thinking of even using hydrogen as a substitute for natural gas, which is possible.
I guess the first thing people will say, aha, remember the Hindenburg. Well,
I mean, the same with methane. I mean, you're not going to be putting methane, you're not going to use it to float a dirigible. I mean, it's no more dangerous than methane or natural gas today. It's a fuel. It'll burn just like gasoline or methane or natural gas. And interestingly, you do have to modify the pipelines because hydrogen is a much lighter element than natural gas. And so you have to, if you want to push the same amount of energy through a pipeline, you've got to compress the hydrogen at a higher pressure to get the same number of BTUs.
By the way, this is a side question, but does it smell? Can you, if there was a methane leak in your apartment, would you know that there's something wrong?
Well, methane is swamp gas, so you can smell that. I don't know if you can smell pure hydrogen. I really just don't know that. I've not heard anything about that. Okay. But so let's say we do 1 through 5, we're about 75% there. But we have to remember that 25% of greenhouse gases are methane and nitrous oxides, and then some fluorinated gases. So we have to deal with agriculture for a lot of that. And let's talk about methane. Methane is a very powerful greenhouse gas. And that is produced by cattle, basically cows burping. It's produced, a lot of it is by rice farming, because you basically have an artificial swamp and it's swamp gas. And then the third one is methane leaks. If you, to the extent that our natural gas pipelines, have leaks, that's just leaking methane into the atmosphere. So we have to deal with methane, and then nitrous oxides is almost all due to the use of nitrogen fertilizers. So we need to, number 7, make some changes in agriculture. And then the other one is we have to stop deforestation, because the plant life on Earth absorbs about 30% of the CO2 we emit into the atmosphere. And to the extent that we're cutting down the rainforest, we're destroying that carbon sink, and we need to stop that.
I see that you're talking about planting billions of trees. I always get amused.
The estimate I've read is
Billions. They say we need another trillion trees. We got 3 trillion now. We need another trillion.
Well,
that's 1,000 billion. So if we're going to plant billions of trees, well, a lot of us got to be real busy planting billions of trees if we're going to get to 1,000 billion.
But we can. The big thing we need to do is stop cutting down the trees we have. I don't think so. They really do say we need 3 more. We need a trillion more trees, but to get a trillion, you better plant at least 2 trillion, because half of them are going to die. The mortality rate of trees is not very good. So we've got a whole lot of planting to do, and I don't know where to put them. Well, I've read a study that said that there is available land in, including the United States and Canada, where we could plant trees, but we don't have to plant the trees. That would be very helpful, because that would absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. But we could not do that and get there some other way, or we could use artificial means to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. And we can talk a little bit about that. That's not on my list here.
I used to think that was the most promising thing, but people have convinced me that it's really not feasible, or it's not economically going to be realistic. Direct air capture kind of thing.
Well, Craig and I, a Canadian company is one of the companies that's pioneering this technology. And, Craig and I have done a calculation and basically duplicated a calculation that Dr. Hansen, one of the pioneers in global warming, has done. And, it'd be very expensive based on the estimates of what it would cost. And our estimate is it would cost about $1 trillion to take enough carbon out of the atmosphere to reduce the CO2 concentration at only 1 part per million. So, so I'm thinking, that's doing it the hard way. But what I could see is, number 5 are synthetic fuels. First of all, if you suck carbon out of the atmosphere today, you've got to store it somewhere. And where would you, in theory, you could put it in old, depleted oil wells and things, but then you have to make sure it doesn't leak and all of that. But if there's a market for CO2 coming out of the atmosphere, and a market could be to combine that with green hydrogen and make liquid fuels that you could use. So we need to, so that would be one way. The other would be is if we had a carbon tax, a carbon fee that was equal to the cost of removing carbon from the atmosphere, then if you were your Canadian company, if you could get $150 a ton for the CO2 you remove, then it would make it economical to build those facilities and run them. But it's not going to be an easy way to do it. And it's still a technology that I think they've proven it will work. That's not the issue. The question is, can you scale it up to be big enough to make a difference?
Well, I agree that, but the question is, if you compare that with do something simple like planting trillions of trees, I don't know which. It'd be interesting to do a cost analysis of the two options.
Well,
Because
and the other thing, I mean, let's say you want to plant 1 billion trees. uh, I don't, I mean, that would be a nice thing to do. It's not a must do in my mind. But then the question, who pays? I mean, you could say, gee, there's a lot of land, and these are just some studies I've read in Madagascar, let's say, or in the United States or in Canada. But let's say it cost you $1 a tree to plant it, or something like that. I mean, it would certainly provide a lot of employment for some, in some areas of the world where there's no jobs. But that's $1 trillion worth of trees.
well, no, you can. Okay, I did two shows about planting trees by drones, and you can do it very cheaply, but they don't have a great success rate. It depends on where you're doing it and how, what kind of trees and all that sort of thing. But you can do it by drones by just shooting little. They have little plastic pellets that they shoot into the ground, and it's full of gelatin of some kind with nutrients in the seed. But then the mortality rate is not very impressive in the reports that I've seen. So I think there's a way to go on before they develop that as a technology. But it would be wonderful if you could just fly over an area and just shoot these seeds into the ground, and you'd have trees.
Well, but then I mean, Meta, the thing is, I mean, these are what Craig and I would say are things that are commendable, but aren't going to make enough of a difference to worry too much about. I mean, you've got to have the land. I mean, who owns the land? And then you can't just plant a tree and then leave. You got to make sure somebody doesn't come in and cut it down. You've got to fertilize it, make sure there's water. Um, you know, uh, I mean, that's nothing wrong with planting more trees. I agree that would be a good idea, but you can't plant 100 trees and make a difference. You got to plant 1 billion.
Well, you don't even make a difference with 1 billion trees. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
but you
So you
got
got
to
to
plant
plant
a
a trillion.
trillion trees.
So
You got to
you know,
plant 2 trillion trees.
yeah. So I'm sort
I'm
of saying,
not in favor of it, but anyway, there
rank
we
the
go.
things that we can and should do. That's low on the list. So look, I mean, let me give you one other. I mean, there's a couple of things we could talk about here. The other one, if we get away, but I mean, the big message I would say is that no matter what your program is, whether you're the United Nations, the Biden administration, the California administration, some other country, you've got to do the 7 things on the list that I just showed you. And you could put different emphasis on one over the other, but you basically are talking about tripling your electricity production, doing that all using renewables. So you got to improve your renewables by, let's say, 10x, factor of 10. Then you're going to need to have some way of storing energy when the sun isn't shining, et cetera. And you got to do something with agriculture and deforestation. So you can't get around it. That's what you got to do. And the other thing that we would say, and this is what we emphasize in our book, that isn't going to happen on its own. And I'd like to talk a little bit about California at some point, but we say there are 3 big things that have to happen. And the number one in our mind is we have to educate the public. I mean, the public can say, gee, global warming's bad, we've got to do something about it, but they have no idea what's required, what it will take, and what it will cost. So I think, and the politicians will talk big about global warming, but will they actually do something like put in a carbon tax? Not if the voting public isn't behind them.
Mm-hmm.
So we're saying that, we've got to, and that's what Craig and I are trying to do with our presentations, is educate the public. Right now, like in California, there'd be a revolt if there was if we added a carbon fee that increased the cost of gasoline. So educating the public's a big one. We think the universal carbon tax, or carbon fee as we call it, is absolutely necessary. And Craig's talked to you about that. And then obviously international cooperation.
This simple word educate, just go out and tell people things as if they will believe you. If you tell them, you can tell them the truth and they won't believe you. And that's what
I agree with that. Yeah. I mean, well, I mean, you know, to educate the public, you actually have to convince a certain, I mean, let's say a majority, that this is a real problem that you have to deal with. And I think we find that you know, people that, you know, I mean, this is a self-selected audience. People don't listen to our presentation unless they're concerned. But, you know, if we can't convince most of the voting public that this is something we got to do, we're not going to get there.
Well, I agree, and that to me is
once it gets hard, people will quit.
I think that unfortunately, is
Oh, but
serious
that's
obstacle.
life in a democracy. Yeah.
We know what has to be done, but if people won't believe you, and believe me, I have reached out to people that are smart, and people even, for example, I've got friends in Russia. And people who are really intelligent people in Russia will not believe that there's anything to worry about global warming in Russia.
Oh, sure.
Holy smoke. I mean, that's, you know, it's absolutely nuts. And that yet you can't convince people. And I, you know, everything you've said, I almost agree with you. I think I'd put a whole lot more emphasis on trees and on agriculture than you do. But nevertheless, you know, we don't disagree about anything, except now then how you're going to get there, I don't know. I really,
well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
bless your heart, but is that enough? I don't know.
Well, maybe it isn't. I mean, maybe you know, I mean, this is an issue we could get at, you know, and we discussed this in our book, and is that we haven't had a wake-up call on global warming. I mean, it's something that's creeping up on you, and most people don't see it in their daily lives. There hasn't been a 9/11, a Pearl Harbor, or
well, there's been a Katrina. There have been all kinds of these hurricanes. There have been all of these forest fires. I mean, you're living in California. If anything should be a wake-up call, it's all of those fires that you have every summer.
Well, but that's happening. I mean, I live in California, and the forest fires haven't affected me at all. You know, based on where I am, you know, and I mean, there's all kinds of things that Craig and I can list about, you know, coral reefs dying, flooding, things like that. But it's not happening to you, and there hasn't been some big unavoidable, you know. And I'm hoping we don't have to wait for a big unavoidable catastrophe of some kind before the public gets alarmed. I mean, but, you know, we can't bypass the public because they will not tolerate the changes that we need and the money we need to spend if they don't believe this is a problem. So we really think educating the public is a big deal. Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't know if this is good, but I mean, these two PowerPoint slides will, you know, give you a good idea what's required.
Well, I absolutely, it's wonderful, and it's also wonderful that you and Craig are out there doing your part. And it's just, to me, that I'm just thinking, I don't know, it's not going fast enough, you know.
Well, I mean, the trend is our friend, as we say. I mean, let me just pull it. Can you see that one?
Yeah. Oh, there you go. We're not moving fast enough. You got that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of good things are happening, and we need to move faster. And, you know, our belief is, you know, and again, there are some technical breakthroughs that we will eventually need, but we need nothing to get started today. I mean, the technology is there, it's cost effective. And yes, we need to find a substitute for cement and a way to make steel without coke.
Tell me about cement, if you, it's a little digression, but I need to look this up because I don't understand something.
Yeah.
I thought that the problem with cement is a chemical one, that when you mix limestone with something else, it generates CO2 or something. Okay. Now, I talked to a friend of mine the other day who was talking about the problem with the production of cement was that it required heat, and that the use of the fuel to generate the heat was the source of the problem. And I don't know whether he's right or not.
Well, you're both right, because I mean, when you produce cement, well, and one thing, I mean, cement is the world's most commonly used construction material by far.
Yeah.
So, I mean, so, say we're going to use wood instead of cement, you can't do that. But cement itself, if you produce cement, a byproduct is carbon dioxide. In addition, it takes a lot of heat to produce cement, and that heat is provided today by fossil fuels. So, cement has two sources of CO2, the fuel, the heat basically used to produce it, as well as it's a byproduct of the chemical process that is used in the cement making. So, you're both correct.
Okay. All
And I
right.
don't
Well,
know
I'm
whether
glad
it's
to know.
50-50 or 60-40, but it's, I mean, there are two reasons why cement produces CO2.
Oh, good. I'm glad. Thank you for that, because I really I couldn't figure it out. Okay. Well, bless your heart. You're doing the right thing. And I hope that these shows will be helpful. I guess the next step for me is to try to how to step it up a little bit more. I'm willing to put more of my shows into talking about energy and global warming than I do now. I mean, I think the distribution is probably about 70% of my shows are more about peace issues, and not enough about the global warming issue. But it's not as easy for me to get speakers, and I don't have the network that you probably have.
Yeah.
So maybe you need to put me more in touch with the people that would have something more to amplify what you're doing. Do you think? Do you have are you in touch with a bunch of people who are also doing what you're doing and on the same team, so to speak?
Well, not as much as you might think. I mean, Craig and I are two old guys that are retired, and we're working together on this. But I mean, there's a couple of thoughts. I mean, one is we haven't talked about is global warming is a big national security issue, and the U.S. military thinks of it as a big threat for at least two reasons. One is a lot of our bases, like Norfolk Naval Shipyard, a naval base, is on the water's edge and can be flooded. And then they also see humanitarian relief as going way up, and the military has to get involved, when there's a tsunami or something like that. They see this as also a source of conflict. I mean, people would be fighting over water, food supply. There'll be areas of the world that'll become difficult to live in, and there'll be migrants trying to cross borders. So, I mean, I think that global warming definitely has an impact on conflict. And
Well, okay, now that's double-edged sword, or they're two different ways of looking at that. I remember there's a guy named Gwynne Dyer, who's a journalist that I admire and really like personally. And must have been 15 years ago, he was talking about how he got turned on to global warming as an issue because he's a specialist in military issues. And he kept going to the Pentagon, and the people at the Pentagon were all, deeply engrossed in worrying about global warming. And he said, well, if the Pentagon people see it as a national security issue, I better start taking it seriously. So he, wrote a good book about it. However, and all the points that you're making are right. The Pentagon and the military people see this as a national security issue, and it's a problem where they may have to go in and solve conflicts over, who gets what kind of refugees get to go where and all that sort of thing. On the other hand, though, Bill, the reality is that a major part of our emissions come from military equipment. So if we didn't have, I don't have the numbers, but I have a woman friend here in Toronto who has been doing that kind of research, and she has the numbers. And I don't remember numbers very well, but the point is that if you run a tank around, the amount of stuff that you emit is way more than running a car and flying military planes and fighting a war and then having to rebuild the cities that you've destroyed. Think of what that would do. So if we would stop the militarization of the economy, we would well, I don't want to say halfway there, but we would be a long way toward getting to net zero.
Well, I think, like with planting trees and a lot of things, a fighter jet is very polluting. I mean, if you
Right.
flew it for an hour, but that's less than, I would guess that the militaries.
Don't guess, because
less
we need it. There are numbers, and they don't. The military has been exempted from the Kyoto Accord explicitly said we're not counting military emissions. Hell, that the military emissions are a big chunk of it. Then they got to the Paris Agreement, and that sort of says, yeah, you should reduce your military, something like that. But they do not, there's no accountability, whatever, and nobody holds anybody to that. So the the Paris Accord does not say reduce military, and they don't publicize. It's really hard to get hold of the figures, but the figures are there, and somebody needs to publicize them, because you're not, if you just ignore that, you are ignoring a big chunk of it.
No, I would bet you that military on a global basis is less than 1% of emissions. And I'm not saying it's zero, but there's so many other things the military to basically eliminate have electric tanks. I think that's going to be a long way off.
But you don't need the tanks. The whole point is that you build a tank, and you've created a hell of a lot of emissions right there just for the manufacture of the damn thing. And just stop it. Even maintaining army bases, or all of these things are very, very costly in terms of the amount of CO2 that gets produced. I'll go get some numbers for you, because this woman really has them, and they're not easy to get hold of, but it's not a minor matter, Bill. It's a big deal.
Well, I would say, world peace, getting rid of, reducing military expenditures would have tremendous benefits anywhere. And I think global warming is one of the, is not a big issue. There's many, many other reasons to reduce military spending and so forth. So I don't disagree with you, but the military, to the extent that they have to operate anywhere in the world, it's going to be awfully hard for them to replace fossil fuels, frankly, for aircraft.
But I already concede things. You say to the extent that they have to operate everywhere in the world. Well, they don't have to operate everywhere in the world. We can have a whole bunch of other kinds of things that solve problems. We need international law. We need an agreement about how to enforce international law. We need international, the UN should have a standing force that goes into hotspots and takes care of an issue before it erupts into a war. There are 100,000 things that we should be doing.
Absolutely.
We have to even begin to concede that, yes, we have to have a military. We don't. Not that on the scale that exists now.
But world peace is another issue. It's educating the public. If you could get people to stop fighting, that would be a huge, that would be probably the single best thing you could do for mankind. But
all right, so we put in a world government and a bunch of other things that take on the business of. We don't have people out in the street. I don't see anybody outside fighting each other. Why? Because we have a government. We have the police, we have the
But
law, we have the courts, we have all kinds of things that take care of our conflicts. Well, we can do that on a global scale too.
no, we couldn't. This is a different conversation, but I've spent a lot of time in the Middle East in my discussion group. We're going to be discussing it next week. Places like Syria, people are fighting over less limited resources. They're fighting over religion. They're fighting over a lot of things. And, they don't have the natural advantages that the US and Canada have with abundant resources. We're protected from, by two oceans, et cetera. It'd be nice to eliminate conflict in the world, but I really feel that that's.
I don't even want to eliminate conflict.
Yeah.
I think conflict is absolutely essential and necessary, and actually the source of most progress. So I'm all for conflict. What I'm opposed to is violence, and the way that we reduce the amount of violence in the world has been pretty well established. We know how to reduce the amount of violence, and that's by governance. And
I think that, world government, we've been trying to do that for a long, long time.
no, we haven't. No, we haven't. Nobody's even made an effort in that direction.
Well, but it's the same issue we have with global warming. You've got to educate the public.
Yeah, I agree. Well, okay. Now then, I'm working on one of them, and you're working on the other one. But now I think we actually need to link these up together, because they actually are one problem. If we have the problem of governance in both cases, and it's a governance in order to resolve conflicts, to create new international institutions that will be adequate to creating satisfactory solutions to conflicts, and a whole bunch of other issues that we need to deal with, certainly including support for global warming initiatives of the kind that you're promoting. So I would say we've got two different issues that have very, very related solutions. So
well, no, let me disagree with you for two. I have a suggestion, but let me come to that in a second. Look at number 3. If we're going to stop global warming, we have to have an unprecedented level of global cooperation.
Right.
The US and China have to work together. We have to eventually get Russia on board. And we have an international organization, the Paris Agreement. It's a part of the UN. A UN sponsored. And my attitude was, look, if we are successful in working together to deal with global warming, if we can get that to happen, then let's do that and then tackle world peace. We will have, if we can get enough cooperation to get together and deal with global warming, that'll be a big step forward that could be used for other purposes as well. So I think number 3 on this list is.
Well, I don't disagree with you that it's an important element of it, but I don't see it as separable. It is part of the business of creating global governance. It is the Paris Agreement and all of the countries that have signed on to it. That is one of the institutions of global governance.
Absolutely.
So we need to be building a number of other institutions at the same time, because the issues of all kinds of things, the 6 global issues that we are dealing with include things like famine and exposure to radiation, a bunch of other things that all also require international cooperation. Pandemics. We didn't think about pandemics. Oh yeah, now we know we have to get some international cooperation on that. So the whole point is we have to have more international cooperation, and that is global governance.
Well, and I would say that the Paris Agreement, if we can make it work and really make a difference on global warming, that will be a big step forward.
It is, but it'll be part of something that you can't ignore the others. Because I tell you, you forget about pandemics and it's going to come and bite you in the ass. You have to pay attention to all 6 of these global threats. There's a book I've been reading about the risk of cyber attacks. Boy, that'll keep you awake at night. You find out what's been going on in terms of everything that we have
Yeah.
is influenced now by the fact that all these other countries have got their fingers inside our electronic
Yeah.
internet and stuff, and they can shut off the lights and turn off the sewers and everything else with a flick of a switch. We are really vulnerable there, and we haven't paid attention to it. So you don't have a choice of saying, I'm going to do this, this, and this in this order. No, sir, you've got to do it all at once. It's
Well,
not a matter of one at first.
I mean, I think we can make the problem so big that nothing gets done. And, Craig and I mean, I'm certainly an internationalist and spent a lot of my time overseas. And right now I'm thinking that the biggest issue that I'm concentrating on is global warming. And
okay, I don't want to stop you, for the love of Pete. I sure don't want to stop you at all.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, sometimes you make the assumption you have to do things in sequence because you can't do everything at once. Sometimes if you do everything at once, it actually gets easier. If in fact what you're dealing with is a system problem, such that all of these 6 or 7 different threats are connected to the same kinds of problems, and the same solutions will apply to all of them or to several of them at once, then by working on the root cause of some of these problems, which is the system itself, then you're handling them all at once much more efficiently. In fact, I think it's the only way we'll get there. If we don't deal with all of them at once and look at it as a big picture, I don't think we're going to get there. So my concern is,
I would disagree with you. I mean, and let me give you, I don't think we can mix them all together. I do feel that we've been living with conflicts throughout human history. And first of all, we need to make sure that China and the United States, or Russia and the United States, there's no exchange of nuclear weapons. That would be the end of it all. If we get to 3 degrees C by the end of this century and the sea level goes up 3 feet, think of all the parts of the world that'll be uninhabitable, what it'll do to the food supply, the refugee problem. Global warming, in my mind, if we can avoid nuclear war, that's number one. Number two, in my mind, is to solve global warming, because that is, in my mind, a huge problem that'll lead to famine, migration, conflict later on.
Yes, and we don't disagree. And these other things, if you handle them right, you handle them all in one. Everything you do to reduce one is going to have an impact on these others, because they're all connected. And we've already used up all our time.
Let's solve our problems. Let's focus on global warming and get that one right. That'll have a big benefit.
I don't want to stop you, fella. Not at all. Okay. This has been one of the more interesting fights that we've had so far. So we'll join it back up another time soon. Okay.
Well, Meta, one last thought. If you want, Craig and I have written an article for your Peace magazine on global warming. We could write another article on covering what needs to be done. So, if that would be helpful, would be willing to do something like that for you.
Definitely. Let's talk about doing that, because we're getting started for the July issue now.
Yep. Good. If you need it, let us know.
All right. Thank you. This has been good. Take care.
Anytime.
All right. Bye-bye. Hi, I'm Meta Spencer, and today we have a real treat. We get to talk with Ambassador Bob Ray at the United Nations, which is a thrill for all of us, I think. Ambassador Ray is known to every Canadian in the world, and having been in New York for a few months, I expect he's known to just about everybody else in the world by nowadays. Hi, Bob Ray.
Hello, Meta. Nice to see you. Nice to be with you.
Yes.
Pleasure.
It's a real treat. And we have three people with us who are going to ask you some questions, if you don't mind, about human rights, the topic of the day. And I imagine a good part of your working career now involves human rights activities. We have here the first person who's going to ask you a few questions will be Charles Burton, who is a Canadian diplomat who's, I think, lived in Canada, in China, a good part of his life and has a home there. So Charles Burton is in St. Catharines, I think. Hello, Charles Burton.
Thank you for having me on your program again, Meta.
Yes, it's always fun. And then we will have a little time for Paul Copeland to talk with you. I think you're old friends.
Yes,
and,
indeed.
Yep.
Say hello, Paul.
Hi, Bob. Hi, everybody.
All right, very good. And then we will go to Belgium, where Calixto Avila is sitting at his organization's website, I gather, and it's an organization called Provea. And he is a Venezuelan human rights NGO who's been working on these issues for many, many years. Good morning, Mr. Avila.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you very much.
Let's have a start off with one of the issues of the day, where I think we already have had a statement by Mr. Romeo Dallaire yesterday about the plight of the Uyghurs, and Charles Burton knows their situation well. So Charles, you're on.
Well, thank you very much, Meta. It's a great honor to speak with our ambassador to the United Nations. In his interview yesterday on the CBC, General Dallaire has suggested that the Canadian government is showing a lack of statesmanship with regard to addressing the Uyghur genocide. Now, to my understanding, China has ratified the Convention on Genocide in 1983, I think, and but like so many of the conventions that China ratifies, it refuses to accept any kind of review by the International Court of Justice. And then there are also genocide provisions in the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, but China, of course, is not a signatory to the Rome Statute. So my question for you, really, as Canadian ambassador to the UN, is: do you see any way forward for the UN to effectively stop the genocide by the government of China against the Uyghurs and Turkic Muslims living in the Northwest? Is there, in the past, Canada has expanded the responsibility to protect doctrine, but I'm not seeing any particular movement on the part of Canada in the UN specifically to try and put an end to the horrors that the Uyghurs are suffering under current conditions.
Well, thanks, Charles. It's good to see you again, and good to be able to talk to everybody. I appreciate it very much. I think the first thing is, it's a couple of things I just want to sort of put on the table. The first one is that there are many, one of my first interventions in the General Assembly had to do with a response from the government of China to a statement that somebody else had made, and in the course of which they went after, Canada for taking its positions on human rights, and the principal objection of the government of China was that these are internal affairs of China, and they're nobody else's business. Mm-hmm. This is not a new argument. It's not a new approach. It's held by a great many other countries at the UN, including Russia, certainly including Syria, and the debates we've had around those issues. And in my response to the ambassador, I said, look, the fact is that whether it's the Convention on Torture, whether it's the Geneva Convention, whether it's the Convention on Genocide, whether it's the jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice itself. Member states like China have in fact accepted the notion that there is no such thing as absolute sovereignty. There is no sovereign protection from the review of the world and global institutions like the International Court of Justice on human rights. And in all of the cases that we're going to be discussing today in Myanmar and Venezuela, the response from the regimes is the same. And the response from Canada and a number of other countries, and I'll come to that in a moment, is also the same. And that is, there is a thing called international law. There are institutions that are in place to enforce international law. And now is the time for us to be reinforcing that and making that very, very clear. The second thing I want to say is it's not so much what Canada does on its own as it is what Canada does with others. And whether it's the interventions in Myanmar or what's happening in Venezuela or what's happening in China, Canada cannot have very much impact on its own. We can have far more impact to the extent to which we're able to persuade others to come with us, or frankly, to which others are able to persuade us to come with them. So I respect General Dallaire. I know him very well. We served together in Parliament. He was a member of the Senate. I was a member of the House of Commons. I work with him very closely on issues around child soldiers at the United Nations. I'm here simply to say there are steps that have to be taken that the government of Canada is taking before any final decision can be made about how we're going to be engaging with the International Court of Justice or other institutions. Charles, you mentioned the International Criminal Court. The problem we have with the International Criminal Court is that there are 70 countries in the world that have not signed on to the Rome Statute. China is one. Myanmar is another. Venezuela is, you go down the list, you see, here we have a problem. The governments have not accepted the jurisdiction of the criminal court, and the way that the Rome Statute is structured, that limits the ability of the criminal court to take jurisdiction. On the Genocide Convention and the International Court of Justice, we're already in court. Canada is supporting the Gambia and has already filed together with the Netherlands a clear indication that we're going to be participating in that hearing. I think one of the things we've learned from the Rohingya situation, and I was, as you know, I had something to do with the approaches that Canada has taken, is that it takes a lot of time to document what we say is happening, what we believe is happening, that goes beyond newspaper reports and other kinds of accounts, and has to be based on information that can then become evidence. And the key challenge we face, it's going to take time. It's not going to be an instant process. But when you're saying, is there something that can be done? The answer is yes, there are steps that can be taken, but they have to be systematic, and they have to be well organized, and they have to be well thought through in terms of how they're presented. But I think it's also fair to say that there are a number of countries at the UN who, for example, there were 39 countries last year signed a statement that took clear issue with the way China was handling the issues of the Uyghurs, Tibet, and Hong Kong. And China took great offense and made their own statement. But to suggest that somehow we're sitting on our hands is really not accurate. We are actually addressing it. It's not, it doesn't lead to instant action. But when you're looking at something as complex as a genocide case at the International Court of Justice, you don't just leap into it. It has to be based on an approach that says we need to gather the evidence, and we need to do the work. And that's exactly what Minister Garneau has said he wants to do, and that's exactly what we're doing.
I mean, China, of course, as you know, took a reservation on the provisions of the Genocide Convention with regard to the International Court of Justice, so they don't accept the jurisdiction. I think that, certainly in terms of whether or not genocide is taking place, the report released yesterday by the New Lines Institute and the Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights, of which I know you are a supporter and member, is pretty convincing and includes an endorsement by Yves Fortier, the former Canadian ambassador to the UN, and 3 former Liberal cabinet ministers, Irwin Cotler and Lloyd Axworthy. So the idea that China denies that there is genocide doesn't really stand up. But you did refer to the 39 countries that supported the idea, but of course, China was able to rally a larger number of countries that opposed the idea. So when one looks at a situation where China is a member of the P5, is able to mobilize, more countries than we can with regard to this issue, will not accept the jurisdiction of either the ICC or the International Court of Justice. Is it possible for us to actually do any implementation of anything like the responsibility to protect in the context of the UN as it stands? And so, if Canada does rally together countries to engage in some common action, China is not likely to end the genocide. If Canada does get a condemnation through a legitimate basis, it could be as similar to China's response to the International Court of Arbitration in The Hague's determination that China is in gross violation of the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, where China rejected a over 400-page decision as a worthless piece of paper. Is the UN able to function as an effective body in enforcing the Genocide Convention, which was in fact the founding convention of the institution? Is there any hope?
Of course there's hope. It's just not easy, that's all. I mean, Charles, all you're describing is how difficult it is. Yeah. You're saying China is a superpower. China doesn't like other people commenting on what they do. China behaves in an arbitrary way. We know that. And is it tough? Yeah, of course it's tough. The first year we put out the statement, we had 24 people signing on. Now we have 39. So you don't give up. I mean, this is not about giving up. This is about understanding that these things are tough. The R2P doctrine is the same. I mean, R2P is a very well thought out and positive way of saying that countries have a responsibility to protect their own people, that the neighborhood around has a responsibility to make sure that it happens, and that the international community has to come in and do something. Okay, you've got a nice building, you've created it, it's painted, it's well nice, it's there. How do you actually do it? And the answer is with great difficulty. China won't accept the principle that they're doing something wrong. They vociferously reject it. The neighborhood around China is not about to do much. And globally, we're facing a challenge that China is very powerful. But does that say something about the UN? All it says about the UN is that the UN is made up of a number of countries, many of which are very authoritarian, are not remotely democratic, and have no intention of changing their ways easily. That's not the fault of something called the UN. It's as has often been said, you don't blame the Air Canada Centre when the Maple Leafs lose. I mean, the fact is it's the team. It's the countries that make up the UN that are the problem. And the countries that make up the UN are a mixed bunch. And so this is a world in which we live in. So this is the swimming pool I'm in every day. And you just have to figure it's not easy. It's the pool is full of sharks. And so you swimming in it is difficult and sometimes dangerous. But it's not as dangerous for us diplomats as it is for the people who are living in Xinjiang. And that's, I think, where we have to keep our focus. There are terrible human rights abuses taking place in China today. And we have to continue to work every possible angle we can to get them to stop. And I don't think anybody thought it would be easy when we started, and I don't think we should think it's going to be easy now.
And so, what would be the next steps in terms of the UN? I think certainly the international community is moving towards some sort of likely unified action in terms of sanctioning the Chinese officials who are complicit in the genocide, some of whom have assets in Canada. But where do you see it going in the time ahead, and how long before you sort of see movement on this file?
I think that what's happening now is that there are very active discussions among a number of governments about what more can be done and the steps that need to be taken together. I think it's fair to say that the election of President Biden has changed the dynamic of some of those discussions. We are actively talking to the United States, but we're also actively talking to a number of other governments about the steps that they are looking at. And I think there's a broader consensus that it's what we do together that matters. It's not so much one country saying, well, I'm going to do this, another country saying I'm going to do that. And one of the themes that I'll be building on today is very much that's how we have to act. And we don't necessarily assume that the international institutions are going to do it on their own. We're not precluded from taking our own actions, but our own actions will be much stronger when they're done in concert with others. And that's exactly what's happening now. As we speak, those are discussions that are underway, and they will continue to be underway, whether it's on China, Russia, Myanmar, Venezuela. These are all active cases that we're looking at, saying how can we be more effective in pursuing the protection of human rights.
Well, I certainly, on behalf of my Uyghur friends here in Canada, really pray that we can move as expeditiously as possible to save those people. I've seen documents that suggest that the Chinese government has a 40-year program to eradicate the Uyghur tumor or threat, and and it's already underway. So I think there is a high degree of urgency in terms of making this a priority for our Canadian foreign policy. And thank you very much for all your explanation.
It is a priority, and I think it's something we all have to keep working at.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now let's shift to another part of Asia. Paul Copeland is very exercised. He sends me messages every day. Now you probably are on his list too.
I get the same messages, Meta, don't worry. They're good messages.
Talk to us about Myanmar, or as you prefer to call it, Burma.
Okay, what I would like to do is do a little bit of history of my history in Burma and the history of the Rohingya in Burma, and then pose a question to Bob. I've been involved in Burma stuff since I first visited the country in 1988. I was back 4 more times over the years. I've worked a lot with Burmese people here and internationally on democracy issues. In 1820, the British took over Western Burma, maybe in the East India Company, and brought in the Rohingya to farm in there. When the country gained independence in 1947, they were granted citizenship. The military took away their citizenship in 1982, I'm sorry. In 2013, there was some fighting that went on with the Rohingya and the military, and 100,000 of them were ended up in an internally displaced persons camp in Burma. In 2017, there were some very serious attacks done by the military. They claimed that they'd been started by the Rohingya, although I don't believe that. 700,000 of them fled to Bangladesh to join people that had already gone there. Bob Ray did a report for the government of Canada on the situation of the Rohingyas. Gambia has brought an application in the International Court of Justice, which is ongoing at the present time. On the 1st of February of this year, the military did a coup which took over the government, which had been, the elections in November had been won by the National League for Democracy, led by Aung San Suu Kyi. So the situation is that there's 700,000 in IDP camps in Bangladesh. Some of them have been transported to an island that to me sounds pretty horrible. So my question to Mr. Ray is, what, if anything, is going to happen, particularly given the coup that Burma is under military dictatorship again, and that their military is killing people and locking up lawyers there. So with that little introduction, Mr. Ray, please give me your thoughts on what might, if anything, happen that will be productive for the Rohingya.
Thank you, Paul. I mean, first of all, thank you for your work over many, many years. You and I have been talking about Burma and Myanmar ever since you first went. I did some work with the Forum of Federations where we were acting as an NGO on governance issues. Forum is still going strong. And that was really my initial contact with Myanmar. I visited in the earlier part of about 20 years ago, and then again in 2015. And then the Prime Minister asked me to go back and engage in some work on the Rohingya, as you've said. I mean, again, I think it's a huge challenge for us. I mean, the failure of Myanmar to make a successful transition to democracy. Everybody talked about how there's a transition, and I said, we don't know yet whether there's going to be a transition. What we know is that the military fashioned a constitution in 2008, which protected their power perpetually. And eventually Aung San Suu Kyi said, okay, I can live with this. I need to get back and join into the democratic struggle. And she basically decided to come back from her situation under house arrest and to lead her political party in the next available election after doing an agreement with the generals as to how that would be done. But from my observation in 2017, when I met with her and was able to speak with her, I've just got to turn off this. What I know is a crank call. It's one of the. If I see it somewhere in California, I know that it's just somebody trying to sell me something. Anyway, so when I met with Aung San Suu Kyi in 2017-18. I was very disappointed because the Rohingya issue for her was not a big deal. It was a particular part of the country where she felt there were security issues and the army had acted appropriately, and I needed to get educated on what was going on, and. I then proceeded to have meetings with the army and have the meetings with the Rohingya and go up into the camp and go into the IDP camp in Sitwe that you talked about. People have been there since 2012, and the camp in Cox's Bazar where people have been there since 2017. And I saw what was clearly a humanitarian tragedy, but also an act of brutal discrimination and indeed genocide, in my opinion, on the part of the Tatmadaw against the Rohingya. And then appallingly, frankly, from my point of view, Aung San Suu Kyi then ended up defending this situation in front of the International Court of Justice, where I was also attending as an observer. And I think that caused the reaction to her from the rest of the world that we know only too well. But the short and long and short of it now is that the military has shown once again, as if they ever needed to, it didn't need to persuade me, that this is a brutal, frankly, criminal enterprise that has run the country for 60 years and has conducted itself in total disrespect of the human rights, the lives. Over 60 people have now been killed on the street. Like you, Paul, I'm getting daily reports as to what's going on, and how bad it is. And again, I think what's required is as much joint action as possible from a number of countries who are willing to take a leadership role in engaging in opposition to the coup, and in providing whatever support we can to the incredible courage and resiliency that we're seeing from the people of Myanmar. I mean, it's quite extraordinary what's happening. People who have no access to weapons, the civilian population. We have a general strike going on of the population. We have a withdrawal from work of millions of people, and you have a military regime which is responding with brutal force. And I know the questions that you can ask are the same as the one that Charles asked. Well, what are you doing about it? And the answer is, well, we're carrying out a process of sanctions, but we're also carrying out a whole engagement with other countries is to say, what further steps can we actually take? And here's where we come down to the dilemma, because as a result of the isolation of Myanmar after 1960, we thought we were, quote, isolating Myanmar. What we weren't. What we were doing was driving them into the arms of the Chinese, who were only too happy to say, you know, we're there for you, and a number of other countries who invested quite substantially in Myanmar, particularly Asian countries, and saw them through the period of sanctions and everything else to the emergence of the Aung San Suu Kyi government in 2015. And we have to be aware of that now. We have to realize that as a result of geography and economics and the actual situation on the ground, Canada, for example, does not have much leverage in Myanmar. People say, why can't Canada get the government to do this? And you say, we have no tools to do that. We don't have the people, we don't have the money, we don't have the influence. Acting alone. Acting together, we have some, but not enough to overthrow a government. The only people who can really change the government in Myanmar are the people of Myanmar, with as much support as we can provide them to be able to make that change. And I think that's the struggle which is underway right now. I don't believe that the coup will succeed in the sense of, is this a permanent end to the emergence of democracy? I don't believe that. I think there's just too much going on the ground, and there's too much deeply ingrained commitment on the part of the people of Myanmar to their future. But we have to act together. We have to work together, and that's what we're doing. Is it having great effect? Not as much as I think any of us would like, but we have to keep working at it, and that's what we're doing.
Paul, you will have to pursue this?
No, I mean, I'm just after the coup happened, I'm just totally frustrated in any hope for the Rohingya, and very little hope for anything meaningful happening in Myanmar in the near future.
I think that,
if I could just say one thing, I'm still a director of the Law Society, and they're trying to get the Human Rights Monitoring Group to put out a statement, because there's some serious repression going on of lawyers in Burma or in Myanmar.
Totally. They've arrested some of the leading human rights lawyers in the country. They prevented Aung San Suu Kyi's lawyer from seeing her. They've put up a bunch of bogus charges against her. There's a lot of things that are happening that are absolutely criminal in nature, just the way they're conducting themselves. And I think we like to say there's nothing we can do. You say, well, yeah, you can actually describe it. You can say this is what's happening. I mean, I was in the General Assembly 10 days ago when the Myanmar ambassador spoke, and I met him, talked to him before, and I wasn't totally shocked by what he said, because I had a sense of what he was going to do. but he showed tremendous courage, and there are a lot of other Myanmar diplomats around the world who are joining him and who are not going to support what the regime is doing. This is causing way more of a stir, I think, and a reaction than the military thought was going to happen. There's no way they thought this was. They thought they could just get away with it, and that people would believe them when they said, "Don't worry, we'll have another election in a year. We're just here to kind of deal with a problem with the last election." There was no significant problem with the last election. They lost the election, and Aung San Suu Kyi won the election, and that's what they didn't like about it. Mm-hmm. But this is why I say the coup is a coup. It's not a constitutional move by the army. It's a coup. And we need to describe it for what it is.
Mm-hmm. My concern is that in this thing that's going on with the government now, we had become disillusioned with Aung San Suu Kyi, but now she's the victim that we have to protect, and her party and so on. And it looks as if the concern about the Rohingya has to not only take a back seat, but it be put on hold while some of the other, issues are being fought. Am I mistaken in seeing that these two issues are almost perceived as contradictory?
No, I think. I'm not sure I agree with you. I mean, I don't know whether you're mistaken. I always start every conversation thinking maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know. But my sense is that something is happening, which is kind of interesting. And that is, you got to remember that in addition to the resistance among the population living in large urban centers in Myanmar, the Bamar people who live in Yangon and Mandalay and the other major cities, there has been since 1947, 48, a fighting force in every other region of the country, the Chin, the Kachin, the Karen, in Shan State. If you think of Myanmar as a horseshoe, you've got the part of the horseshoe that goes right around the country in mountainous areas, and those people are not putting up with this. They have been engaged in military action against the government of Myanmar for many, many, many years, whatever stripe the government may have, and they haven't gone away. The peace process which Aung San Suu Kyi took charge of in 2015 has not gone anywhere, done much. And so those people have come together. And during the Rohingya crisis, there was slowly but surely a change in their thinking, in the thinking of those groups around the Rohingya. And they began to realize that they were part of the Rohingya. The challenge facing the Rohingya had also faced them. It was also facing them, and they needed to figure out some common ground. And I think that's taken hold now in the democratic movement in Myanmar. I think that Aung San Suu Kyi won the last election. She should be released from prison. She should be able to take the office that she won. But I think that she will inherit a democratic movement which will be different than the one that she thought she was leading when she went into prison for this recent time. I think that I have not given up on the ability of the Myanmar broad political system to come around to the idea that the protection of the Rohingya is actually something they need to do as well. Maybe that's just too optimistic, but I don't think it's impossible. Well, and that's certainly what we should be aiming at. Canada certainly is not dropping its support for the Rohingya or for the dealing with the challenge that they face inside Myanmar as well as in Bangladesh.
Well, that's the nicest thing you've said all day, because I had the contrary opinion. My assumption was that most of the people who had been themselves victims in these struggles, these ethnic wars, so to speak, and who were immigrants or refugees, in Canada were very supportive of the oppression of the Rohingya. And if you're saying that they're coming around, they're seeing the connection between their own predicament and that of the Rohingya, the similarities, and learning something from this experience, well, that's good news. I don't know whether
It's complicated. I mean, I'm not pretending it's simple. I mean, I think that as Paul laid it out in his brilliantly put together capsule of the history of Burma, of modern Burma, the issue around the Rohingya is really an issue of identity. It is about, are you one of us or are you part of somewhere else? And when I, when I think of the Rohingya, I think of the Roma in Europe, where there are many, many countries and nationalities and ethnic groups in Europe that say, well, the Roma are not part of, they're not part of us. They're foreigners. They're outsiders. And I think that the problem that the Rohingya face is that they are a people who whose history in relationship to Myanmar dates back at least 200 years, and some of them who are Muslims living in Rakhine State have been there for hundreds and hundreds of years. So to say that they have no connection or no identity or no relationship to Myanmar is just not true. It's so you then start from the premise that says, these people have to be included. But I would observe that in the British Empire in Asia, a lot of boundaries and borders were taken down. A lot of freedom of movement took place. And when national movements of liberation in India and Pakistan and Bangladesh and Burma happened, there was a drive to reestablish borders and boundaries and to say, we insist that these people are not part of us and those people are not part of us. And these debates and these issues are happening throughout Asia. And it's a little present that the British Empire has left behind. And it's Afghanistan, Pakistan, the border lines that were created by the British. It's a function of empire. It's not just the British Empire, the French Empire, same thing. And we're living with the consequences of that, and the new world in which national groups, ethnic groups say, well, the British did this, or the French did this, or some other country did this to us. That's not who we are or how we think who we are. So it's complicated, and we have to work it out.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. That's an upbeat kind of an analysis, although complicated, as you say. Now let's go to Belgium and meet Mr. Avila. And I have not had a conversation with him yet about what his position is. It may be that the people he's representing are more favorable toward Canada's position than the two people who've been sort of scolding you for not doing more. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Calixto,
I don't consider Mr. Burton or Mr. Copeland to be scolding me. It's fine. I'm a big boy. I can take it. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Well, I farmed that task out to them so that I wouldn't have to scold you myself. So there you go. Okay, Calixto Avila, you're in Belgium. Please sort of brief us on your situation. I know that you're concerned about the conflict over who's the real government in Venezuela, and tell us whose side you're on and why.
Yes, I thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much, Ambassador Ray. Yes, of course, we are a human rights organization, so we are more focused on the situation, on the humanitarian situation in Venezuela and the human rights situation inside the country. Of course, we really appreciate all the role played by Canada in this, in trying to reach a solution to the crisis in Venezuela. We know that Canada has played a key role, for instance, in the setting of the Lima Group, who is one of the best actor in trying to reach a political solution to the crisis. And also we know that Canada is play a vital role in the beginning of the preliminary examination at the Office of the Prosecutor in the ICC. And there is a preliminary examination in Venezuela called Venezuela 1, and it's focused on crimes committed in Venezuela since 2017. And of course, Canada has played this role despite the fact that there is no embassy open in Caracas, because the Canadian embassy is closed. But in spite of this activity of Canada, the Maduro government is more and more close. And for instance, in December, we had the last elections on the new National Assembly, which is considered as not free and no accord, and there is not full respect of international standards and even the national standards in terms of constitutional standards. So the fact is that we are facing a humanitarian crisis with more than 5 million of migrants in the region. We are also facing a crisis in human rights in internal terms, but all the action of the international community seems to be not enough to solve the crisis, and seems to be not enough to change the dynamics in the power. So we know that now the government of Maduro is more and more consolidated in power, and civil society is more and more persecuted by the establishment. But what other actions can be set by the international community if the situation starts being more and more established in terms of there is no changes in the short terms? So I know that Canada has been playing a role as an independent actor, but also playing a role in terms of international collectivities, so with other countries in the region, and even as member of the United Nations at the United Nations Forum. But what we can expect to do if the situation is not changing, in spite of the fact that there is a very important activity of the international community? That's a little bit my question.
Well, I think, and I appreciate very much your question, and I appreciate your perspective, because I think it's important. Of course, there's a debate in Canada, as there is elsewhere, on the nature of the Chavez-Maduro experience, governments, the response from a number of countries, the United States, Canada, a number of other governments around the world, within the region, within Latin America, South America, there are countries that are part of the Lima group. There are countries that are not part of the Lima group, and it's complicated, but it's not that complicated, because I think what's been behind Canadian policy pretty consistently has been our commitment to democracy, and our commitment to freedom of speech, and our commitment to diversity of opinion, as we have seen it and experienced it in Venezuela. And I don't want to get into a long history or debate around stuff, except to say that the facts that you've described are ones that I think are very clear. There is a humanitarian crisis, as there often is in situations like this. There are 5 million Venezuelan citizens who have felt the need to leave the country in recent years. Before, over many years, there was a vast exodus, significant exodus of Venezuelans, but principally, I would say, people who were better off and who chose to leave the country and move to the United States or to other parts of Latin America or elsewhere. That was the first big exodus. But the exodus we're seeing now, which is much bigger in terms of numbers, millions of people are working people, working families, poor people who've lost everything, who have nothing, and who have crossed the border over into Colombia and into Brazil and other parts of Latin America. We have a huge presence in Peru. We have a huge presence in Ecuador. We have a big Venezuelan group that's moving up through Central America, and there's further instability in Central America, which we could also, it's all connected to what we're seeing and what we have to understand is happening. And one thing that I think is important for Canadians to know is that there's a significance to our engagement on this as a country because of our membership in the OAS and because we are an American country. We are a country of the Americas. And there are many Canadians who often haven't thought of themselves this way. They think of ourselves as, connecting more to Europe or connecting to Asia, but not necessarily to connecting to Latin America and to the Americas. But we are part of the Americas, and we have enjoyed the OAS and taken the interest that we have in governance throughout the Americas. We've become quite implicated in this discussion. I think it's fair to say that the hopeful assumption of a number of countries, including our own, was that the congressional leadership led by Mr. Guaido would actually be able to be successful in a democratic encounter with the Maduro administration. And that hasn't happened. That didn't happen. And I think it's an indicator for everybody to notice that if you are in power and you have control of the state and the apparatus of the state, that's a lot. And opposition forces that may seem to be influential are not as influential as they think. And actually, there's quite a strong comparison in this regard between Aung San Suu Kyi and Mr. Guaido and their relationship to state power, because state power in Myanmar and Venezuela was in the hands of the fundamentally forces of authoritarian forces, supported by the army and by the military, and the civilian opposition was not able to overcome that. And so we're now living with the consequences of that. So what's happening? Well, again, everyone is reassessing. The Lima group is regrouping. And we have meetings in New York. We have meetings in the OAS in Washington. We have lots of discussions going on in a number of different places as to how do we respond? I mean, one of the things we're doing, Canada is very much involved with the refugee situation in Colombia. We're profoundly supportive of the government of Colombia for what they've done. They've indicated that 1.7 million refugees in their own country will be allowed to stay, will be allowed to work, will be allowed to get education, which is a huge decision. Same things are happening in a number of neighboring countries. Peru, Ecuador, and others are being very positive, but we are also assisting in that process. And we're helping to fundraise for that process at the UNHCR. The Minister of International Development of Canada is leading the efforts to raise awareness and to raise funds for the activities of the international agencies that are involved in the situation. But I would say this, and this is not intended to get into too big an argument, but any notion that there's somehow something romantic or progressive about the Maduro regime is, I think, quite misplaced and quite mistaken. And there is some of that. There are some people who say it's a socialist government that socialists should be supporting. And I would say, if you have an ounce of democracy inside your bones, you can't support the Maduro regime, because there's nothing remotely democratic about it. It's an oppressive government. There's evidence of torture. There's evidence of extraordinary abuse of power. There's unilateral, arbitrary, authoritarian actions by the government that are completely incompatible with any notion of democracy, and we need to come to grips with it. However, we also need to come to grips with what is the current situation, and I think that's something which our government and every other government is assessing right now. What is the best and most effective way to respond? But we're not backing off on our view that there are issues of accountability and impunity that need to be looked at, and that's why we've been involved with looking at what are the international legal steps that can be taken. But we also have to look and see, well, what are the Europeans prepared to do? What are the Americans prepared to do? How can we be a constructive player in those discussions? But we are very involved in those discussions, and I think that's important for you and your supporters and around the world to know.
Could I ask about your views about sanctions? Because there's a debate within, I believe, among Venezuelans as to whether that's a good thing or not.
Are you asking me, or are you asking our guest? Well, my view on sanctions is that we should be very careful in sanctions policy with any country to make sure that the impact of the sanctions is not falling primarily on the least well off in the country. Mm-hmm. And the other aspect of sanctions that I think we always have to be looking at is, are they effective? Are they actually doing what we think they should be doing? Or are they making the situation worse? And are they in fact strengthening the hold that the government has over the people? And I think that's something we have to look at as if I may be permitted to say so, as a factual issue, and really assess it on a factual basis, because frequently sanctions are called for. And one of the things we've developed is this concept, and Charles referred to it with respect to China, is the concept of Magnitsky sanctions, as they're called. That is to say, sanctions that are targeted directly at individuals who we have every reason to believe a degree of responsibility for a particular situation or abuse of human rights. Those sanctions, I think, can be quite effective with respect to the impact they have on those particular situations.
And are morally certainly more defensible than some of the other questions about who's going to be hurt most.
Well, that's where I think it's both a moral question and a practical question. The moral question is this the right thing for us to do? Is this sustainable? But the second question is it actually being effective? And I think that's something which governments have an obligation to assess all the time. And I think it's something that our own government has indicated publicly is looking at, not just with respect to the situation in Venezuela, but with respect to all of our sanctions. Mm-hmm. Where is the burden falling, and is this effective? And that's something that's being reviewed, to my knowledge, is being reviewed all the time. And that's the way it should be. It should be reviewed, assessed.
Right. Okay, we have just a couple of minutes that I'd like to invite anybody who has a burning question or comment you'd like to wind up with to toss it in. Who has something you want to
maybe I can add something before about the sanction, because we are, as human rights organization, we support the request of the High Commissioner, Madame Bachelet, to how do you say when you try to take out the, not to apply the sanctions, just to because she's asking to lift the sanction, the sectoral sanctions, and we support this demand, because we know that the effect of the sanctions inside the country are worsening the situation of the population, of course. But we have to do the difference between these sectoral sanctions and individual sanctions to human rights, responsible of human rights violations, for instance. And we support this kind of sanctions because we consider that this is something useful to solve the situation in the country and to send a strong message to this kind of responsible. So we are supporting this kind of thing. But one thing, another thing is when a government like the government of Maduro is using the sanctions to banish his own responsibility in terms of corruption, for instance. Yes. Because Venezuela has a very strong problem of corruption, and they are saying the government is saying no. Is the sanction the responsible of the current situation of the humanitarian crisis? Are the sanctions the responsible of this, but not the years and years of corruptions with a very high income from petrol revenues. So I think it's very important to do this difference and to know how this kind of regime can use the sanctions as an excuse to say we are not responsible. The responsible is another actor, not the government.
Can I ask whether the Lima group is reassessing the question of sanctions? We don't know. The public doesn't know what you guys are talking about. You know.
Well, what we're talking about is how can we assist in what is an appalling human rights situation inside Venezuela. And when you're asking, are other governments assessing their sanctions? Well, Secretary Blinken has already said that they're looking at sanctions as it impacts on humanitarian situations in a number of countries. And I think that will include Venezuela. So a number of countries are doing what we're doing. Precisely for the reasons that have been described, that you've got to make sure that what you're doing is effective. And I think that's something that has to be assessed on an ongoing basis. The Secretary General of the UN has also asked everybody to look at them because of the impact of COVID. And COVID-19 is having a major impact in Latin America, including Venezuela, including Colombia. So we have an obligation to look at that in the way that I think Canadians would expect their government to.
Indeed. Anybody else?
Well, I'd like to thank Mr. Ray for giving us a sincere and honest account to us ordinary Canadians, taking out an hour of his time. I've been a long time admirer of Mr. Ray, and I think he's an excellent representative of Canada in the UN. And thank you for speaking to us today.
Well, thank you, Charles. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate the chance, and I have to say, as ambassador, the government has encouraged me to engage with Canadians on issues of our foreign policy and human rights as we see them at the UN and elsewhere. And I appreciate that they've given me this this license, and I also make a point to try to engage with as many representatives of civil society, of student groups, university webinars, all of the opportunities that are made available through the miracle of Zoom. I mean, one of the things that about the only positive thing I can think of about what the technologies that have arisen during COVID are that the technologies have made it much easier for us to communicate with one another very directly, and to encourage a dialogue between officials and civil society and citizens around the world. And I think that's great. I think it's really important.
I think every one of us actually celebrated when we heard that you were going to be the UN ambassador for our country. It's a real a good choice, and I'm really happy that you're there, and I'm very, very grateful to you for spending time with us and clarifying all these issues that need so much more work. Appreciate your work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Meta. Nice to talk to you. Appreciate it. Our guest, nice to talk to you.
Okay.
I agree with Meta's sentiments.
Mucho gusto.
De nada.
Thank you.
Okay, it's been lovely. Be well, everybody. Take care of yourselves.
Thanks for organizing it, Meta.
Thanks, Meta. That was great.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Meta Spencer. And today we're not going too far. Markham is only 20 miles from here or so. And my friend Lloyd Helferty is sitting at his desk, although I think he's more at home out in the garden. He's an agricultural technologist or something, a fancy name for a would-be farmer, or sometimes an expert on farming who doesn't actually live on a farm, right?
And so I guess a little bit of a clarification of my credentials.
Okay.
I actually got
that
I actually got training in electronics technology and automation. So I did a lot of work in for instance, Asia and the US and other places in factories.
And I want to know about dirt, man.
So
I'm
I left this job. I left this job thinking about probably in the late 2000s, thinking, okay, now the renewable energy is this big new thing. It's coming up. So the Green Energy Act was being discussed. So I joined the Ontario Renewable Energy Association. And that was the story of me getting into biochar, because I joined thinking, oh, okay, I'm going to study wind, or I'm going to study solar, or do something in that sector. But I ended up as a member of OSEA, Ontario Sustainable Energy Association. I ended up having a conversation with a farmer. She's a potato farmer, organic, wanted to put solar panels on her farm, on her barn, like the roof, and wanted to put up a wind turbine on her farm. She said, look, I'm an organic farmer. I grow potatoes. I want to run my tractor off of the waste wood that's on my farm, because I have a big pile of waste. But I've heard that it was done before by the Germans way back during the war. She goes, I can run my tractor off of wood. Can you help? And so I did. I went to help her, and I did a little bit of research to figure out, like, how can you do this? So I discovered gasification. And that's the process of turning wood to gas, wood gas. And that process of pyrolysis, producing wood gas, produces a gas that can burn in an engine and run a tractor, whatever. Byproduct is this thing called charcoal. Of course, being a potato farmer, she was really interested in that. She goes, well, I heard this guy Dr. Lehman in Cornell University was doing some studies to put this charcoal stuff, this biochar, I think they call it, into soils in the Amazon. And maybe I can do that too on my farm, because I grow potatoes, I'm organic, and I know one of those certified organic ingredients is charcoal. That's on the list. So she goes, can we try that?
The normal economy of biochar production, you wouldn't think of the biochar as the byproduct. That would be the main thing that you'd have. And you'd also get a little bit of gas on the side.
Well, a lot of companies look to try to monetize all of it, right? They want to sell the energy if they can sell the heat, or they can sell the gas, or they can sell the liquids. They want to sell that. Why not make money off of that too?
Well,
and sell the biochar too.
Theoretically, but to be honest, I don't find that many people making biochar.
Well, this is the thing, because the economics don't work. People have tried it over and over and over again. The economics don't work.
Okay.
That's why we don't have any producers, because nobody knows if there's a market for biochar.
Why don't we create a market for it? Because
this is exactly what I've been doing.
Two obvious reasons. Number one, if only because of the food production, it's wonderful as a way of improving the quality of the food and the amount of food and that sort of thing. Agriculture. It's great for that. But even if you didn't do any farming, it would be wonderful as a contribution and one of the best possible ways of sucking actual carbon out of the atmosphere,
exactly,
underground permanently.
But it actually does all come down to the economics, though. And that's what I was saying. Any producer out there, and they've all tried it, they want to monetize three things. They want to monetize the energy, they want to monetize the biochar, and they want to monetize, if they can get it, carbon credits. So they want to be paid for sequestering carbon. They want to be paid for selling the biochar. They want to be paid for selling the energy. The economics don't work.
I don't understand why not, because
They just don't.
Look, I have a friend who has a garden, and she says, well, my backyard, I'm not even sure I'm going to raise a garden anymore this year, because the last year or two, it didn't produce a darn thing. It's not worth our effort. And I said, I will buy you some biochar, and I'll figure out how you're going to use it. And will you do this for me? I'll buy it because I want to see how it works. I haven't ever used it. So I'm going to call my friend Lloyd and find out where. No, I didn't call you right away, because what I wanted to do was, I went to Canadian Tire, website. I went to Home Depot. I went to all these places.
Nobody sells it.
They're supposed to be selling stuff for the garden. No biochar. You can put into Google biochar in Toronto. Normally, whatever you put into Google, I want to buy, lipstick in Toronto. They tell me where I can buy lipstick. No, they couldn't tell me any place to buy biochar. They didn't know what
because
it was.
It doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. Here, because I spent 10 years plus.
Well, okay,
from
why
that moment
economically? It should be something that every single gardener, including myself, I don't have a garden, but I have pots of flowers in my window. I'd be happy to put biochar, but you can't even buy it.
Honestly, a bunch of companies went out there and said, look, we can make the economics work. We're going to sell potted soil mix in the garden centers. There's a company in Calgary, bankrupt. There's a company in BC, I'm sure, bankrupt by now. There's a whole bunch of companies in California, in Massachusetts, because the economics don't work. There's no market for it.
Right. Why no market for it? Why can't, normally if
it's a huge overhead for the marketing side to create a market. It's huge. This is actually what I've been doing, but it's a very long-term solution.
Yeah, but normally if a new idea comes along, some better mousetrap, there's a market right away. I want a better mousetrap.
Well, there was for a while. Everybody tried it, and then everybody realized, well, it's not doing really anything for my garden.
What's something
because
wrong?
Our soils are pretty good. We have good soils relatively. We're not the depleted soils of the tropics. So yes, biochar did wonders in the tropics, in Brazil, in Sub-Saharan Africa, in India. It did great things for their depleted soils. We have good soils. We're not doing a lot. We can sequester a whole lot of carbon. That's valuable if you value the climate benefits.
Well,
we have cold
you
soils.
make it sound like if you value the climate benefits, man, we're going to perish if we don't value
in the market as it exists today. There is no value to sequestering carbon. Nobody will pay you that for doing that. There is no market value. That's the value I'm talking about. So there's no incentive in our current existing market to sequester carbon. You can offset carbon, but you can't sequester it.
Want to do, and I've got a million friends who say, I want to do something about global warming. Okay, well, they'll do things like turn out the lights when they go in the other room. But what really would make a difference, and people don't realize, it's not enough just to stop emitting carbon. We've got to do more than stop the carbon emissions. We've got to reverse it and start pulling this out.
Absolutely.
And not only start, but we better step on it, because things are getting urgent, really perilously urgent. So this is an important way of doing it. It's probably the only economically feasible and scalable way of doing it.
It's almost there. It's these companies actually that tried it lasted a while. They burned through their capital.
Maybe what we need is just plain blasting the public with information.
Absolutely.
This is something very, very
But how much does that cost? You want to run a TV ad? That's going to cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars, right?
I'm making this right now. You just send it to your friends and we'll get it out.
Oh, I've been, as I said, I've been doing this for more than 10 years, since 1998. We haven't got there yet. Everybody does know about biochar now, but of course, well, a lot of people do. They don't know how to use it because they've never used it.
I'm always
they've
having
never
to
seen
explain what it is. It's very normal to explain what it is. And by the way, I just was watching something. You gave me the name of a company or an outfit, a farm out in Caledon. It's called wholevillage.org.
Yeah.
And I have been watching. I went to ask them for information, which they haven't returned my call yet. But there's a wonderful video there. It's like almost 2 hours long. And this guy named Albert Bates.
Oh, Albert. Yeah, I know Albert. I met him a couple times. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He was at the biochar conferences that I went to in the US. He would always be there.
He's a fount of information.
He's an amazing guy.
Yeah. Well, look, he's talking not only about what actually happens in the soil, to the microbes and to the fungi and to the minerals and everything, and to the water retention, the moisturizing and stuff of the soil, and how it improves the quality. And how much you can put in there. He said a number of things there. Like they have found biochar in the soil that's 250,000 years old. It wasn't made by people, it was made by forest fires, but it's in the soil and it's still good. It's still there.
It's better than ever, actually.
You can take it out of this air, put it in the ground, and it stays there.
Of course, Albert's work is, again, in the tropical soils. So he's working down in Central America, South America.
He's working
for the most part.
The farm in Tennessee.
In Tennessee, I think he's tried it there, but I'm not sure. Like in my discussions with them,
there's a lot of other things he's talking about. For example, putting it in animal feed.
Absolutely.
Wonderful to these ruminants that emit all this carbon. It makes their it stops.
Actually, I read recently there's some trials going on in Alberta, I believe, feeding animals, feeding the cows, feeding the pigs, feeding the chickens.
They've been doing it in Switzerland and Germany, but the U.S. Food and Drug Act refuses to allow them to do it. But he said you can do it in Canada, so we should be doing it.
But we have rules here, though. We have rules. I'm sure, but he said the CFIA has really gone down on that. And it takes years to get a permit to sell biochar in Canada.
To sell biochar, even for gardening?
Yeah. Anything that goes into soil anywhere. The CFIA, the Canadian Food and Agriculture organization of the Canadian government, basically says no importation or sales without a permit from us. And you're going to have to apply. It's going to cost so much money, and it's going to take so many year or whatever.
Before I even
to get your permission,
I had taken a trip through the Rockies by car, and I had seen, this is like 10, 15 years ago, I saw hundreds of miles of these pine trees in the Rockies that were red because of the pine beetle. And when I came back, the first thought I had when I heard about biochar was the best thing Canada could do for the world right now, because we're really not doing very well in terms of carbon with all these, the tar sand emissions and stuff. So we're not doing our share. But if we cut down those trees and right there on the spot, dig a pit in the ground and make biochar and use that biochar, all the farms in Canada sell it, mix it in with fertilizer and compost and things and use it, we would be not only offsetting probably all of the tar sand, the biggest contribution that Canada could make. And so
absolutely. I did the math early on, way back in 2009. I did the math. The area that you travel through as you cross the prairies, right, is called the Palliser Triangle. So the Palliser Triangle, that prairie land, the flatlands between basically Manitoba all the way to the Rockies, all that land that's there, if you were to just put, I believe the numbers were something like 0.1% increase in soil carbon of all that land I calculated if you did that with biochar, that would offset about 20 years of our carbon emissions in Canada.
Wow.
1 year by
Fabulous.
0.1%, right?
Do wonders for the soil. Yeah. Okay.
And it would just basically, we can do it easily, really. But again, the economics aren't there. You can't do it at a profit. You have to pay for that to be done.
Well, we pay for a lot of things, including pipelines that we shouldn't be
Yeah,
using at all.
And you could do it
Take the
probably,
money
you
out of
could
the-
do it at a fraction of the price of that pipeline. I'm sure.
Take the damn money out of the pipeline and put it in biochar.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And, you know, the French started this thing 5 years or so ago called 4 per mille,
4 per thousand.
per
Yeah.
thousand, meaning that every farm should, I think, every year try to increase the amount of carbon in their soil by 4, not 4%, but 4
0.4%. Yeah.
Yeah, 0.4% per year. And that if we do that, we've got, well, I don't know how far.
That number, you know how they got that number? They said, look, what are all the farms in the world? Like, what is the area of all the farms in the world? What is our CO2 emissions?
Mhm.
They said, okay, CO2 emissions divide by the acres or hectares of farms in the world. How much carbon do we need to add per hectare? And they came up with the number 0.4. That's the number that's required to offset 100% of our emissions.
Well, you know,
All
the
of it.
question is, how do we get there? And I've had conversations with people and they sort of, some people are still in denial. Some of the climate change people are still saying, well, what we really need to do is just more aggressively reduce carbon emissions. And
But we need to do both.
It's too late for that. That's not enough. Of course we need to do that, but that's not enough. We have to do, we have to do more. We have to, suck it out of the atmosphere. Well, what are the ways of doing it? And they all start talking about how, oh, these machines won't work and this and that won't work. And I say, yeah, that won't work. But what will work? Yes, trees and agriculture.
Yeah,
and that can be
anything, photosynthesis, right? That's
right.
free.
Absolutely. And we know how to do it. It's not a big secret. And there's absolutely no negative side effect, as far as I know. Can you think of any?
Well, for biochar itself, there could be, for sure.
How?
Well, I mean, put too much. You put in a bad biochar that's not suitable to the soil. I mean, there's a whole bunch of bad biochars that you can put out. This is why the CFIA came out and put the regulations, because they said, well, we don't want to see like just black stuff coming in from China or wherever, that they call it biochar, but it could be anything. I mean, who knows what it is, right? Could be toxic. Easily toxic to produce something with PAHs and who knows, contaminated feedstocks of whatever waste.
You ever seen any evidence of a case where some actual material harm was done because somebody did use the wrong kind of biochar?
I didn't see it personally, but I've heard stories of some trials that were just basically, it's not working, and we've kind of ruined our farm for like we've reduced they've reduced the productivity of the farm as opposed to increasing its productivity.
Now, if that's the case, then I need to know more about it, because I don't want to mislead anybody. I'm as much.
It's no miracle. It's not a silver bullet for, transportation itself, even just transportation. You talked about, oh yeah, you can do it on site. Yes, absolutely. But who's going to pay for the person to actually go there and do it?
There are two arguments. When you say it's not cost effective, you can't make a profit from it. Okay, I will live that, because I still think that the need for it is so great that even if it costs us something, I will personally pay to have it done as my contribution to the world to make sure that it gets done, because it's such a good thing to do. But if you tell me, yes, but you can actually do harm with it, that's a different story.
Well, that's the potential is there. The potential is always there for anybody to do something nefarious.
And I am trying this show right now, what we're talking about. I want to convince people that everybody in the world ought to be using biochar, and everything it's going to be the a big deal. Now, if I'm lying and deceiving and stuff,
It's
I
not
really
lying.
but if you tell me that it could do harm, I need to find it out and put it in here.
There's the potential for people to say, oh, we've got waste. We want to get rid of it. We're going to just sell it as this thing called biochar. We're going to biochar. Nobody knows any different.
But we can't talk loosely.
Uh-huh.
I'm telling people what I want everybody to do. Everybody watching the show, go get some biochar and use it. Damn it.
But it's not out there. That's the problem.
Well, I'm going to try to find it. I'm going to try to do my best to make sure everybody knows how. I'm going to keep you after this because I think it's important. But if you tell me that I'm actually doing some harm, then I have to stop.
There could be a negative.
But what I'm saying
The
is
pyrolysis process.
It's not enough. It's not enough, Lloyd, to just say, well, it might go bad. There might be something wrong and we're not quite sure. And I heard that maybe somebody someplace thought that something happened. No, if I'm reporting on something, I have to tell the whole story and give the facts. And this is a place where I need to get the facts. Probably this afternoon, I'm going to have to go look up, try to find all the references to harmful things done so that I can stick it in this very video so that we don't mislead anybody.
There are bad actors out there. We just need to be very careful about endorsing a company, let's say, that says we're producing biochar and say, oh, this is great, because there were a bunch of companies out there, for instance, even that were trying to stop the biochar from being produced by other companies because they wanted to corner the market.
Okay, I want to know facts. Give me dates, times, names, phone numbers, evidence, reportage. This is reporting facts. And I can't just speculate.
I don't even remember the name of the company. But there was, they got headlines, and they were like the sponsor of one of the biochar conferences, like way back in 2004 or something like that.
I'm not going to upload this video until I get some clarification of facts.
We just need to be very, that my tale is one of caution.
It's not enough. Sorry. You cannot just say, well, be careful. That's true if I say I'm going grocery shopping, but if you say, watch out, you might get something that is not good for you, that's pretty vague, and I need something much more specific. Okay. Anyway, onward. And it's worth talking about it as the discovery of terra preta.
And the work that Dr. Johannes Lehmann did at Cornell University, with one of his students, Dr. Julie Major from McGill University. So McGill is actually really a central part of the story of terra preta.
I know that. Okay.
So Dr. Julie Major was Dr. Johannes Lehmann's student at Cornell University. She subsequently went on to to McGill University. But I think she might have started out at McGill and then went to Cornell and then back to McGill again. But she was the one actually doing those digs in the Amazon, figuring out what is this stuff that makes this terra preta soil so fertile after so many centuries, really, in an otherwise very infertile tropical depleted soil situation. Everything else was depleted tropical soils, but where these terra preta were very rich soils. They used to mine those terra preta soils in Brazil. So people would sell this really black, rich soil that they would dig out from these sites. But they did archaeological digs, and they were actually looking at the history of what is this stuff, because there was pottery shards, there was all sorts of things. They were doing archaeological work from Cornell, but then the ag guy, Dr. Lehmann, said, look, this black soil, there's a reason why it's black. We want to study this for its potential. How can we create these permanently fertile soils? What is the secret behind what happened here? And the secret was the civilizations that were there. Those pre-Columbian civilizations had created those soils. They were likely their waste middens, or they were produced deliberately. We don't know. because they're just piled. I mean, this is ancient soils. They're thinking, there's some theories that say these were created deliberately, some theories that these were just their waste piles. And basically what would happen is in the village, the ancient pre-Columbian village, the Aztec village, I'm not sure if it was Aztec or what the tribe would have been at that time, but they would have their charcoal fires and they would cook over the charcoal fires every day and in their homes. And then at the end of once they're finished cooking their meals, they would dump the charcoal or the ashes with little bits of charcoal in it into clay pots. And those clay pots, at the end of, let's say, the end of the month, they would fill them up and they would dump them into a pile and smash them into a certain place. So there were a bunch of broken pieces of pottery shards together with charcoal, and all those got buried by the jungle when those civilizations disappeared after basically Columbus came and discovered the Americas, and discovered, I say, and those civilizations disappeared and the forest took over and buried all these things, and they sat there for centuries. They kind of turned into these really, really deep soils that were extremely fertile.
6 feet deep.
Yeah. And so they did the archaeological evidence, like digs on these sites. They found all these pottery shards. They found all this charcoal. They found this really rich soil. And people like Dr. Johannes Lehmann at Cornell University did the research on that and said, look, big part of the reason why this is so fertile is because it has this charcoal in it.
I want to ask a more basic question, though, which is something I should already know the answer to. People all around the world make charcoal to use for cooking or whatever. Why? Why do they make, if they take wood, why don't they just burn the wood to cook their food? Why do they make charcoal? What is it?
The charcoal allows the heat of the fire to be much higher, because with wood, you've got a lot of water, and water cools the flames because water turns to steam and the steam actually cools the flames. So to make a hot fire, if let's say making steel, making ceramics, you use charcoal because it creates a really hot fire, because there's no steam, there's no water content.
Oh, so
the water content of wood, it cools it off. So you don't get a really hot fire with wood. When
people barbecue out in the backyard with the things, they buy bags of charcoal, and that's because it's better for barbecuing and cooking.
Well, it lasts longer and it's cleaner. It doesn't have smoke. Smoke is the result of the water in the wood that's combining with the gases being released and creating smoke. That's why if you want a smoky flavor, you add wood. You don't add charcoal, you add wood, right? So smoked meats, they add things like certain types of woods to make it smell like that wood.
Oh.
That type of wood, like hickory. Hickory has a certain smell that's really nice when you smoke it. When you burn it, it has smoke or creates smoke, and that smoke has a really nice flavor. If you made charcoal out of hickory wood, there's no hickory smell.
I know that you can make biochar from things besides wood. You can make and a lot of waste products like cardboard, all these Amazon boxes that
I wouldn't use those because they probably have a lot of like synthetic waxes and inks and dyes and like, everything like that.
Turkey feathers, or a place.
It's been tried. Turkey feathers, animal bones, nutshells are probably one of the best.
Really?
So actually, I tried. I mean, here in Ontario, the gold wrapped Ferrero Rocher chocolates produced right here in Ontario, in a factory just in southwestern Ontario. What is every single Ferrero Rocher chocolate? They're putting in a Brazil nut in the middle of a Ferrero Rocher chocolate, right? sorry, it's a in
Would
Europe.
it be hazelnuts?
Hazelnuts, that's what it is. Hazelnuts. They don't grow Brazil nuts here too much. So I keep saying Brazil nuts. What did you just say?
Hazelnuts.
Hazelnuts. So hazelnuts do grow here. So actually the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture was saying, look, we should grow hazelnuts here for the Ferrero Rocher chocolate factory here in Canada. We can produce the nuts for our chocolates instead of importing them from Europe or importing them from Washington State in the US. So there was a whole push to try to grow these hazelnuts in Ontario. So if we're producing millions and millions of chocolates for North America, we'll have millions and millions of nutshells. Now we can have millions and millions of feedstock to produce biochar from those nutshells. So if you're producing just chocolates, now it makes economic sense to produce biochar from that waste.
But I mean, your complaint was that nobody wants to buy it.
Well, that's the thing. You need to find those synergies. And again, yes, you're right. Nobody really knows what this stuff is and what's the benefit of buying it and using it. Like, why am I buying it?
Enough hazelnut shells to make a whole industry. I'm sorry.
Well, and that was the thing. Like, you have to do the studies to figure out, does it make sense? Are they producing enough? For me, as a producer of biochar, to take the waste from the Ferrero Rocher factory, let's say, and their nutshells. They might be producing 10 tons a week. Who knows?
I bet you could find other people producing things that they'd like to get rid of. I hear that corn is a problem because, you get the
a lot of studies have tried, yes.
Huh? Because
a lot of studies have looked at corn. I've looked at all these wastes of all these farm wastes, food manufacturing wastes of all kinds, tons of studies. And there's probably some cases that would work. And I thought that would work. But to get that studies in the first place, you really need the synergies to be created that allow that to happen. It never did happen. As far as I know, nobody actually started producing hazelnut biochar or hazelnut shell biochar. Maybe somebody in Europe's done it.
We have to do much more of other things as well to create more carbon in the soil and to rescue the future of soils, because there's, we're so rapidly depleting the quality of the soil that even the quality of the food that we eat is not as good as it used to be for us, for health reasons and for producing the nutrients that we need. And it's just not, the future is very bleak. We're gradually ruining and depleting the soil. So what can be done? What about this 4 per 1,000 move?
Well, the 4 per 1,000 was really, I got involved with them too. I had meetings with their secretariat when they first established the organization. Basically, it was actually the agricultural minister for France that started that organization, the former agriculture minister for France, who attended the COP21 meeting in Paris. So Paris got signed, and there was a side agreement during Paris COP agreement that they would create this organization, 4 per 1,000. And what 4 per 1,000 would do was find ways to increase soil carbon by this 0.4% per year. And they would create an organization that would, let's say, organize the world around the studies of how this can be done. So that's ongoing. So I've been working now, and this is what I've been doing for the past few years, not directly working with biochar, but working with the Climate Smart Food Program. Okay, so what we're trying to do is to create, as you had mentioned before, how do we create the demand? We don't have that time. So we need to say, farmer, you add biochar to your soil because what you can do is something very similar to like organic certified food, right? So the organic farmer becomes organic because they believe in the improvement of the food through organic means. Because they say, okay, it doesn't have pesticides, it doesn't use fertilizers, it has a lower carbon footprint. We're doing better things for the earth, better things for the soils. Our farming is more humane and ethical. So that's why a lot of farmers do tend to go organic, or they think, okay, I'll go organic because I can sell my food at a higher price. That's their incentive. They've got multiple incentives to go start farming organically. So we created a similar type of system, an incentive system for farmers to put carbon into their soils or to increase their soil carbon. So the idea is that something like organic certification, we certify your farm as climate smart. And in that process, you can now brand your food, whatever you grow on your farm, as climate smart. So you now have climate smart certified food. So like organic, as long as you increase your soil carbon, that's all. Our criteria is increase your soil carbon year over year, however you do it. I don't care how you do it, but we'll do a soil test. Year 1 or year 0, here's your soil carbon. Year 1, here's your soil carbon. Did it go up? Great. Yes, it did.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We'll
Tell
give you
me about
certification.
the measurement of that. What do you use, and how good is it at really measuring the amount of carbon in the soil?
The soil carbon tests are actually a standard. All farmers do it anyway. When they do a soil test, they test for nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, carbon, sometimes some of the minerals like calcium, iron, or some of these what they call micronutrients. So they test that pretty much every year. They just randomly take some samples from the soil on their farm, send it into the lab, and get it tested. We would need a little bit something probably more sophisticated, maybe randomized, something like that. We haven't worked out the specifics on the protocols yet, but we've got the framework for the protocols for climate smart certified. So the idea is, though, that increase your soil carbon, send your soil to the lab. If you're showing that you're increasing the soil carbon, you can get certified as climate smart, and whatever you produce on your farm would be climate smart certified, just like organic.
Okay, now hold on, because there are several different languages or terminologies that are used. I hear about regenerative farming.
Regenerative does.
You've used the word organic farming. Now climate smart farming. I don't know how many other things there are.
Well, those are the three main.
Presumably organic farming already is improving the carbon content of the soil, right?
And regenerative as well.
Yeah. Okay. How are
they?
So
they're not mutually exclusive. They're complementary. We can have climate smart regenerative organic. Why not? Although
what's the difference?
Regenerative includes organic already as well. So you wouldn't say organic regenerative, because regenerative includes organic already. So regenerative is a step beyond organic.
But climate smart is that you don't have
climate
to be
smart
organic.
you don't have to be organic, you don't have to be regenerative. Climate smart just means you're increasing your soil carbon, and that's basically it. But there's actually a second part to our climate smart certification protocol, and that's having to do with the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals at the farm level by the business that's implementing their carbon sequestration for their farm. And the SDGs have been something that's the United Nations and their agencies have been really promoting more in the developing world, not the developed world.
If you take a thing and you say, to be a climate smart farmer, you have to promise to adhere to the SDGs. Well,
not adhere. You have to implement some of the solutions to
what are the rules?
One or more.
One or
What's
more.
That?
Oh, okay.
Beyond SDG 13, climate action, because you're already doing that. by
I see.
sequestering carbon in your soils. So you can do something to, for instance, promote gender equality. That's an SDG.
Okay.
So your hiring practices, you're hiring and paying your women and men who are working on your farm the same. That would be implementing something on your farm that promotes the Sustainable Development Goals. You're promoting gender equality.
Okay.
That's
Good.
an SDG. So
I
there's
think
a positive. So that's how we've designed our protocols, such that you now have to report on what your soil carbon levels are and report on what you're doing to promote and implement the SDGs.
Is there really a market now? I mean, do people go shopping looking for things that are marked climate smart food?
At this point, no, because we don't have a budget to market this. We don't, and actually there is no farms yet that are climate smart certified anywhere in the world yet. We've tried for a few years. We've tried in Africa, a couple countries, but we're not going to start at a farm. We're going to start in a garden. So now we have.
Why?
Because it's much smaller and it's much easier
But I mean,
to manage
a
this.
garden is what people use for their own household.
Absolutely.
And so the question of marketing doesn't come up if you're actually cooking it yourself.
Well, no, because a lot of gardeners can sell in a farmer's market.
I see.
Can sell to their neighbors, or even swap with their neighbors or something. And so that but this is the promotional side of things. The marketing is not the consumer market. It's the local village, let's say, or community market. It's the translation of that message that this is how we can solve the climate crisis.
I want to hear about trees of peace and reconciliation or something, which I thought was such a nifty thing.
Yeah, so this is what we call the Global Unity campaign, where when you were president of Science for Peace, we had created this community sustainability working group. Right. And so that still exists, right? Through Science for Peace. If you go to the Science for Peace website, you'll still see Community Sustainability Working Group. I'm still chair. And so we have a couple of organizations or projects running through that. So what we're doing is a climate smart victory garden is like a climate smart farm. We increase the soil carbon year over year. And we certify the garden. And the gardener can now sell their produce to their neighbor as certified climate smart. So this way you can have a market garden in your community that sells food to the community members that's certified as climate smart. Where the idea is that the incentive for why you want a climate smart is not necessarily to get paid more. Like most organic producers, the incentive for them to go organic is also because they can sell their food at a higher price to the consumer. The consumer is willing to pay more for organic food. What our idea is, though, is that we don't want the climate smart food to be more expensive than the regular food. In fact, we want that climate smart food to be cheaper, to cost less for the consumer. That way the consumer will have more of an incentive to buy it.
Is there any real prospect that can happen? That
can happen by paying the producer for the carbon they've sequestered into their soils. So if we have, whether it's a public market or a private market, to pay the climate smart farmer for that soil carbon.
Where would you get the money to pay them? The government or what?
No, well, so we have you have a credit card, right? In your wallet. A lot of these credit cards have incentive programs, like 1% cash back, sometimes 2%, sometimes 3%, where you get air miles or something like that, right? Every purchase you make on your credit card. So it's an incentive program, right? So we have an incentive program for people to buy climate smart products. So they can get let's say a credit card with a 1% cash back, but the 1% doesn't go back to you. The 1% goes into a pool of money that goes to pay the farmers for the carbon they're sequestering. So if 1 million people have this credit card, the climate smart credit card, and they get there's a 1% of their whatever they buy on that credit card now goes into a bank account, and that bank account pays the farmer.
Oh, that's
so
a
the
great
consumers.
Idea. How far are you from being able to actually get?
It's a concept right now, but we're working with an organization that we can do this through the private sector. It's possible. We haven't done it yet because we don't have like I said, we don't have a climate smart farm or farmer or farm group organization that says, yes, we want to do this.
Tell me about the Tree for Peace and Reconciliation.
So we planted a tree of peace and reconciliation back in August 2019. And so that was done in Pickering. But that was done in order to promote a program called Watering the Fields of Humanity by an organization in New Zealand called Global Cooperation Day. So Global Cooperation Day in New Zealand wanted us to promote their programs. And so that date, the Feast of St. Francis of Assisi, commemorates St. Francis. So Global Cooperation Day was decided to be on that same date, October 4th, because St. Francis was the person who had negotiated the end of the Crusades. He brought together the King of Egypt and the Sultan. He effectively ended the Crusades by bringing together the two leaders at that time. So he was
who did? St. Francis or somebody else?
Saint Francis.
Really? St. Francis ended the Crusades?
Basically, St. Francis ended the Crusades. So he was a peacemaker. So he brought different cultures together, basically the Catholic side and the Muslim side. So he brought the Catholics, leader of the Catholics and the leader of the Muslims together to create peace, to end these thousands of years of war. So this gentleman in New Zealand, Adam, wanted to tell the story of the Sultan and the Saint of St. Francis and his role in bringing the two leaders together to end the Crusades. So how can we create world peace through dialogue? So that was the story we were trying to tell with the planting of the Tree of Peace and Reconciliation that we did here in Ontario. Our Tree of Peace and Reconciliation is actually taking the story of the Tree of Peace that is now symbolic of the First Nations of North America, Turtle Island, and melding that into the Tree of Peace and Reconciliation, which tells the story of St. Francis.
Okay, thank you.
So the idea is that the Tree of Peace and Reconciliation, when you plant it in your community, it has meaning, not as the Tree of Peace of the First Nations, and not as just the story of St. Francis. It's symbolic of a sacred site within your own community where people can come together and put aside all their politics and put aside all their religion and put aside all their differences as human beings, come together as human beings, put aside their differences, their age, their religion, their politics, everything like that, come together and have discussions at and around the Tree of Peace to discuss solutions that we need to implement in order to achieve those sustainable development goals.
Oh, all right.
So the tree becomes a symbol of peace, but also reconciliation and forgiveness in our community, where we have conversations about solutions.
Thank you. All right, we've used up our time. And I'm going to go look for some more facts so that I can put
Mhm.
it on the end of this about where you have to be careful, what you have to be careful for.
I would suggest just look up PAH.
What's that?
PAH. I forget the scientific name for it, but PAHs are nasty chemicals that can be produced. And if biochar is badly produced, can contain these chemicals that can be very toxic. So that there was a lot of concern at the very beginning in the biochar initiatives, the Canadian Biochar Initiative, about the PAH.
All right.
As a potential toxin that we could be putting in our soils accidentally.
Take care. See you.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. I've spent a good part of the afternoon doing a little research to make sure that I am not misinforming people and that you need all the information you probably need, I will provide, and accurately so. I've read a lot of articles, which I mostly didn't understand because they were very technical, but I found a good article that was great because it summarized, it took a whole bunch of other articles and took the juicy parts and told you what they all amounted to. And this is by Jian Wang et al., a bunch of people, in an article in Environment International, volume 130, September of 2019. And it's called Polyaromatic Hydrocarbons in Biochars and Human Health Risks of Food Crops Grown in Biochar Amended Soils, a synthesis study. The basic information can be summarized as so. The amount of, I should tell you this. The one thing all these articles seem to agree on is that the toxic contaminant that you want to avoid is something called PAH, which stands for polyaromatic hydrocarbons. And you don't want that stuff. Apparently, it's carcinogenic and maybe other bad things too. You could get other things like heavy metals and things, but apparently that's not really a problem. The thing you have to worry about is this PAH stuff. And what they say is that there's an enormous, a vast variation in the amount of this stuff that you find in the soil that has been treated with biochar. And the concentrations varied between 0.02 and 3,574 somethings units or whatever it is per kilogram. UG, I don't know anyway, it doesn't matter what the unit of analysis is. It just shows you how, some soil has thousands and thousands of times more of it than other soil. So it's, you got to explain what causes all that variation. Well, not unexpectedly, it was determined largely by how much of the biochar, how much PAH the biochar contained when you put it into the soil or on the soil, obviously. And you just want, less rather than more. Therefore, they tell you what, apparently rice, some species of plants absorb it more than others. Rice is something that you might want to think about before consuming rice grown in biochar emitted soil. This is true largely in Asia because they seem to use it some there. But the basic recommendation is that you should not apply more than or even up to 20 tons per hectare if you're a farmer. And this will be sufficient to minimize human cancer risks. They also mention that the amount, however much you put in the soil, the bacteria degrade it anyway. So if you leave it a while, especially if you age it, I guess above ground, I don't know, age it before putting it in, then it's gone after a year or so, it's negligible if not absent. So that's, but if you'd have to hang around and keep this stuff for a while. Also, if you heat it, you can reduce it. But they say, maybe that's a bother and expensive and stuff. So the best thing would be to mix it in with compost, and be careful, that the compost will help reduce it. So just the basic line is, you could eat root vegetables and lettuce and stuff that's been grown in this. Maybe you be more cautious about rice, but it's reasonably, it's safe. If you're a farmer, you shouldn't put more than or about 20 tons per hectare. I can't even visualize how much 20 tons would be, but there you go. So the other thing I did was try to find some of the stuff. And as I reported to Lloyd, I couldn't find any for sale online on the websites of either Canadian Tire or Home Depot. And the others, that other gardening places, it was obscure about whether this is really what they were selling or not. It wasn't clear. But I did find that you can buy it from Etsy, ETSY, which is one of those online outfits. And this, for example, I'm looking at there are several available through Etsy, different quantities and so on. And they say this one is 32 ounces of biochar for $19. And that's Canadian. And biochar 5 gallons, that'd be $45, et cetera. So you can even buy it by the, looks like barrels full for 250 something. There you go. If you want to do this, I think they basically are saying it's safe. Just if you're a farmer, don't overdo it. Okay. Good luck with it, because I think this is a very important way of contributing to not only the improvement of the soil, although he says Canadian soil is already pretty good. We don't have to worry much about it. But certainly it will contribute to the ending of global warming. Thank you. See ya. And I'm very, very happy now that we can have a good conversation, because this is a man I've been wanting to get to know much better. He is Dr. Angel Alvarez. He was a professor at the Central Venezuela University, and headed a department in political theory. His background is he has a degree, a PhD from Notre Dame in peace research, peace studies or something, right? Which is sort of my bag. So we have a lot in common. So good morning, Dr. Alvarez. How are you?
Good morning, Mika. How are you?
Good. It seems that we're both here in Toronto, although you teach at the University of Ottawa now.
Yes, I'm teaching a class on political communications.
Which is what we're going to talk about today. And you do it by Zoom, I gather.
Yeah.
As it these days.
Yeah. We're having a weekly meetings on Zoom.
So tell me what you cover in a course like that.
Well, basically, the first part of the class is focused on what are the relationship between the government as a political actor in a democracy, with mass media and citizens, in the context of the general theories of political communication. So we go over those traditional theories that started with the study of the public opinion at the beginning of the 20th century. And then we address all the theory about the two-step of communication developed basically for electoral campaign, but also useful in between elections. Then we focus on the theory of the agenda setting theory, which is probably the most the more powerful theoretical approach to study the role of the traditional legacy media, but also the new electronic platforms and media. So and then we study the relation between the government as an agent with other political actors like political parties, interest groups, international actors, other governments, but also not non-governmental international actors, and obviously the domestic citizens, but also the relationship between the different levels of government. In the case of Canada, obviously, the provincial government and then the federal government, which is not always easy to coordinate actions, particularly in crisis situations like this one with the COVID-19, where there are different agendas and different priorities, so it's challenging to coordinate the process of communication. And we study also the values that should be in the actions of a government as a communication agent, which are basically transparency, accountability, a democratic relation with the citizens, and efficacy. And then we finish our class with the process of branding the government, and particularly branding the country instead of the government, I will say. So we study the process of branding of Canada. That is a diplomatic strategy to promote Canada as a country, a Canadian interest of private and public branding techniques.
Canada is back, which Trudeau announced with great enthusiasm when he was first elected. Canada is back. Well, that was certainly an effort to change the brand. I suppose one of the real criteria for differentiating an authoritarian regime from a democratic regime would be the nature of the communication between the citizens and the government officials.
Absolutely. That's a crucial issue, because if we have to define democracy in a practical way, we have to rely on the concept of communication. The concept of public opinion is the substantial part, if not the most important part, of the democratic process. So I will say that democracy is basically a communication process. In the case of the authoritarian government, I wouldn't say that it's a communication process. It is basically an information process. So the government is an agent that broadcasts information and try to shape people's minds and preferences based on that communication that the government monopolized, and also try to get information from the public in order to control people's behavior. So if democracy is communication, I would say that authoritarianism is basically the monopoly of information.
I'm thinking of things going on in the world today. I suppose we all are, you know, things going on in the US. And also I'm thinking of what's happening right now in Russia with Navalny going home and all of this stuff about the clearly the regime is, I mean, it's a wonderful game going on there, you know, where they throw him in jail after trying to poison him. And then they try to convince the public that, of course, they didn't really try to poison him. Something else happened. I don't know what they claim. But then, you know, so he shows a picture of this enormous palace. Well, how are they going to sweep that under the rug? You know, how do they manage to manipulate images and even photos and reports? My God, it is so interesting to me to try to get into the minds of people who are trying to do all kinds of what I think of as crooked communication strategies to try to manipulate public opinion and suppress certain kinds of knowledge.
I will say that the political propaganda and manipulation of information have been always in politics, even in democratic politics. But in the case of democratic government, there is a dialect, a bidirectional relationship between citizens and governments. So in the case of democratic settings, you can even identify attempts from the government to manipulate public opinion, to put pressure on public opinion. Social media, electronic companies have a strong influence on the public, and they collect a large amount of information, and they use that information to sell those as their products. So they get information far enough about our preferences, about our the sites that we visit, the words that we use, the product that we buy, and they sell that information to other corporations and to politicians. So this is present in democratic societies and capitalist society. The difference is that in democratic societies, users have more opportunity to organize and to communicate and to create contents and share those contents in a kind of personal broadcasting process. So we as an individual, we can have our social media accounts, and we can use these platforms, and we can have some voice, and we can even organize with other people in trying to improve the level of democracy among us and in our relation with the government. And this is not the case of the authoritarian regimes like in Russia, where or even China, in China is even worse. The current government of China has a system, as you know, of social scoring. So the government can assign some kind of point regarding based on your behavior in social medias and in the electronic platforms in general. So you can get even discount for traveling, or some benefits if you are a good citizen, and you are punished if you are not a good citizen from the point of view of the government.
So you've mentioned, of course, the corporations that are doing it, that people are very upset about having information collected about their tastes and the preferences. Personally, most of that doesn't bother me a bit. I find it quite convenient that I can if I remember I was trying to buy a pair of winter boots online. Well, for 6 months or a year after I did that search for winter boots, there were ads popping up on my, the side of the screen trying to sell me winter boots. Well, and if I order books from Amazon, they give me a list of suggested books that they think I might like, and they are really good. They can predict very well the exact things that I think, yeah, that's very interesting. I might buy that. So that doesn't somehow bother me, but it certainly seems to bother a lot of people that all this information is collected about our tastes and our former boyfriends or whatever, the relationships that we've had and so on. But on the other hand, I mean, it's saying too much. It's giving us too much credit to say, well, we live in a democracy and our government doesn't do stuff to us the way the Chinese government does. Because if you listen to what Snowden revealed, the US government, and I don't know about Canada, but we're part of the Five Eyes, aren't we? That there is a lot of collection of information about people that we don't know about and probably wouldn't authorize at all.
Yes, absolutely. I think this is a big problem. This is a big problem. And even political parties may have access to this information if they have enough money to pay for that. As Norberto Bobbio said a long time ago when he was criticizing the model of liberal democracy at the end of the 20th century.
Who did you
I would say that nowadays, Norberto Bobbio is an Italian political scientist.
Okay.
And is very influential in the theory of democracy.
I don't think I know that person.
Yeah, Bobbio, his last name is Bobbio. Bobbio.
Yeah, okay. I guess I've heard of his name, but I don't know a thing about him. And he's a theorist.
Yeah, I think he is pretty much well known in Europe and in Latin America. So the government knows and the big corporation know a lot about us. Our life is no longer private.
Yeah.
And we know a little bit, just a little bit, about what the governments and the big corporations are doing, even with our life and our information.
Right. Well, of course, the freer the press, the more likely it is that we will know what is going on in the government. Although there's nothing to force the government to tell the truth.
Exactly. But I think that these technologies will evolve. I am not pessimistic. They have been evolving, and I will say that we are nowadays even better than we were a few decades ago, particularly at the beginning of this era of electronic democracy. And I think that in the future, as long as we as citizens organize and participate, we will be able to be more efficient and to hold politicians accountable regarding the information that they have about us.
Why do you think it's going to get better? You mean technologically the possibilities are there for more transparency, or that we will start demanding more transparency? Those are two different.
But I will say that both things. So they are connected. We should demand more transparency. We should organize to be more efficient in channeling our demands. But at the same time, the technology is able nowadays to give you, as a citizen, more information than in the past. I'm going to mention an example. It is possible nowadays to have bots controlled by citizens that can, for instance, see when the governments modify, amend, or correct some public information on some places, like for instance, the data sets or some public platforms like Wikipedia. So we can know when the government is editing and what kind of addition they made. So if they change some information, if they change some substantial data, we as a citizens can be automatically informed if we follow those bots that are privately created and are connected to Facebook or particularly to Twitter. So we get a tweet telling us, the agency X from this particular area of the government in this country is editing this information if we are interested in this particular data, for instance, environment or history or security, national security, we can follow that information and, make some track and trace what amendment was made and what will be the effect of this edition. So I think nowadays we have the instrument, and this instrument can evolve even more. And I am not telling you that we are gonna reach the perfect world. Never. it will never happen. But there is a kind of a dynamic in which there are progress and improvements in the democratic process.
I wish I could believe just what you said. I think you're telling the truth about what is technologically possible, but you sound optimistic, and I am bitterly pessimistic because simply the fact that it is possible to lie to people officially, the government can lie and lie and lie and get away with it. And half or more of the population will believe it, and they will act on it. And look at what has just happened in the US. This riot took place because the government, the president of the United States, stands up and tells people, go, wreck the Congress. And basically he instigated it. And it was based on 4 years or even 5, even before he was a candidate. Lying constantly, and people don't challenge it. So the fact that people are so willing to believe baloney, that obvious lies that could be found out, they could find out the truth technologically. It's great to know that there are methods of testing or checking the truth, but people don't do it, and they believe on the basis of what they want to believe.
Yeah, I am not totally optimistic, but we can see that historically there are elements for us to suppose that we can be better. Let's suppose, for instance, what will happen in Germany in 1933 if the government would have made the same. They did it. And the German citizens were unable to check what the government said, and they were unable to react efficiently. So Trump was able to lie. He repeated these lies many times. Half of the population was believe him and follow him, in a very loyal way. But the other half organized themselves and react, and were able to check this other half and the authoritarian behavior of Donald Trump. So I am not telling you that we live in a rose garden. We don't live in a rose garden. So it is a challenging, it's demanding, it demands political involvement, it demands information. But I will say that today we are in a better position to confront and to check authoritarian trends in our societies than we were in the past. For instance, even nowadays in Canada, due to what happened in the US, the Conservative Party had to clarify that they will not support fascist, racist, far-right movements in the body.
Okay.
So it is a kind of a reaction, of a domestic reaction of what happened in the US, but also the reaction of the Canadian people to what happened in the US. So the Conservative Party was probably able to track what's happening in the Canadian public opinion, I guess, basically through the social media. And they had to anticipate a damage control message telling people, we will not support something like Proud Boys in the right politics in Canada.
I would probably be more likely to accept your optimistic version of the technology than I would about any optimism about social psychology and the dynamics of human interaction.
Mhm.
Because, you know, everything that I have seen worries me, not just about how much the government can or a political party can manipulate its techniques to influence me and to get me to change my opinion in a certain way. That's bad enough. But I think I used to pin all my hopes on giving more power to NGOs, to civil society,
Mhm.
that we would bring, that if we would just empower, like some of the groups, peace groups that we belong to, if we would give more opportunity
Mhm.
for them to have more influence in government, this would solve a lot of problems. And I guess I still want to believe that,
Mhm.
but I have, you know, when you look at how NGOs work, there's no rule of law in an NGO.
Mhm.
There's no, there are no systems of appeal. There's no, you know, a system of verification or a system of proving things. It can be an NGO, a civil society group, is all about emotion and personal relationships and loyalties and identity and all of this stuff that's just about human interactions. And I have seen NGOs that have made terrible decisions just on the basis of this, what used to be called groupthink. Remember Janus back in the 70s? Irving Janus had this study of groupthink where he would show, for example, in Kennedy's cabinet, there, I think he showed that, first of all, the Bay of Pigs thing was, they blundered into this stupid policy of supporting this Bay of Pigs invasion because the members of the cabinet or his advisory council all liked each other and wanted to be approved by each other. And so nobody would question what anybody else would say. And they built up this fantasy about what was going to happen, and nobody was critical of it, or, you know, said, no, I think this is dangerous. And then he learned later, when it came to the Cuban Missile Crisis, he learned to break them up into subgroups and have them, because he knew that there'd be a dynamic within each of the subgroups, but maybe some of them would, you know, not agree with each other. And so he had to learn ways of keeping this group dynamic from, you know, building up into an ideology or a conviction or a belief that was just not sufficiently testing reality. And I've seen that in NGOs in ways that make me think, even in government, you would have some recourse if somebody wants to sack you or tell lies about you or something. You have some procedures that you can appeal to try to get evidence, and you have you know, courts have rules of evidence and how you're supposed to present information and so on. And that's not true if you have just organizations in which human dynamics take over. So I think something like that is going on, for example, in the US with this tribalism. This extreme, the people have taken sides and are loyal to a particular political party or a political ethnic group or a political or a gender or some identity that they have become individually loyal to, and that those sort of personal loyalties take priority over testing evidence. So yes, you could find out what is true by technologically. You could do a search of what the court records have shown or whatever, what the voting record disclosed. You can find out factually, but that's not what people are doing. People are basing their opinions on personal or psychological or emotional or social psychological loyalties, and I don't know how to counter that. How in the world can we get over that?
Well, I think it's difficult because we human beings are, we are a mixture between rationality and emotionality. So we are emotional human beings and we are rational human beings, and we are emotional in some areas and rational in others. I mean, I think it is impossible. But I will say that even though are some group of people that sometimes are, the majority, and sometimes are only a vocal minority. I mean, and the government had a lot of information about what we do as individuals. But nonetheless, we can try to, and I think that nowadays we are more efficient. We can more efficiently try to put pressure on the government and on and get some level of transparency. I wouldn't say that we will have in and never in the short run a complete transparency and complete accountability from the government. I was arguing that we are currently in a better position than we were a few decades ago, and this is the result of some technologies that at the same time have these dynamics. So they open opportunities, but they also put us in a more vulnerable position. So there is a kind of trade-off in this dynamic.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think I would pin more of my hopes on putting more institutional procedures in place to make sure that facts are checked and appeals are possible, and people have to get vetted for their background and so on before they're appointed to particular roles, etc. I'd like to be in your class sitting like a fly on the wall listening to the conversation. What do the students
you are more than welcome.
Do the students raise the kinds of objections and concerns that I've been throwing at you?
Absolutely, yeah. In many cases, some of them are more enthusiastic than I in the, regarding the social media, but some others have serious questions and reactions and concerns about the level of the democratic participation that we can achieve through these new technologies in the case of government communications. Yes, there is a debate, and this is probably the reason why this class for me is interesting.
One question I would wonder about the students or about public opinion in general. Edward Snowden revealed so much about the government's misuse of information or collection of information about citizens and so on. He and of course this WikiLeaks guy, I don't necessarily think they belong in the same category, because I think maybe there's culpability on one side that I wouldn't attribute to the other. But this disclosure of government secrets uh, some of my friends are, want take the side that the government needs privacy and secrecy, and we must prosecute anybody who reveals any truth that's just classified information. And on the other hand, I have other friends who say that this is the lifeblood of democracy, is having people like whistleblowers who tell the truth and that the government doesn't want known. What if you were raising the question in your class? What do most of your students think about this issue?
I would say that the majority of them will agree with those who claim that the government should be transparent and the hackers have the right to reveal government secrets to the public. I would say that this will be the majority, the majoritarian opinion in my class at least. And I tend to think that this will be also the general opinion of the public. I have no survey to prove my claim, but this is my feeling. This is my reaction. I think most of us would like to have a government accountable in terms of the information that the government is managing. But at the same time, if we confront the problem of national security, which is a very sensitive issue, and you tell people, well, the government needs some kind of a secret information in order to preserve peace and security of citizens' life and properties, and avoid, for instance, terrorist attack and radical groups to, create or organize riots or create very important political protests in a country. I would say that most of the people will say at the same time, well, yeah, the government should have to prevent that. So my conclusion is that there is not a clear answer. So we have to have institutions, like you say, to prevent the government for being, an authoritarian ruler who have everything in secret and all information about us, kind of a global monitor about citizens' behavior and a way of thinking. But at the same time, we should agree also that the government needs some level of leverage in order to prevent social and political catastrophes.
Yeah, a very actually current decision of mine is whether I want to get WhatsApp, because people in other countries use it a lot more. And I think people, for example, in Russia often use WhatsApp because it is, I believe, it's not possible to hack it or
it's encrypted. Yes, encrypted.
It's encrypted, and even the government can't get into it. So you could really have a secret conversation there. And I don't know whether I want that or not, because, for example, if the government wanted to track down these or anticipate these rioters, these right-wing, Proud Boys and all these guys who just rioted in the Congress, I would want them to be able to, get a court order allowing them to listen in to if they have a strong case that there's reason to believe so-and-so is up to no good. I would want them to be able to get in and listen. On the other hand, I'm not sure, when it comes to my friends who are maybe dissidents in an authoritarian country, I'm blessing them for having a WhatsApp because they theoretically at least can communicate more freely. So I don't even have my own mind made up.
And I would say that it's impossible to have a final position regarding this issue. But at the end of the day, as you said, procedures for government actions and institutions and rules are crucial. So in this particular case, I am just speculating. I am not an expert on this particular time of platform, but in general terms, I will say that the government can use the usual procedure to deal with this. So the government can have informants, can infiltrate those groups, and can use some kind of judicial support, a warrant, a judicial order, in order to follow those groups and have a kind of secret agents that participate on those groups and provide information. So it happened in the past without the social medias. It can happen in the present too, to also using the social media. So in the past, many governments use those kind of informants in private meetings, in people's house and restaurants and whatever. And in many cases, many governments were able to prevent violent attacks and the danger behavior of criminal organizations and political radical organizations. They can do the same nowadays if we followed a procedure with some legal basis.
Yeah. And I mean, any one of these methods can be used for good or bad, I guess.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about allowing people to infiltrate a group,
Yeah.
Okay. But on the other hand, just think back to East Germany and the Stasi.
Oh, yeah.
Now, people, a woman finds that she's been married to a guy who was assigned to marry her just so he could spy on her. This happened a lot. I mean, this use of neighbors to do harm. Or collect information about others. It can be good or it can be bad.
Yeah, but as I told you at the beginning of our conversation, the main difference that I make in my class is that difference between the communication and information. In a democracy, we have communication among us as citizens, between us and the government and other organizations, institutions. In an authoritarian setting, there is only information, and information is a commodity and can be sold. I use the information that you give me, and I can get some kind of benefit if I provide those information to somebody else who is interested, particularly the government. So I don't think that we can make a total fair comparison between the process of communication, of political communication in a democracy, with the process of information flows in an authoritarian regime. So
at least you and I agree on our politics enough that we both we're not on opposite sides on those terms.
No, not at all.
So I think I'm more pessimistic than you are, but it's nice and refreshing to encounter somebody who has so much hope for. This has been fun. Thank you, Angel. It's been fun, and let's continue this another time. Okay.
Of course, I'm more than willing. It was a great time.
Good. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Was going to a meeting of World Federalists, and I met a Rotarian who introduced me to the Rotary Club.
And say hello to your fellow Rotarian and tell him what you do, because Chand does wonderful things in the Rotary Clubs of India.
And hi, good afternoon to you.
Afternoon. Yes, I'm a member of the Rotary Club of Chicago.
Oh, nice to talk to you. And Charles, I'm from Rotary Club Visakhapatnam in India, and we are into various projects what we conduct in India. But as of now, I'm there with the Rotarian Action Group for Peace,
Yes.
which is into educating people on the nuclear disarmament.
Yes. that's something that I'm beginning to be more involved with. Yes.
He travels around. He travels around India giving talks to Rotary clubs. Isn't that right, John?
So we are going to have a weekly meeting on Zoom from next week. I'm organizing that. Otherwise, here, because of coronavirus, entire country is on lockdown.
I think everybody, so far as I know, everybody with good sense is doing that. I haven't been out of my house in 3 weeks. Tell me how things are in Chicago and in Vukovar. Are you folks self-isolating as well?
Oh yes, we've been in quarantine for, I guess it's 2 weeks now, and it's continuing.
Yeah, here you cannot. Here all restaurants are closed, and you cannot travel between cities here. Stores are closed. Only stores that are open are pharmacies and groceries from about 10 to 5, and that's about it. Restaurants are closed, so it's pretty awful.
Where are you from?
Originally, I'm from New York, but I've lived here for 25 years, and I lived in Oregon.
Vukovar is in Croatia, eastern Croatia.
Croatia.
Oh, you're in Eastern Croatia? Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, here's Paul Mallet.
Where are you from, Paul?
I'm just calling from Ottawa, and below my friend Mirta. We work together on various projects, and one of note is the building a peace center in Sri Lanka.
One from Chicago and one from India.
India, oh my gosh.
Yeah. So we're a very diverse group, and at the moment we're comparing notes on how we're coping with our self-isolation. I hope you're staying indoors, are you?
Yeah, we have all the lockdown things going on, I think, that are going on in most places. And probably going to be looking at trying to continue work in some way that's going to be reflecting maybe a new world order that's going to happen, or a new normal. I read
society is never going to be the same again, but the really interesting question is, what will we be like? You know, what is going to come of this? What's your guess?
Well, I read a CBC article this morning that said that society should not be the same again. In other words, the implication was a lot of people will try and bring it back to what it used to be. People, some people are very hard hit, and unfortunately, some of it is the capitalist or the very, very wealthy, and they're going to try to do something that's going to get them back to where they were. And this is probably an opportunity to address some of the inequalities that are happening here. But we're adapting in my business. We're looking at a project to do some training in West Africa, and setting up teams there and country directors and whatnot to do peace building in 3 or 4 countries. And we're adapting to the whole Zoom construct to do training and coaching and mentoring and project activity.
Now, who is we? You need to explain.
Well, there is a company in Toronto. His name is Sekou Komara, and he's actually the CPI co-chair of the London chapter. So he's from London, and he has set up this company and to do this. And he has engaged us to provide the subject matter expertise and the training and the coaching and the development activity.
I'm a little confused. If you have a company, to me that means private enterprise. How can?
Well, I think he's more of an NGO.
All right.
But he's very well connected with these 5 countries because that's where he's from.
And what kind of project is this going to be?
It's called peace building. And it's going to be in some cases in a post-conflict sort of context. In other words, we are going to try to look at a hierarchy or a national architecture which has maybe some kind of peace center that trains some kind of peace practitioners that goes into the communities and creates, and with some community, the peace construct that involve education with regards to peace practices and reconciliation. And then at the higher level, the National Peace Center will advise the government. They'll do risk monitoring on peace issues, international and domestic peace issues that may be of relevance to them.
Hello, Richard Denton. You
Hi,
with your
Richard.
pink face. Is that a pink face from your cruise, or is it the lighting in your office?
Part of it's natural, part of it's was out walking in the sunshine the other day and the reflection off the snow and the ice on our lake. So
I see. Well, I wanted to introduce the fact that you have just returned from a very, very dangerous kind of travel. That is, you took a cruise in the Indian Ocean, right? And you almost couldn't get back to land.
Well, we had 6 ports of call closed to us, and we flew out of Muscat, Oman, which was not on our schedule. But I think the thing to remember, as Paul is mentioning, is that this does change everything. As Naomi Klein would say, that we're all on the same cruise boat, namely called Mother Earth. And unfortunately, it doesn't have any lifeboats other than for Elon Musk.
You know what? I have to interrupt to say I have not expressed this opinion to you before because it would have sounded like scolding you. But to be honest, I think it's a damn good thing that they're saying that cruise ships are too dangerous and that people should not go on cruise ships. Because my understanding is that those damn things exude the most horrible amount of CO2. And that a big liner can produce as much CO2 as many countries in a year or something. I mean, it's just I'm making that up, but the real figures are shocking enough. I can't remember what the truth is, but I've kind of exaggerated. But still, I think I was already of the opinion before it became such a clearly hazardous thing in terms of the coronavirus, that we should simply forbid any more cruise liners and tell people that they could dock their cruise ships in some harbor and use it for casinos, or people could use it for weekend, entertainment or something like that, but that they couldn't go sailing the oceans anymore. So now you can defend yourself against my implicit accusation, Richard.
Okay, happy to do so, Meta. I was just listening to Rick Steves last night on a TV program called was Rick Steves talking about fascism. And his point was that Americans need to get out and to travel more, to see other cultures, to see how other people live, and learn as a result of that, and therefore create more world understanding. So that's my plea for travel. The second thing is you mentioned cruise ships, and again another friend is Gwen Dyer. We had him up to our place years ago to give a speech, and so I read his syndicated columns, and he points out that the oil industry first denied that there was a problem with climate change. Then they doubted that it was man-made, and then they try to now defer the blame back onto us as individuals and tell us all the good things that we should be doing: buying electric cars, bicycle, reduce our packaging, reduce our plastic, which are all very good things, but in the hopes that we won't go after fossil fuels or the military. And I think the military, which was a segment of society that was excluded from the Kyoto Protocol years ago is much worse than other segments of society, such as cruise ships. I think cruise ships have improved over the years. They used to use the lowest bulk fuel at the bottom, but now they've moved up to diesel. I would say that probably the CO2 per person is not that great. Yes, I think you know, it's the old Monty Python thing was if we didn't have patients, we could run hospitals very efficiently. So therefore, yes, if we didn't do cruise ships and increase world understanding, yes, we could decrease the CO2. And I think when you look at this pandemic, the Asian contagion, which is now the boomer remover, it is unfortunate that it's the boomers that are the voters. And so this could spell some problems for the Democrats in November to the south of us.
Would you say the average person there was a Republican or a Democrat, if we could condense the rest of the world into right and left?
Democrat.
Were they?
Because they're the more liberal people. They're the ones who are traveling and trying to learn about the rest of the world. Huh. Discussion over dinner with Americans was always about Canadian health care. You know, I mean,
I want to interrupt you because I want to say hello to a newcomer. Here's Mira. Mira, I'm Meta, and where are you?
I'm in Ottawa.
You're in Ottawa. Very good to meet you. I'd like to get back to Chand and find out what is happening, if you don't mind, in India, because so far, as I understand it, India has not really had the level of contagion that some of the other countries have. Is that the case, Chand? And what is the current situation in India with respect to the pandemic?
In India now, 1 week back, we were about 200 infected people were identified. But during this week, the past week, that is from the Monday to today, it had gone up by about 800 plus earlier 200. Now it's about 1,000 infected people, which we are finding it a bit alarming because in a 1 week, there are fourfolds increase from the previous. It had come to 200 to 1,000, but the deaths are confined to 20 deaths out of 1,000 were there. And basically we find in 2 states which are very high. One is Maharashtra, which is Bombay is the city where Maharashtra in the western part of India, with almost 250 cases. 1/4 of the Indian cases are coming from Maharashtra. And another state down south, Kerala, where if you have heard a city by name Cochin, which is very famous in that state again has close to 230 cases. These two put together are 50% of the total cases in India. And when it comes to my state, Andhra Pradesh, where I reside, we have total infected cases 19, only 19, not a single death. And this state is one of the lowest in pandemic in India. We don't know. We don't know whether it's going to shoot up, but then this is the crucial week which we are going to head from tomorrow. Why? Because we are at the fag end of stage 2. If we are entering into stage 3, we are going to have that fear very much. So and the country is just feeling to watch in this week by taking all the necessary precautions by quarantining, self-quarantining under our homes, not going out and locking down ourselves and trying to do all our best. I think we are going to win over coronavirus.
Mira, come back and tell me a little bit about you. So what is it that you do? What's your cause?
Well, I'm working with Paul Malay.
Tell me about the Sri Lanka project.
Well, now we are all waiting, but
it's something that hasn't started, is that right?
It has started, but not really field work, so to speak.
Yeah, Mira sits on a Canadian advisory committee. That we have 5 countries involved in this project, and we have a council, and of which Mira is part of.
Is it the same kind of project that you want to do in Africa?
Yeah, yes, I'm co-chair of the Canadian group, the Canadian Sri Lankan group, and as you well know, that Sri Lanka has come out of a devastating war with hundreds of thousands of people killed, and they're in a post-conflict situation. And unfortunately, in the last Easter, for example, violence is starting to emerge again between the various religious sects. And what the country and the people representing the project there want to do is to create a national peace center.
Okay, let's go back to Evan, because Evan is in Chicago. And I think you tell us what kind of projects you were engaged with. And I'd like for us to give some thought, if we can, to ways in which we may be able to still do something worthwhile, even when we're cooped up at home in self-isolation. And I don't know whether anybody has any projects that you're able to work on from home, but I find myself just as busy these days as I would have been, if I were not in self-isolation. So what is it you're up to these days?
Well, I am a member of the Rotary Action Group for Peace, but I'm a spectator in that environment. My main engagement has been with Citizens for Global Solutions to get it re-established. There was a time during the 2010s and the late aughts where there was a primary effort to get humanitarian treaties approved by the U.S. Senate, which was totally fruitless. And there's a whole list of them, starting with the Treaty on the Law of the Sea. In any case, we are reestablishing Citizens for Global Solutions with its historic mission. Actually, the official name of Citizens for Global Solutions is the World Federalist Association. There is a counterpart in Canada. There is an international affiliate associated as well called the World Federalist Movement, which was actually very instrumental in getting the International Criminal Court signed by many countries and ratified. So we have a very illustrious past, which we are actually returning to by advocating for world government.
Oh, that's great. You know, the other day I did a talk show, one of my weekly talk shows, with 2 of the leading world federalists in Canada. Fergus Watt is the person who runs the Canadian movement, and we had a conversation also with John Daniele. So you might want to have a look at that and share it with your friends in the Citizens for Global. What is it called? Citizens for.
Well, we publish a semi-annual magazine jointly with World Federalists of Canada.
Good, excellent. I see that Richard Denton has raised his hand.
On the 23rd, the Secretary General of the UN Guterres came out saying that we should have a ceasefire and concentrate on working together to combat COVID-19. And so we in Rotary are now coming up with a letter of support to support the UN, to support WHO, to support the global, global alert and response network, GORN, and to strengthen these organizations so that we can be better prepared for the next pandemic. And also, of course, what we want to do is to get rid of the military and get rid of wars. And so using this crisis as an opportunity to speak out on that. Anne Frisch has just joined us, and she's, again, another fellow Rotarian. And she also is with the Rags for Peace, Nuke-Free Planet.
Sorry, Rags for Peace?
Rotarian Action Group.
Oh,
So,
Anne, good to see you again.
Frantic morning, sorry to be late.
Tell us what's going on in your part of the world.
We're working to get Rotary International to speak out on the abolition of nuclear weapons. And we were trying to lend some support to UN Association members of our group who we suggested they do a sign-on to the Secretary General's appeal, organizational sign-on. And I haven't heard back, but I still think it's a good idea. A couple groups have individual sign-ons. I think we need a group sign-on.
Now you're talking about, he made two recent appeals, one having to do with the coronavirus, but just a few days before that, he made an appeal for a global ceasefire of all wars. And is that what you're referring to?
That's one we're referring to.
What are you doing? I see that you Rotarians certainly have fire in your belly, and you're working hard. Is that is that what the Rotarians are onto these days?
I think Rotary in general is becoming more interested in peace, maintaining peace, making peace, and defining the conditions of peace. And that involves, in some ways, big data analyses of what makes for peaceful conditions. And you know that Rotary has been fully engaged with the polio eradication. That does translate to medical care for coronavirus as well, using the same infrastructure. But it's the polio eradication is almost done. So the question is, what's next?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think also in terms of the polio, the two countries that still have polio are Afghanistan and Pakistan, where there is a conflict. And so again, the emphasis that we need to get rid of the conflict so that we can get in there and do the vaccination. And this has been the problem. Last year, one of our volunteers was shot and killed in doing the polio. Just to add that to Evan's comments.
Well, tell me, you know, a few years ago, there was a big flap because I think the CIA or somebody pretended to be healthcare workers going around vaccinating people when they were actually doing surveillance or spying. At least that was the allegation, that they wrongfully used the cover of vaccination campaign or something of that kind, and that this has tainted the name of healthcare. It has, in some places, made the population suspicious of anybody who comes around saying they want to offer vaccination or any other kind of health care. I'm making this up. I know there's some truth behind it, but my account of what really went on is just very hazy. Does anybody remember exactly what happened? And is that something that is actually relevant, whatever, when you try to talk about linking healthcare campaigns to ceasefire campaigns?
I think it is relevant, Meta. I've heard that story, and that was, quote, how they found bin Laden and assassinated him. And so most recently, of course, Iran is facing enormous pressures with the coronavirus, having a lot of deaths there as a result. And they called out on America, expressing their distrust for the United States. And I think that results from what you've just said. And right now, of course, the International Atomic Energy Agency that's been monitoring Iran and monitoring its centrifuges and trying to make sure that they don't produce a nuclear weapon, are probably not active because of the virus. And so therefore, again, we need to lift the sanctions on Iran to allow healthcare to get into Iran and help them out, so that the IAEA can go in and do their job.
My impression was, and I want to be corrected if I'm wrong, that most countries see it as their own problem, and very few countries are actually coming to the aid of other countries, although I understand lately, in the last few days, China is sending things that maybe they have surplus now. They're sending things to Italy, I believe. So to what extent is there international support? There should be. Somebody was just saying we ought to try to create an ad hoc world government so we could actually address this pandemic in a holistic way. But to what extent is there international support for this medical treatment?
Well, I think, again, Cuba is another country that's sending their doctors overseas to a variety of countries, and even to countries that have been very antagonistic to Cuba, such as Bolsonaro in Brazil. But also they're sending their doctors to Italy, to Poland. And I think, again, this points out the need for the world federalists, a strong world government, strengthen UN to restructure it. Probably we need to get rid of the Security Council and their veto ability, because when they talk about consensus, to them that means veto.
Yes, I see you have your finger up, and I want to call on Charles Tauber. Okay.
There are 2 points that I would like to make. First of all, nobody, as far as I can see, is speaking about the mental health aspect and the mental health consequences of what's happening with COVID and with, because a lot of people are suffering not only from the COVID itself, but from all the measures that are being taken to suppress it, all of the isolation and all the rest of that. Nobody is speaking about that, and I think it's an extremely important issue. The second point that I'd like to make quickly, and we can come back to both of these if you'd like, a lot of issues are being ignored because of COVID. And for example, we're working with a group that's assisting child soldiers in Congo. They're being completely ignored.
Who's been ignored?
Anybody with post-conflict situations or conflict situations in terms of the mental health aspects of it. Example, reintegration of former child soldiers into society in places like Congo, South Sudan, those sorts of places. The whole Syrian, the whole migrant situation here in Southern Europe, Italy, which has a huge COVID load, but also has a huge migrant load. So all of this is being ignored because of the quote unquote practical aspects of COVID. Now, what that's going to mean is that people are going to be dysfunctional and for a very long time. And these are not issues that will go away in 10 minutes once COVID is solved or once it goes back. These are issues that are going to be on top of the traumas that people already have. I can think of Bangladesh as another example of that, with the Rohingya. And we can name probably 100 places in the world that are like that. So I'm very, very concerned about the whole mental health side of all of these things. And Paul, I would urge you, for example, in those projects in all of those countries to, in terms of peace building, I've been doing this for, well, more than 30 years now. And I would very strongly urge you in the peace, our organization is called the Coalition for Work with Psychotrauma and Peace. And we're very much on the peace building side of things. And I would very much urge people to include the mental health aspect into any peace building efforts.
Yes, we do that. We actually have one component of peace practices, entitled resiliency and facing suffering and trauma as a basic sort of preventative skill that we would want to try to teach all citizens. But
what would be the content of such a program? I'm just trying to imagine what if I were trying to go into a community of people that had been traumatized by having their houses blown up and their family killed. What could I possibly say to them that would make them more resilient psychologically? I just don't know how you could even begin to cope with things as a psychodynamic kind of issue. Maybe it's my failure of imagination. Tell me what you actually tell these people.
Well, you've got two components to this. One is to give people that are reasonably functional, good healthy practices in which they can use when they encounter suffering or trauma. The other is with regards to traumatized people, and that's going to be the domain of the clinical response. We are not in the business of training every citizen. We will train cadres of peace practitioners, but they will not be at the level of either a clinical response or a criminal response. They handle conflict resolution. They learn nonviolent communication. They learn how to get along with each other, and they learn some basic skills about resiliency. And in the particular countries that we're dealing with, particularly Sri Lanka, meditation is a strong cultural tradition. So there are things that you can leverage in these countries to make a difference. But basically, give people the necessary skills and practices that they can use, and at the point of clinical or judicial responses, there is that domain.
Well, is there any?
I'd like to
something like if you're dealing with a real life situation. I wonder, telling people to meditate or to practice deep breathing or yoga.
You're right.
I'm sorry, I'm a little. I don't know. I don't know how far that.
I'd like to.
Go ahead.
We have a program which we called Pragmatic Empowerment Training (PET), which is on our website and which was the subject of one of Meta's programs not so long ago. That uses the experience of people in their own cultures to teach them how to work with, first of all, the most important skill that we see is listening. and actually getting the trauma out, not letting it fester, and then coming to some sort of positive resolution. I've been doing that since 1988 with people. And this is based on Carl Rogers' participatory education methodology. And it works. We've seen it here in the Balkans. We've seen it work here in the Balkans quite well. People get the skills of listening and working with one another at local level. And those become also self-help groups. And those are very important skills, and it binds the community together as well. Because yes, these groups form, and they actually people talk to one another within their own communities. Now, we serve the way that our role, or the role of an external person, is first of all to facilitate the first groups within that community, and second of all to provide supervision and additional education where they don't have it. And people respond very, very well to this. We've done quite a number of groups.
I totally agree.
Okay, yeah. What comes up if you have a session? Typically, what will come up is it going to be when they are talking about their trauma? Are they going to mention something that happened during the war when they saw somebody kill somebody else, or they were conflicted about whether they should pull the trigger or run or what to do? What kinds? I'm just trying to get at a notion of what people are really still trying to grapple with years after the trauma itself. What is still bugging them that you can actually help them cope with?
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. In this context, there's an event that happened that's become a memory that now has an emotion attached to it, which is inserting itself into the present. So there has to be some conversation about that. In our communities of peace construct, Charles, I totally agree with you. One of the linchpins of the program is socialization. You know, those people can get together and talk about these kinds of things, and in whatever easy, informal construct that you can have, mainly around their events, their cultural events, their religious events, whatever they're doing, and to tease these things in certain ways. But once people are traumatized, I think the medical response is really important. And I have met people who have, gone through the Khmer Rouge and the Pol Pot regime and things like that, and they are still having these kinds of problems. And it's not to try to solve it for them, but get them help.
What we say is, first of all, we don't pathologize it.
No, us neither.
We say that it's a normal reaction to what's going on. Now, when people hold things inside, they fester and they become bigger. So the biggest thing is to figure out ways within their culture of getting out what has happened. And when a traumatic event happens, they push the trauma inside. Okay? Now, they have to get that out in some way, one way or another. And the best way is to have a safe place where they can express that among people who are empathetic with them and who are similar to them, so that they can share their feelings with other people. That's what we have found to be the most effective way. And they can cry and they can scream and they can express thoughts that would not be popular otherwise.
Okay, now another side question. Would these groups, could it include people who were their enemies before? Or are these the groups that are supportive, that can listen to each other, are they always the people who were on the same side in the conflict?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, but at first, sometimes that's necessary. It's very, very strongly dependent on the local situation. What we've found here, for example, is that the politicians strongly encourage the ethnic division. And that's a real problem.
Well, the trick is how to manage it. And I think, there are various techniques for doing that. One is to try to soften the language on both sides independently in a peace-oriented language. And I don't know if you've heard of the Zulu method of conflict resolution. It's a 2-week kind of thing or something like that. And the conflicting parties get together socially and they go on, I don't know, canoe trips or have sporting events. They bring their families and they get to know each other as people rather than objects. And that goes on for about 10 or 11 days. And then they solve the problem in 2 days because they're no longer looking at each other as enemies or somebody to be overcome. And this has some application in some situations, probably not all, but is one way of doing it. And I think, David, the theme that we have is the issue of socialization that's supportive, that people who care for you are around you and can make you feel safe. And that is absolutely critical.
I agree with that. What we have found is that simply talking, getting it out, having that safe place where they can talk about that, that's the critical issue. The other point is something that people like Vomik Volkan talk about, and that's the whole transmission of trauma. So that this can go for generations and generations and generations. And in fact, I have a couple of clients at the moment who are dealing with at least 3 or 4 generations of that kind of trauma. And unless you deal with that as well, this historical stuff, for example, around here, World War II, still in 2020, is a huge issue.
Do you use the theory of mimetic structures? We have this application here at one of the universities. One of the authors wrote something, Vern Redikoff, and his idea is that one has to first be aware of the mimetic structure that's in play. A mimetic structure is something you mimic your environment and you adopt its values and beliefs in order to survive or belong. So that, for example, we had a residential schools issue. And some of the people who suffered under this thing can still not find it in themselves to forgive. So the question is that if we have this mimetic structure, and these mimetic structures pass on what they call structures of blessing or structures of violence from generation to generation to generation. And the first way to deal with that is of course being aware that this structure is in play. So the idea to the residential victims might be something like, we realize that you can't forgive and these issues are ongoing and we're going to try and deal with them, but try not to pass it on to your children. Be aware of passing on either victimization to your children or any sort of cultures of being the oppressor, to take it from that point of view. And this of course is a subject of endless talk, just to be sympathetic and being aware of whatever structures they are. And in some of these communities of peace applications, one of the things is, let's have a conversation about what are the values and beliefs that we're passing on to our children, and are they positive and are they negative, and should we change them in some little way, just some small ways. You don't want your kids to smoke outside, kind of thing.
And when I was working on the first manual for the Unarmed Civilian Protection by Nonviolent Peace Force, I was working with Rolf Carrier in Geneva, and he got the training division of the United Nations to put up a training on simple trauma techniques. And he says the most researched one is, and I forget the name of it, but some of you will recognize it, it's getting, so even a peacekeeper in the field could do this. You recognize that a person dealing with trauma, you get them to explain it and to relive it, and at the same time to focus their eyes on a wall and not move it until they're done with their story, which is difficult enough to do. But I've done that in some simple situation. I found it's very helpful. But in terms of the research literature, I have no clue. But the practicalities, that's not about a peace force for whom I work, it works in a war zone. You're dealing with multiple traumas, generations, of course, but just in their own lifetimes of losing parents and seeing people get murdered, that they are multiply traumatized, and you don't have time for the talking part of it, except very brief as you encounter it and get through it. And if this works, I think we should go for it big time. But again, I'm not an expert.
I don't agree. What we're saying is that we train what we call peer supporters or barefoot therapists. And these are people without previous education who are within the community. And they function, our experience is that they function very, very well. Why? Because there's no stigmatization. They can have talks with people as friends, and they understand the local culture. They understand the local situation. They understand the transmission. They understand all of the stuff that we as outsiders and that the so-called professionals very frequently do not understand and cannot relate to the people on the ground in a similar way. And this works very well in our experience.
What is the controversy here? I'm not sure what you disagree with, Charles, that Anne said. In fact, I'm not sure I understand what all the implications of what Anne was saying. Something about focusing on the wall when you talk about your trauma. I never heard of that before, but is there really a dispute here, or what am I perceiving as a dispute?
Well, what I see as the dispute is there's a bit of a difference between the clinical community and the non-clinical community doing things. Yeah. And at what level does one say, I'm over my head and I should be passing it on, or there are some things I can do and I can do them. In other words, we don't go running to ethicists all the time when we have a moral dilemma. I mean, everyone has some sort of idea of how to make an ethical decision. But there are some that you may have to defer to, medical panels or things like this. So I think that's the basic thing.
I completely agree with you, Paul. I think that there are things that you do need to refer, but the majority of things
you can
do. That's you can do. Yeah. And you learn, you get people within these communities who are more expert than the experts. And that's our experience with it.
Yeah, and can be more effective. An example is in our First Nations, people may be a little reticent to go to an outside doctor that's been flown in because you've got problems. Because when you're sitting with the doctor, what's in the air between you is I am sick and you are not, and you're going to bring healthy things and I'm bringing suffering. Whereas if they do it their way, they sit around a sacred fire where nothing is broken. Everybody has a life that has difficulties and suffering and these kinds of things, and there's a normalization of that. And you can talk about these sorts of issues and get them resolved in that kind of conversation, without the implication that you are sick. And
this is precisely our approach. This is precisely our approach.
And is that really what Anne is disputing? Anne, are you taking exception to that point of view?
My main concern right now is, can we mitigate the trauma that's going on? We have some reports of abuse in families, abuse to partners and children, and we are now seemingly hopeless to deal with this because the people who are considered the perpetrators are tracking movements on cell phones and the same old things they always do. I don't know how to deal with this myself. It's way, way outside my area of expertise. But we also, people who are all very isolated. I am blessed to be home with my partner doing the things I always do, going shopping and going for walks. And it's about, my life is just about it. But I'm feeling cabin fever. And I resolve it with my Zoom meetings. Charles, I think that supports your point there, and maybe yours also, Paul.
I'm interested in this question of whether or not a trauma has to be treated as a medical problem by professionals. And this is term PTSD, which I think is definitely considered a medical condition where there actually may have been injury to the brain or the nervous system or to the physiological functioning of the person through the trauma. And I guess they give medication. And definitely it sounds to me like it's something that's treated as a medical problem, and that talking is not considered sufficient to as a treatment procedure. Is that, if I can ask Charles and Paul again, because I think you guys are in agreement that you're talking about a kind of therapy that involves, well, I love the word barefoot therapists, because it means ordinary people can help each other. But presumably, if you're talking about PTSD, that's something that the barefoot therapist couldn't cope with.
Well, I would agree with you. PTSD is one of those thresholds that all of a sudden put it in the medical domain. I mean, you're not talking about an individual now in which you can have a good conversation. These people are suicidal, they're dysfunctional, they go into alcohol, they can't hold a job, they can't function in life. I mean, I think we tend to overuse the word PTSD, and whereas a lot of these issues may well be traumatic, but the question is, are they being traumatized when they suffer these things?
I've found very, very few people in all of the time that I've been working who are, how shall I say it, who absolutely need medication or actually need to have, quote unquote, a clinical approach.
I want to, we've been talking about mental conditions as the effect of various kinds of traumas and of conflict, wars, supposedly. But, there's also the problem of psychological conditions as the cause of various kinds of conflicts. In other words, we're so screwed up that we get ourselves into fights, or we don't have good sense about whom to vote for. We elect a Donald Trump, or we, do something crazy because we just plain don't have good sense anymore. But I'm not as worried about the effects of trauma on the survivors, if you will, as I am on the fact that the whole population is so screwed up mentally, and there are so many messed up people that we can't cope, that our population is going to make decisions, even democratically, that are extremely unwise and mean to me that simply democracy can't work unless you have a population that's in good mental condition. And by mental condition, I mean their values and their ability to think and their ability to plain process information about how things work, or what, whether or not you want to stay indoors during an epidemic or go out and socialize. Simple things like, they're not simple, they're complicated issues, but they're practical human problems that are not being addressed well just because people are too screwed up to cope and to make reasonable decisions. So now tell me how to solve that one, please, now that I've thrown that one in your lap.
Well, the way I look at it is the conversation that you're having. I mean, choices are acts of creation. And I think what we're doing is in this whole thing is we're talking about what is. And what is cannot be otherwise at any given moment, as the saying goes. And so then we start talking about what will be in terms of doom and gloom, whereas perhaps we should be talking about what should be. And we should be trying to put alternatives and whatnot into the consciousness of people at this moment, so that, you know, when they come to making these choices, at least they have some other things to think about and some other choices to have. Yeah, we're going down a road right now that is not healthy in many ways.
Anybody else want to take a crack at this?
The Chinese word for crisis is not only you know, the crisis part, but it's also opportunity. So what are the opportunities that we have here to shape this society in a way that's going to be really healthy? You know, the economic ones, the peacemaking ones. I mean, in my business as a peacemaker, one of the critical things in peace services is readiness and willingness. You don't get too long, but you have to be able to see the entry points when they emerge, the chances. And this could be a huge entry point. I mean, it's one thing for the United Nations to call for a ceasefire. It's another thing to look around at the various conflicts that are going on, and perhaps the ability of the belligerents to manage conflict is decreasing. I mean, they don't have good healthcare plans. And there may well be some weaknesses appearing in a lot of these things that one can take advantage of. The biggest one for me is medical diplomacy. I mean, medical diplomacy. We should get into that in spades, as opposed to the history that we have of military diplomacy in, for example, the Middle East and places like that.
Medical diplomacy, please elaborate.
You have a focus on, if you look at the laws of armed conflict, they start with just cause and in fact invoke the death penalty. They rattle their way down through what weapons you use or whatever, and at the very bottom they talk about protecting civilians and non-combatants and that kind of thing. Well, if you flip it on its heel, and you look at something as a precursor to military diplomacy, the first thing you do is you stop the violence, you care for the victims, you do the negotiation or whatever, and it's only at the bottom you get to the justice part of it, rather than starting with the justice part of it. And the way that your entree into the whole field is going to be healthcare, the care for the victims part, but it's not only the care for them in the conflict sense, but also this virus that we've got going on here. And even belligerents are going to be needing those sorts of things.
My goodness, that is thinking big. That's a very ambitious notion, that to take the coronavirus epidemic as an opportunity to reach people who need medical help and to get them to stop fighting long enough to
get it.
I kind of think there may be something to the notion that we're all so busy and so preoccupied with the medical problem. I think there may sort of be various kinds of de facto ceasefires just because people are so preoccupied with other matters that they're not very interested or competent to fight. But that's just a guess.
Well, there was a huge
one that would have implications for long-term survival. That, in other words, after the epidemic is over, it wouldn't leave us in any better condition to really establish a lasting peace.
But there was a huge example of this week. The NATO exercises that were scheduled with regards to the Russian Empire, these NATO readiness things, were all canceled by the Germans because the Germans would not allow a lot of the troop movements and the supply movements and whatnot to go through their country. So that, you know, in a sense, it's not about calling for a ceasefire, and it's a sense that some lessening of tension is happening right now due to the fact that many of these three major exercises will not be prosecuted.
Well, it's a nice breather, but is this going to actually give us any grounds for thinking that, well, when the epidemic is over, we're going to be in a better position for peace? I don't know. I mean, I think the peace process, I think we've got problems that cannot be put on hold while we're taking care of our epidemic. We can't wait to talk about these other things and just hope that maybe the virus will, we can handle the virus, and then we'll go to these other matters and handle them. Sorry, but we have to handle them all.
Well, you're absolutely right. And $1 trillion bailout, where are you going to get the money, you know, eventually to do that? You're going to find that some of these military exercises are unaffordable. And maybe some of this conflict just ceases to become affordable. I think the number one target, you know, if you're going to try to alleviate the debt, has got to be, for example, in the United States, this almost $1 trillion defense budget they have, you know.
I have listened to a podcast recently by Nouriel Roubini, who is a professor of economics at NYU. He's also an Iranian. He is characterizing the present situation as geopolitical depression, and goes on to say that unless we're definitely in a recession, but unless proper measures are taken, there will be a depression. And one of the things he talks about is the erection of boundaries, of exclusionary boundaries for both goods and people, as a protective reflex that will lead to exactly that, a much worse outcome than would otherwise be the case, that with some, you know, proactive measures. Let me throw one other thing out. He has a very interesting speculation, which I'd like to mention in this group, that Iran is being pushed to the desperation by the sanctions, by the medical situation, and the social situation. And one possibility he feels is that Iran may provoke a war. Why? Now get ready for this. This is a mind bender. To induce a regime change in the United States.
Okay. Richard Denton, you have a comment here about the IPPNW effort. Can you explain what IPPNW is trying to do vis-a-vis Iran?
What we want to do is, again, on a humanitarian basis, is to lift the sanctions against Iran that the U.S. has put in place, so that we can help them with their COVID-19.
What are the odds that you're going to get the U.S. government to even take its eye off the virus situation long enough to think about humanitarian concerns for the Iranian people?
Well, I think you're right, Meta, that the U.S. is not going to do that. Two, I think Trump is not all that concerned with COVID-19 until just recently, and as New York, et cetera, become very hot spots for it, he's now having to react to it. But I think the thing is to get the other countries who to start sending aid to Iran to help them with the pandemic is what is needed. And I think that doing it through the UN and with organizations like Rotary, with IPPNW, with the ICRC backing that, then it actually can happen.
I think our time is up. It's now 4:00. Unless somebody has something you want to say as a last parting word. If you do, here's your chance.
Thank you very much, Meta, for organizing this.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
For participating. It's been interesting and valuable, I think. Bless your hearts, and let's all stay healthy and take care of each other.
Okay.
Bye.
Stay safe.
Thanks, Meta. And we had a very nice, interaction. Thanks a lot for every one of you.
Thank you, Chan.
Good to see you, Chan.
Bye.
Good to see you, Paul.
Yeah, take care, everybody. Be well.
Take care. See you. Bye.
This conversation is one of the weekly series Talk About Saving the World, produced by Peace Magazine and Project Save the World. Please visit our website at ToSaveTheWorld.ca, where you can sign the Platform for Survival, a list of 25 public policy proposals that, if enacted, would greatly reduce the risk of 6 global threats to humankind. Come back next week for another discussion of a serious global issue.
Hi, I'm Metta Spencer, and I'm very eager today to have a conversation about Venezuela. And I've invited 3 Venezuelans to bring me up to date. One of them, I'll start with Angel Alvarez, because I've known him the longest. Not well, but I hope to get to know him better. He is a trained peace researcher. He has a PhD in peace studies, and he lives here in Toronto, and so we ought to know each other, and I hope we will get to know each other better. But he is from Venezuela. And in Florida, we have Maria Puerta Rivera, but I think you use the name Puerta in the US, right? Is the way things are done in the US. Maria is a professor of political science in Florida. I think she and I both have in common the notion that really what we do is political sociology. And so she stays very much in touch with what's going on in her home country. She's lived in Florida for the last 5 years. And Alba Puroy, is actually in Caracas now. Is that a background of Caracas that I'm seeing there, Alba? Is it?
Yes.
Okay, so we see a little bit of your city, which I had never seen before. But at any rate, Alba is actually in Caracas now, and is by training and background and profession is a nutritionist. But for the last several years, she's been working as a peace organizer. The conflict between the Maduro government in Venezuela has continued, and many Venezuelans have fled the country because of the hardships that were already created by the, I would say, poor government economic policies, but also then even worsened, as I understand it, by the sanctions that have been imposed by the US government to try to force some changes. So I don't know. We had a conversation a year or so ago about the situation in Venezuela, and it's certainly not been resolved since then. I'd like for you to go about it this way. Angel, if you give us kind of your own view of what has happened and what the position of the Canadian government should be.
We have an elected government in non-democratic elections. Maduro was elected in an election with no participation of the opposition. And he has not been recognized, but the US and most of the Latin American countries do not recognize Maduro as a legitimate president. But also the European Union and some other countries do not recognize Maduro as the president of Venezuela. Nonetheless, he is the president. In fact, he is the president. He has the power to make decisions and impose those decisions on the population and in the territory. On the other hand, we have a government that I try to hesitate. I tend to hesitate to call it government. I prefer to call it opposition, but they call themselves government, that is led by the president of the National Assembly. And they decided that given the fact that Maduro's government is a de facto government, they elected or nominated, actually appointed the president of the National Assembly as supposedly the government of an interim government that is about to end at the end of this year. the term of that government, I would say. So we have a country where there is two different political organizations that call themselves government. One of them have political power, military power, and a capacity to repress and impose the policies. The other one has not this power in the territory, but is recognized by many governments in the world, democratic governments in the world. In the middle of this chaotic situation, because I would say that the main adjective that we can use to qualify Venezuelan situation is chaos. Venezuela is in the middle of a chaos politically. We have a government, the Maduro's government, that has been unable to implement one single efficient policy, not in the economic realm, neither in the social field. I would say that the only field in which Maduro has been able is in the political repressive order. So Maduro has been very efficient repressing and putting people in jail. And I don't mean only the political leader of the opposition. I would say that the most important consequence of the Venezuelan authoritarian regime has been suffered by the common people in Venezuela. We have a deep violation of human rights in Venezuela. People have been executed.
Excuse me, you're saying that this has gone on a while. This was a pretty repressive regime.
Yes.
For years.
Yes.
How long now?
Well, I would say that once Chavez died, I have to answer this question adding some information. Chavez was able to govern basically in three main bases. One of them was his own charisma. Chavez was a very charismatic, popular leader. So he was able to convince people, to gain support from the people, and even to lead people to postpone their own needs because they supported Chavez. The second base of this of the Chavez regime was a huge amount of money due to the high prices of oil. So the government was extremely inefficient, but economic policies, the Chavez economic policies were extremely inefficient, but he was able to finance his inefficiency. And the third instrument of political order in Venezuela has been repression. So Chavez was also repressive, but he didn't need to repress that much because he had his own charisma and a lot of money. When he passed away, well, obviously, Chavez, the charisma of Chavez was personal, so he cannot transmit it. He was unable to transmit this charisma to Maduro. And Maduro is not a charismatic leader at all. He is boring. He is not unable to communicate properly with people. And on the other hand, the death of Chavez coincided with a deep economic crisis, with the oil price crisis. So we have a huge economic crisis. We have a president without charisma. So the only instrument that Maduro had at the particular moment when he was elected was repression. And since the economic situation has not improved,
I want to get clear in my own mind. Maduro's, okay, there was an economic crisis.
Yeah.
How much of this was caused by, let's say, Chavez's reckless, I want to use my own language, recklessly left-wing economic policies?
I will say that this is the whole explanation of the whole thing.
There's a whole
So yeah, I would say that Chavez destroyed the economic apparatus of
now,
Venezuela.
I would say right now, my guess is that most Canadian peace activists were basically in favor of Chavez.
Yeah.
Because he was sort of leftist. I mean, that's all they needed to know. He was sort of leftist or very leftist, and that's good enough for my friends.
Yeah, yeah. I tend to agree with that point. This is the position of many leftist people in the world. But I have to tell you, if I have to choose a position, I will put myself on the left too. But we have left efficient government, and we have very inefficient leftist government. So, for instance, the government of Bachelet was a left government, and he was a very efficient. The government of Lula da Silva in Brazil, it was corrupt at the end, but it was efficient at the same time, and it was a left government. And we can mention many of them. Even the two governments of Korea in Ecuador were very efficient, and the second one was less efficient than the first one. But we cannot say that the Korea's government was characterized by inefficiencies and misconducts in the economic realm. But it was not the case of Chavez. Chavez was leftist, extremely leftist, it's true,
but he bungled.
But also extremely inefficient.
Yeah, and he bungled the thing and made people's lives miserable.
Exactly.
Is that an overstatement?
No, that's correct. I will say that it's correct.
So
and most of the
need, I guess what I want to get to is early on, when Maduro took over, he inherited bad economic policies and continued them, but has only been able to affect them by using repressive means, where Chavez didn't have to use those means because he was so popular.
That's correct. This is my point. Okay. This is my argument.
But a change was needed.
Yeah.
And are we? Is that a consensus here, or am I making this? This is my interpretation. Would it almost everybody in Venezuela agree to what we've just said?
Well, I will say that most Venezuelan common people will say that they don't know exactly what happened, but the real issue is that they are starving. So if they are starving and the private economy in Venezuela is a tiny portion of the total economy, most important industries in Venezuela are in the hands of the government and are controlled by the ruling party. If the economy is doing badly, it is a consequence of political decisions made by the government, not by the private sector. So Venezuelan private economy is totally controlled by the government. It's over-regulated. We don't have market. We don't have competition at all. The government decide prices, control the banks, control I would say that the economic disaster that is happening in Venezuela right now is only the consequence of the Chavez's policies, but also the continuation and the deepening of these policies by Maduro.
I really, I mean, I do agree with that. I think there was a political project that, even though at the beginning was not labeled as a socialist project, because it was more like a military movement that evolved into this mix with leftist, more progressive people. And at the end, they embraced the whole socialist theme. It was pretty much a political project that was aiming at absolute control of the state, institutions, and the economy. But this wasn't nothing new for us, because the economy was, during the democratic period, was also pretty much in the hands of government. It's just that they allowed for private enterprises, to flourish, because there was enough oil revenue to, make that move. What happened when Chavez decided to, nationalize, and his policy of just shutting down private initiative, so he could have not only control through regulation, but also through ownership, that at first he sold it as, workers would be in charge, but that was not true. He framed the whole thing as workers, being their own bosses, but that didn't work, because they failed at it. So he destroyed the whole economy, not just the one they controlled as government, because they control the oil industry, but they also destroyed the private initiative. So that's why you have the hunger. That's why you have all the chaos that Angel is describing, because there is nothing. They destroyed that because of a policy that was designed to do so. This is not an accident, as much as, there's some incompetence, but also a need to control, and to this is social control, really. There is a lot of social control under these policies that some people think they're just sloppy. Not at all. I think there is a lot of purpose in them to just control people. They used to control people through violence, criminal violence. Now they're controlling people through hunger. So it makes sense at some point.
Okay, that's totally true. And I would like to add, just a piece of information. A long time ago, when Chavez was still alive in the government, his most important minister, who is now in the opposition to Maduro, said at that particular moment, he was a prime minister, and he said, there will never be socialism in Venezuela without poverty.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I see the same. I mean, I agree with all of you. I mean, with Angela and with Maria. I will add just, I think, well, we are now in a huge crisis because not only all the reasons that they gave before, I think now this government has been completely inefficient in all the fields, and has been all inefficient for themselves also, for keep themselves in the power, even when they are in the power and they have the control and they have the power in fact. But some of the people who at the beginning were their followers are now disappointed. Many people, when Chavez passed away, decided to follow the government of Maduro because they saw it was like a heritage from Chavez. So they follow the son of Chavez. And they started to accompany this government. But right now, I would like to say that many people from the grassroots who in the beginning followed Chavez is now completely disappointed with things, how it's handled right now. And one of the things who has been really critical is how has been the pandemic handled this year, because we have been locked down for 7 months right now, and in the middle of this, we have been in a lack of fuel for the transportation and for everything here. And it has been two critical points for this situation right now with the people, because people have been locked down in their homes without enough food, and in parallel with not all the health security appliance available for people, with no clear information about how it has been managed the pandemic situation. I mean, in terms of new cases, and also how many people has death for these causes, and also people have to be locked because they don't have public transportation, because lack of fuel. So there has been really a mess. Sorry, but it has been really a mess. How has been this managed in this last 7 months?
Yeah, Alba, could I ask why you say there's such a shortage of fuel? Because if there's no gasoline, that's going to affect the whole economy. You can't deliver food to people if you don't have the gasoline for the trucks and things.
Yes.
So the real question now to me is, who's to blame for that? If I mean, nobody's can be blamed for the germs, the viruses, but what is, if there's no gasoline, this may be caused, who are you going to blame for this? Is it the government's fault? Is it the sanctions put on by the US that have caused the shortage of gasoline? How do you apportion the blame for that particular aspect of the problem?
Well, I would say, Meta, from perhaps international point of view, it's easy to blame this situation only to sanctions. But I think it is a shared blame, because the destruction or the collapse of the oil industry is something which is not new. This is something which belongs 10 years ago, something like that. Because in 2000, I'm sorry, Maria and Angel, if you can help me with this, when
2002.
2002. So imagine that. So it was 18 years ago when the oil industry started to go down, because many people was I'm sorry, the word in English, I don't remember.
The strike. The strike.
Fire. Yeah, she said, she's trying to say that the oil workers lead a strike against Chavez.
Yeah.
Because Chavez was trying to take control over the industry.
Yeah.
The industry was a government-owned industry, but it had some autonomy from that. I would say the manager has some autonomy to make decisions on marketing, on exploration, on investment.
Yeah.
And Chavez tried to control the industry. It was for his point of view, as Maria said a few minutes ago. From his military point of view, it was impossible to accept that a crucial part of the Venezuelan economy has autonomy from the military government. So he tried to control the industry. The strike started, and he ended up firing 20,000 workers, which include
20,000 workers.
20.
Yeah.
It was 89% of the workers, which includes managers, technicians.
He did over TV.
Exactly, and he did it by TV.
Over TV.
And using over TV and using social media. So he fired this amount of people, and I have to tell you, Mira, and to your audience, that we had 4 refineries in Venezuela.
Yeah.
So we not only produce oil, we refine oil, and we exported gasoline.
Yes.
Not only oil, also gasoline.
Yeah.
And it lasted only 5 years.
We
In
didn't
5
need to import.
years, these 4 refineries disappeared, and we started to import gasoline.
Guess who?
And we started to import gasoline
gas
from Argentina, which is not an oil producer country. We started to import oil from Spain, which is not an oil producer country, which is absolutely crazy. So and we started to import gasoline from the US, and for a long time there was a very good business for Venezuelan importers and for the U.S. oil companies to sell gasoline to Venezuela.
Yeah.
But when the sanctions were imposed, obviously the amount of gasoline that came to Venezuela, that is coming to Venezuela, dramatically reduced as a consequence of the sanctions. But I have to tell you, if we had these 4 refineries, we wouldn't have facing this crisis.
But there's
because
something,
we will have enough gasoline in.
But
in
if there's an example for that, is that we are actually, or Venezuela is actually buying gas from Iran, who is under sanctions by the U.S. So that tells you that that's an excuse. If they would have, taken care of the oil industry, Venezuelans wouldn't be suffering because of lack of gas.
That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point. Because and I have to tell, Iran is under sanctions. It has been under sanctions for a longer time than Venezuela.
Yes, that is true too. Yeah.
What did they do wrong? What was so hard about managing the refineries that they collapsed? And at what point did that happen? I'm sorry, I didn't take down a memory of when this. It was after
they fired the almost all the know-how. They got rid of the know-how.
This was still under Chavez when this.
Yes.
Yes.
Ago. Yes.
So
and the reason is simple. They replaced technicians by people who were not technicians. I have to give you examples. They decided to appoint energy industry that had no any background in oil. So, for instance, they decided to appoint energy ministers and presidents and directors of the industry, people who had experience as union leaders or social activists or educators, professors. But no background in oil business.
Absolutely.
And I would like to add something to this comment. Also, Meta, something which was really bad for this is the oil industry. I think change their main objective in between, because it becomes the main money box for social programs in Venezuela. So it was the main resource to cover all the social programs in Venezuela. So they changed the main objective or the main goal from this huge and valuable industry to only keep the followers of Chavez among the social programs. It was not really bad for the country. I must say, many people was really identified with this and was happy with this because for first time, perhaps in their life, they became with another structure or another quality of life in their own conditions, and they started to perhaps to receive some benefits, and they started to build a new relationships and new structures in their communities situation. But if we can manage to keep some of this structure, but with another focus in order to democratize this structure, I would like to say it would be an advantage for this in the future as a country, because they managed to do a huge work in this sense.
I tend to agree with you that the different programs that Chavez implemented through the oil company were aiming to produce some kind of social change, and had some positive social impact at the beginning. But they were basically clientelistic programs instead of social programs. So they were delivered by the government, implemented by the government in order to capture people and to transform them into political activists. So this was one of the first, the most important failures of these programs. But the second one is that in order...
I don't know whether you're agreeing with each other, because I thought Alba was basically saying this was mostly a good initiative when Chavez did it, and it had many benefits. But I hear you saying, Angel, that you don't think so.
I don't think so. Actually, it had some social impact. Instead of for instance, you can see that the social indicator of Venezuela, and for a few years, there was an important reduction of poverty. That's right. Mm-hmm. But the side effect of these policies were, in the first place, they were political driven. So they were implemented to control population, not to make the population freer, and to make to increase to reduce the level of poverty, or to increase the income of the poor population. They were basically oriented to control, to political control, to impose political control on voters, and to transform the target of that policy, into political activists, into members of the political party. Yeah. And the second and most important consequence is that they were implemented mainly by the oil company, many of them. So the oil company became not only an oil company, but also a developer of urbanism, a company that built buildings and houses, a company that bought and distribute food and medicines. So this is not a problem at all if you see that in a general way, but the consequence is the inefficiency. The first thing that we have to say is that the company was not designed to implement those policies. But the worst part is that they never hired the most efficient people to implement those policies, but only political activists that implemented these policies, but with a lot of corruption and inefficiency. So it worked at the beginning for a few years, because the amount of money that the oil company had and the amount of money that Chavez controlled was humongous. Was 7 or 8 times the amount of money invested in euro to rebuild euro after the Second World War. So 7 or 8 Marshall plans. So it was a huge amount of money, and it was spent in a very inefficient and corrupt way. I wouldn't say that the intentions were bad. They were good. Actually, Venezuela was in a very critical situation when Chavez was elected. Otherwise, Chavez would not win the elections.
Yeah.
So we have poverty, we have inequality. All of that is right. But Chavez was not able to solve this problem. Actually, he only fixed this situation for a few years because his programs were very inefficient, were based in an amount of money that was impossible to sustain in the long run. And he destroyed the source of the money that was needed to maintain those policies, that is the oil industry in Venezuela. So if he destroyed that, at the end, he was the failure of his own social policies.
Okay, so Chavez messed up, although with good intentions. Transferred upon death, everything was inherited by Maduro, who wasn't as talented, who continued the same bad economic policies, but had to use coercion more because he was not as popular. And really it became a disaster economically, and people were suffering hunger even. And there was every reason. Here's where we get to the real question. Did you really need a different change of government? And if so, did the Guaido people have a plan that would have been an improvement over the economic plans of Maduro? Should the world generally have supported the, I don't want to call it an insurrection, but alternative proposals? Should the world support Guaido? Should they have done so in the first place? And if in any case, should they continue to do so? Because over the last year, there have been some changes. What should we outsiders support? And what are the options available? Maybe if we still cannot reasonably support Guaido, what else is on offer? What other possibilities might be worth considering?
If you ask me what the foreign governments, democratic foreign governments, should do in order to help Venezuela to find a solution, I would say that they have to put a lot of pressure on both Maduro and Guaido in order to find a room for negotiation and to implement a peaceful and democratic electoral transition to democracy in Venezuela.
Would you say that most people in Venezuela would agree with you on that?
I'm not sure. I would say that probably there are at least 4 positions on the Venezuelan opposition. And there is one that is very vocal, that is claiming for a military intervention. I wouldn't say that this is the majority of the Venezuelan. It probably is just a minority, but they are very vocal on the social medias mainly. And there is a kind of support, tacit support for Guaido among other people. And there is a kind of middle ground between these two positions that otherwise I would say that the majority right now is very concerned about their own issues, hunger, the scarcity of mostly everything from gas to medicines. And in the middle of the COVID situation, I would say that most people is basically focused on their own businesses.
Alba, you live there.
Yes.
You're, you've got the finger on the pulse better than maybe anybody else. What is your impression of public opinion? Of course, as I understand it, a lot of the population has left the country.
In one hand, there is interim government led by Guaido, which still has a really amount of followers still. Yeah, and it has been measured for one serious survey, which is real, okay? But on the other hand, there is just a strong support to the government, which is no more than 20% of the population. This has been really measured. These are really hard data. But if we
wait a minute, I'm not sure I got it all. You would say 20% of the population still favors the government.
Yes, more or less. Yes.
And the other
80% is against the government.
80% is not necessarily all in favor of Guaido.
No. It's against the government, but not in favor of Guaido. Yes, that's true. Yes. Okay. But Guaido, as a leader, is the person who has the highest leadership right now. Okay.
Guaido is.
Guaido. Yes.
Guaido has a strong
as a single
proportion of support, but not 100% by any means.
As a single leader. Yeah. But this is what survey says. Okay. But when you check, I mean, the activists or the social movement and the social activists, and when we are in the social meetings, well, people is really confused. People is really not clear if we have to go or not to go for the parliament elections in the 2 next months. I mean, most of them are clear that there are no real conditions to go for these elections. But on the other hand, there are people who would like or who love to have some leadership to believe to go to this parliament election. What would I mean with this? What I mean with this? There are some people, or there are people who would like to fight with the elections or with some space to gain some space in this route, because there are people. When I say people, it's not people. I mean, in the professional level, I'm talking about also people from the grassroots, because I have been in this area and talking with people, because there are people who still believe in the power of the vote, and they want to vote, but they want to vote for something or for somebody who really wants to have the power to change, I mean, the situation. We are very confused. I think we need to talk a lot with people. I mean, we need to do a lot of social work face to face with people, because media is not, I mean, it's not allowed to the majorities. People in the shanty areas, in the poor areas, they don't afford for social media like Twitter or something like this, because they don't have internet connection, they don't have smartphones. They many times or many hours during the day they don't have electricity, and some urban areas neither. I mean, doesn't have electricity. So what I mean is the information. I mean, the flow of information is really poor.
In general, who do they blame for their plight?
No, they blame the government.
I think
no doubt about this. They blame the government.
I think this is important, because one thing is to kind of demand leadership, which is my perspective from abroad. I have family in Venezuela, and they are going through a very, very hard time for the first time in 5 years. They don't have gas, they don't have food, they can't, it's the minimal, the survival mode they're on. And we're talking about people that 6-7 months ago, they were okay, they were fine. They didn't need us to supply anything because they had everything. And all of a sudden, we've started this year, after 5 years here, we've started sending food. This is a first time for us. So I think most of the people don't understand that Venezuelans' lives changed from one moment to the other, but they were already, maybe not the whole population, but they were already going through a very hard time. The problem is that right now it's 90% of the population. So of course they blame the government, but there's also this sort of orphanage of leadership from the opposition, because unfortunately the promises that were made over very flimsy, bases. There was nothing there for them to offer, not even to go as far as to change the regime, which is unrealistic. That's the problem. There's a void of leadership, and they're not going to fill it with the government, of course.
I think one of our main challenge now is to change this public opinion to put this in a binary way. I mean, you win or you lose, You lose or I win. We as a civil society, we are working, or we are really trying to work hard on this, to change this and to put the main actors together to try to find an agreement for this, for a fair elections and for a pacific solution for this. I think it's not only Maduro as a Maduro. We need to manage many things around it.
If you have to make many changes, it's not just getting rid of Maduro. Then how do you get there? For one thing, it seems from where I sit that these people are locked in to an opposition, and that this is not changed.
Yeah.
Am I right? That the opposition has not moved. There's been no action to resolve it. It's just stuck. And is there any way of putting external efforts to bring into some change? Who could help? Maybe Canada could put its influence in a good direction. There is this Lima group.
I think the Lima group is important, and that's why I believe that Canada's role within the group is really important, to try to establish some sort of balance between those countries that are on the extremes. Why? Because I believe that diplomacy, negotiation, those are the ways that we might find a way out of this stalemate. There's a stalemate. On the one side, there's the Maduro regime, which is, pretty much in good shape compared to the interim government that has a deadline in January of next year. They are up, there's probably a parliamentary election. They might be out of government. They're trying to figure out what to do. But the fact is that Maduro is not going to is not going to allow them to go further. So I think Canada's role in the group, in the Lima group, is going to be important if they try to strike a balance between the radicals on the group, or if the ones who are in opposing sides, but also to foster some conversations even with the United States. It will depend on who wins the election, but regardless of that, there has to be a way to use diplomacy instead of this, constant threatening to use, military power or responsibility to protect. I mean, that I think is not realistic. I don't believe that is going to benefit the people. People need to have something to hold on to. And those are hopes that are very much in the abstract sphere. There's no a real solution if you don't just point to things that are maybe incremental. We can't hope for Maduro to just leave power and that's it. That's not going to happen. That's not realistic. It has to be incremental. You have to get people on the same page. Let's talk. Let's negotiate. It's going to be hard. You will have to concede some things that you might not agree with, but I think that's where this would be heading.
Alba. Yes.
Yes. Yes, I would like to add to this. I agree with Maria. And also, I think the most important now, I think we need help from, abroad, from institutions or from governments or leaders or actors who are really decided to support us as a peace builder, as a peace maker. But not only with the leadership, with the main actors of this conflict. I think we need also to go deeper in the society, in the middle areas, and also in the grassroots. That's why, for example, my main objective right now is I'm working with women as a peace builder. I'm training women as a peace builder now with all these tools, but looking for a pacific solution and looking through these different levels of the society, not only the top of the actors of this. Of course, they have more influence, but we need to go inside of all the society.
I wonder one thing, I think in Canada and maybe around the world, there's more support for Maduro than I would expect simply because of the position that Trump has taken. And if Biden comes in, what difference will it make? Maria, you may have some sense of that. I don't know that I haven't heard anybody ask Biden a question about his position on Venezuela.
No, he has. He has a plan.
Yes.
He has a plan.
What changes we can expect from him?
Well, first of all, Biden thinks that Maduro is a dictator. So that's a starter for those who doubt about his intentions and those who label him as a socialist. That's really, for starters, his position is quite clear. Now, he has expressed his leaning towards negotiation. He doesn't believe that the intervention style of the Trump administration is rendering any, benefits to the cause of democracy in Venezuela. He's been very clear about that. He thinks there has to be an approach towards, first of all, recognizing that that's not a democratic regime. He's quite clear about that, but that they have to establish some sort of communication. And he has expressed his intention to promote those talks and that there should be free and fair elections. That's basically his approach to the whole situation, that this has to end in a fair call for elections with a new electoral body that calls for those elections. So it's a very long-term proposal. This is not something that we're going to see in 1 year or two, but at least it's a little bit of a shift from the Obama administration, which was very cautious and very distant. this is a more, I believe it is a more clear proposal. I'm not sure that's going to be well accepted by those who want military intervention, of course, and that's why, you hear the other side saying that we need more. But I think Biden is a little bit more, realistic in terms of what he can actually do, or his administration.
Okay, well, how does that sit with people? You're in Florida, which is largely Hispanic, much more Hispanic than other parts of the country. And I wonder, how is he appealing to those voters? Is that
to the Cuban American voters and the Venezuelan American voters? No. He is appealing to other Hispanic Latinx voters, like, for example, Puerto Ricans, because they don't have that immigration socialist kind of conflict. They're Americans and they don't fear socialism. So Biden's appeal probably is a little bit stronger among Puerto Ricans, and they make up for 1,200,000 electors here in Florida. So I guess I've always, discussed with my Venezuelan colleagues that I think there is an exaggeration with, how strong the Venezuelan American vote is here in Florida. It doesn't even reach 60,000 votes. It's 55,000 votes. And, it's good if elections here are very close. The margins are very, close. But if I were Biden, I would be investing a lot more in Puerto Rican voters than Venezuelan voters. They already have their minds made up, and it's Trump's.
How Cuba, a Canadian and Cuban coalition, so to speak, could have any influence on policies in Venezuela, because Cuba is clearly supporting the Maduro government and Canada is not. So somebody elaborate on how you visualize a thing like that working out.
Cuba government has been supported Venezuelan government since 20 years in different fields. And Cuba government and Venezuelan government has been exchanging different things in this relationship: security forces, intelligence, healthcare, medical care, and many things. And it has been an exchange between Cuba and Venezuela, also with, they have trade, also exchanging oil with resources from Cuba. We need a negotiation to go to a transition in Venezuela. We think governments who are close to Cuba could be or could have a great role to talk with Cuba government in order to facilitate this process. This is the case I would suggest could be managed by a Canadian government in this case. Okay.
Say the Canadian government and Cuba get together and propose, urge really free and fair elections, which is what everybody agrees would be necessary, and that it might not be that anybody from either the Maduro government or Guaido's group would be elected, but some other group that you would hope would be more efficient in running the economy. Who might that be? Are there, in such a situation that has been so polarized for so long, is there any credible third party kind of group, political entity that could run candidates for election and be credible?
Not yet. Good question.
Okay.
Good question. Well, I think there is not yet.
I would say that the most important problem that the opposition, the Venezuelan opposition, is facing right now is fragmentation. They are strongly divided. They used to be pretty well unified. It worked really well until 2015, when the opposition won the majority of the National Assembly, and they remain unified for a long time. But now they are fragmented in at least 3 different positions. One of them, which is the Guaidó position, that claims for a kind of transitional government, that nobody knows how this government will be imposed and how we can reach to this solution. There is the position of Maria Corina Machado and other people who claim for a foreign intervention. Some of them are pretty clear about a military intervention. Some others are a little bit more ambiguous and claim for a international intervention without adding the military part of that. But at the end, I think everybody knows that the proposal is a military intervention, which I reject. And there is between them, there is a position led by Enrique Capriles, who used to be a candidate. He was a candidate who ran against Chavez in 2012 and against Maduro in 2013. And he almost won the election. I will say that he almost won the election because he lost for less than 1 point percent. It was a very, very close election. And some people claim that he actually won and it was a fraud, but nobody can prove it. But the real point is that he is leading a fair position that tried to reach an agreement with trying to get the support from the international community, and actually with some support from the European Union and particularly Norway. And as for the Canadian government role in this situation, I will say that Canada can play a very important role relating to crucial international actors in Venezuela. There is no solution in Venezuela without the intervention of the US and Cuba. Both governments are strongly interested in Venezuela, much more Cuba than the US, to be sincere. But there will be no solution in the Venezuelan situation. Is Cuba is not has not involved in this process of negotiation, and at the same time, if the US is keep using Venezuela as an instrument of domestic confrontation, which is the main role of the Venezuelan issue in this current presidential election of the US. I don't think that Trump is concerned about what is happening to Venezuela and Venezuelans. He is using Venezuela as an instrument to condemn and to attack the liberal Democrats, and that he calls the socialist Democrat in the US. But he is not interested in any solution. So I would say that after this presidential election, whatever happens in it, I would say that Canada and other democratic countries in the world have to put a lot of pressure on the US to find a peaceful solution in Venezuela and to convince Cuba not being an obstacle in this democratic transition. And if you ask me, I would say that I will try to find the support of those leaders who are in the middle between those who claim for international intervention and the other who asks for interim government. And I would say that people like Capriles, or there are many other peoples in Venezuela who can play an important role in order to find this kind of negotiated agreement for a peaceful transition.
Well, sounds like the most, doesn't sound like a very optimistic scenario, but the most promising that I've heard so far. You know, and everybody's nodding as if you don't settle for that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is
Thank you, Maida,
very
for having us
enlightening,
here.
and it's not encouraging exactly, but it's, we can keep our fingers crossed.
Thank you for giving this opportunity, to communicate with Canadian people regarding the problems in our country, and to contribute to find a peaceful solution for Venezuela in this crisis.
Thank you, Meta, for this invitation, and thank you to your audience.
Good wishes to Venezuela.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Have a good night, guys. Bye.
Bye-bye.
This conversation is one of the weekly series Talk About Saving the World, produced by Peace Magazine and Project Save the World. Please visit our website at ToSaveTheWorld.ca, where you can sign the Platform for Survival, a list of 25 public policy proposals that, if enacted, would greatly reduce the risk of 6 global threats to humankind. Come back next week for another discussion of a serious global issue.
Hi, I'm Meta Spencer, and today I get to have a conversation with a very dear friend, Walter Dorn. Walter is a professor at the Canadian Forces College here in Toronto, which is kind of a graduate school for military people, but he calls himself a sheep in wolf's clothing, which is a wonderful term for somebody who is an expert on military matters, but really is a peace worker in every sense of the word. So it must be a real matter of cognitive dissonance to be teaching in a place where the whole purpose of the thing seems a little bit incongruous. But he manages, and he's one of my very favorite and one of the strongest peace workers in Canada, if not the world. Works for the UN a lot. Hi, Walter. Good morning.
Hi, Meta. Good to be with you.
And I love your fireplace. So we're going to have a fireside chat. Warm and charming. Cozy. I will tell people that you were originally a chemistry graduate student when I first met you many years ago, and you did PhD. I believe you got interested in chemical weapons,
after about 10 years on arms control, I shifted to peacekeeping, but I kept that interest in monitoring, sensing, and so the technologies are interest for me across the range of peace and environmental issues.
There's stuff that's been going on regarding chemical weapons in the last week or two. I've seen a lot of emails flying past me that I haven't really unpacked. So I'd like for you to talk to me about some of the controversies about chemical weapons that have been taking place recently. And then everybody, all the peace workers in the world now, are preoccupied with the challenge of trying to get our respective governments to sign on to and ratify the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, TPNW. And I know that you had an opportunity to speak to a Senate committee in the last 2 or 3 days, and that you used this opportunity to make your plug for Canada to get on board with that, which they certainly should. So we'll talk about both of those, if you will.
So the news is that the Canadian Parliament is now considering an amendment to the Chemical Weapons Convention Implementation Act, which was first passed in 1995. And the reason that they're considering this amendment is that the treaty itself was amended earlier this year. Provisions came into force to add 4 new classes of chemical weapons to Schedule 1 of the chemicals, which Schedule 1 are those chemicals which can only be used as chemical weapons. They don't have other purposes, and they pose a high risk. They include the traditional chemicals like mustard gas and sarin and VX and ricin. But the new agents, 3 of the new classes of agents are Novichoks, which are agents that Russia is alleged and most certainly did use, both against a former Soviet agent when he was in refuge in Britain, and in the Salisbury attack, both Sergei Skripal and his daughter Yulia were poisoned by this nerve agent called Novichok. It's actually a class of agents. And the other use was against Alex Navalny. And when he was brought to Germany after being poisoned, they detected Novichok in his blood. So it's quite clear that this is a contravention of the Chemical Weapons Convention. Of course, Russia has denied it. But Russia did agree to put these chemicals into the annex on chemicals of the Chemical Weapons Convention. So now we have 4 new categories added to the Chemical Weapons Convention. And the government of Canada didn't need to amend the legislation, but thought that it was prudent to do so. And so I looked at the amendments, said that it wasn't necessary, but it was still a positive thing. And yesterday, the committee to which I was testifying adopted the amendments, and is now sending it back to the full Senate, or will shortly send it back to the full Senate. And then when it goes through a 3rd reading in both the House and the Senate, then it will pass as a new amended bill for Canada.
Aha. Okay. Well, that's logical to me, because you said at the outset was already forbidden, right? It would be covered by anybody's definition of what a chemical weapon is, I presume. I don't even know how you would define a chemical. How do they define chemical weapons? What does the treaty basically say is possible and what is not? Is it clear that the criteria are unmistakable, that you can tell for sure whether something would be covered or not?
Right. So the definition in the Convention of Chemical Weapon is very broad. It includes both the harm that's inflicted and the intention to do harm. So it's like a legal definition involving both intent and actual act. The schedules are there for verification purposes and to help better define what is being considered. So Schedule 1, as mentioned, are just chemicals, compounds that are used as chemical weapons and don't have other purposes. And the fact that Russia allowed those chemicals to go on to Schedule 1 means that the OPCW, that's the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, which is based in The Hague, can now do better inspections and better testing and verification mechanisms for those agents. And I'm sure that in their subsequent inspections in Russia, and I do hope there will be a challenge inspection of Russia, that they will look for those agents and figure out where they're produced in Russia.
I guess I'm not clear about what you say, the schedule, the things they added on. What are these, like chemical formulas or something that would enable you to say anything with this stuff in it is definitely forbidden?
That's correct. So you're allowed to have small amounts for research, but they have to be consistent with the research purpose. You can have them for prophylactic purposes, protecting yourself and testing gas masks and that sort of thing. But those have to be very small quantities, and they have to be reported to the OPCW. So now Russia, if they do have Novichoks, will be obliged under the Chemical Weapons Convention to report any not stockpile, it's not even stockpile, but any quantities, small quantities in a fridge somewhere where they store for research purposes. And hopefully they've learned their lesson, and the world has called them out now on the use of chemical weapons against at least 2 targets. And this adding it to the schedule will make verification better.
Yeah, I've often wondered how you would do verification for a thing like that. Anyway, it's hard enough if you're talking about a dump with barrels, thousands of barrels of chemicals. That it's, you know, you might be able to spot those by sniffing, or I don't know how you do it, but the notion that something as tiny as like a half a teaspoonful of something would be, you know, you could kill a bunch of people.
Right. So
how can you possibly really expect to do verification?
So you would run on clues. And we already know that Russia has used Novichok. So then it would be what laboratories might have them in their inventory. What does the intelligence say? Other intelligence agencies can use their electronic intercept and other means to be able to give clues to international organizations when they do the verification. So it'll be a cat and mouse game. And in many cases, the mouse will win. But the more tools, the more provisions in the convention that allow for verification, the better the cat will be at catching the violations of the convention. So I still think this is a positive, and you might not catch all the vials. They might be in some former KGB lab, now FSB, which is handling the chemical side of their activities. But at least you can begin to search for them and make it more difficult for a country to or an organization to hide them.
How difficult is it to make? And are there, I'm asking now not only about Novichok, but other chemicals that might also be extremely lethal and very tiny. Is there anything of that magnitude or that importance, lethality, that I could make in my kitchen? Not that I want you to tell me on live TV.
Yeah, I'm always hesitant to talk about this, but I think it's sufficiently in the literature that that we can say that many of these chemicals are very easy to make. Sometimes 2 steps away from common products that can be ordered. There was a case that a Schedule 1 chemical was produced near Montreal early this year and sent to the White House and to addresses in Texas. That was using castor beans. So that information is out there. What we have to also be aware is it's the handling of those things that really requires the extra expertise. Because when you're making them, if you tried it in your kitchen, I wouldn't recommend eating in your kitchen or doing any preparation in your kitchen for a long time afterwards. So usually you do them in fume hoods and in special flasks and that sort of thing. So in that sense, it's a deterrent for people to make chemical weapons.
It's like, I guess it happens with other things, like even explosives. People kill themselves just playing around with this stuff, trying to build weapons sometimes. So,
exactly.
Okay, well, so this is a good step then. Well, of course, actually, one wonders what goes on in the minds of the people who have been using those things. I think, I don't know anybody who would dispute the assumption that Putin has to know about this and have approved of it, or it wouldn't have happened, period. And so this is Putin's own doing. And why? He doesn't like the guy, but did he, I think the fact that they get caught, and that, for example, this polonium stuff, they found the traces of where it had been on airplanes and hotels, and they could even tell where it had been transported.
Right.
And it's so
Yeah, the coffee cup was laden with the residue of the polonium and the radiation.
so
Yeah.
if he's having them use a poison that is so easy to identify and so uniquely Russian, and something that nobody could have done in their own kitchen. I couldn't make maybe you could get polonium or Novichok, but I don't think very many people could. Is he trying to send a message? Is he doing this to say, you see what I can do, so watch out? Or is he dumb enough to think that he could get away with it and not get caught?
Well, I think both are plausible, and one is probably the first. The second idea that you propose is that he get away with it is what he would want. But if he doesn't get away with it and it is identified, it still sends a message. So there's a kind of he can benefit in both categories. The first category of eliminating an enemy through saying that it was some sort of poisonous substance that he must have eaten somewhere. And then if not, then making other people scared. But I don't think that the Russians thought that Navalny would get to a German hospital where they had the technologies, and the OPCW was involved in as well in getting those samples to labs in France and Sweden, which both confirmed that Novichok was in them. So the net is negative for Putin, but if he likes notoriety, then he's got it. But he also seeks plausible deniability, and he continues to say that this was not instigated by the Russian government.
Well, I don't think anybody in the world would believe him. I mean, it's the most absurd, right? I mean, there's nobody else could do it. And
Right.
everything that goes on in Russia, that if it's going to be at that magnitude, I don't think there's any Russian who believes that something like the FSB would go off on their own and freelance on a thing like that. So I think it's absurd. And now then, if in any case, why would he sign on to having an additional protocol or whatever, saying that Novichok specifically is forbidden? Does he intend to straighten out and not use it anymore? Or are the terms of this new protocol, or whatever it's called, such that it'll be easier to have an inspection, an impromptu, very quick inspection?
I hope so. I hope that governments do that. I mean, when we were working on the Chemical Weapons Convention, I was both involved with Parliamentarians for Global Action and Science for Peace, and you may recall we even did a conference where we had a Soviet representative come in 1988 to look at chemical weapons, and we held it in Croft Chapter House, Canada's oldest chemistry laboratory at the University of Toronto. We were really hoping that this mechanism of anywhere, anytime inspections could become part of international practice as well, in addition to being in the law. And the nations have been really hesitant to carry out challenge inspections. So now is an opportunity, and I really hope that nations summon the courage to do it.
What does the text of the treaty say?
This could have been done any time since the entry into force of the treaty in 1997. And some nations have even said, look, do a trial challenge inspection and come and visit any lab you want. And then the OPCW has to designate it, and then there's a process called managed access. But it still is based on the principle of anywhere, anytime. I mean, it's short notice. It's like 24, 48-hour notices and that sort of thing. But the world needs to get in the habit. And I would hope that countries like Canada can say, yeah, please try it out on us. so that we can get in the habit of creating that kind of transparency in the world. So it becomes even harder for violators like Russia to turn down such requests.
Didn't the Russians say that they had already destroyed their arsenal of chemical weapons?
They had. They not only said it, but it was verified by the OPCW. So we know that some 30,000 tons of chemical weapons were destroyed in Russia. They asked for this 10-year extension. After the first 10 years, they hadn't completed. And the Americans also asked for that extension. The Americans haven't even completed all that work, but they've destroyed more than 20,000 tons. So we're well on the way. We have 98% of declared stocks are now destroyed.
You think they're really destroyed, but you're talking about big gallon drums, right?
Right.
You're not talking about a teaspoonful.
That's right. That's why the 98% is regard to the weight of the substances, not the existence of it. So, there might be undeclared substances. They could be in small quantities. And I just shifting to Syria for a second. Syria did destroy over 1,000 metric tons of chemical weapons, or that is, they transferred it for destruction. Most of it was destroyed on a ship, in the American ship in the Mediterranean. But the Syrian government gave up its strategic arsenal. Now it still has tactical, that is, small amounts that it has been using against the population. But the threat against other countries, such as Israel, was very much diminished by Syria signing under Russian pressure and American pressure, signing the Chemical Weapons Convention. And even though it hasn't fulfilled all the obligations of the convention, and the OPCW still has matters that issues with Syria's declarations, it still was a major step forward. And now we have a basis on which you can send in inspectors and you can challenge their veracity, rather than a nation saying, well, we have a right to have those many chemical weapons, and you have no right to even question it, because there's no legal basis for us to question it, because we never signed the Chemical Weapons Convention. Syria did sign it, and now we can try and hold them accountable.
Well, now there was one case where I think the LPCW inspectors went into a place where there was I think in a road, wasn't there? There was some sort of chemical, like a pit or something on the road, pothole on the road, where a chemical weapon had landed, and they were able to detect that it was a chemical weapon.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe the OPCW doesn't say who they think did it. I mean, you could guess, but isn't that true that they tell you whether it is a chemical weapon or not, but they don't actually charge anybody with a violation?
Okay, so at the time of those joint investigative mechanisms with the UN and the OPCW in Syria, that was true, that the mandate of the OPCW was limited to declaring that a chemical weapon had been used and not by whom. But fortunately, the OPCW has refined its methods, and the Conference of State Parties has agreed that the OPCW can now name the perpetrators. So they're now going back and looking at the evidence, which was pretty clear at the time that it was the Syrian government. And they did detect nerve agents in some of the artillery shells that landed. And you can tell from the angle of the artillery from where it was launched, because if it lands this way, it's very different from when it lands that way. And so there's good evidence from where the launching was in government or non-governmental controlled areas. In this case, governmental controlled areas. In the case of what I think you're referring to is the Houthi attack. And the basis for the OPCW is being strengthened. So it's one of the few areas of arms control where we actually have seen the international mechanism strengthened in recent years, as opposed to other areas where, we saw so many treaties which were repudiated by the United States under the Trump administration. And the only other positive development is that we now have a treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons that will enter into force next month.
Well, now here, we have just about 10 minutes or less to talk about that, because I think I want to know what you said yesterday. You were before what committee? And what did you tell them?
Standing Committee of the Senate on Foreign Affairs and International Trade.
Mm-hmm. And they invited you to come and tell them things, or you asked to, or what?
No, I actually don't know how I got the invitation, but I was invited to provide testimony. And before me, somebody from the OPCW testified. And before that, there were governmental representatives and the chair of the Biological and Chemical Defense Review Committee.
I thought you were talking about the TPNW yesterday, or did you sneak that in on top of the things that you were asked to talk about?
Right. So some of the senators had raised the TPNW during their addresses in the Senate. And I was asked a question about the TPNW, but also in my opening remarks, I made a point of drawing the larger lessons from the Chemical Weapons Convention. I said we need to strengthen arms control. We need to strengthen the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention to provide similar sorts of mechanisms that the Chemical Weapons Convention has, anywhere, anytime inspections. I said we need to create a nuclear weapons convention, which can do for nuclear weapons what the Chemical Weapons Convention has done for chemical weapons. And that a step in the direction towards a nuclear-free world was the ban treaty, but it has no verification in compliance mechanisms. So we needed to strengthen that, and that Canada should support that initiative towards arms control. And then I'll throw out here the third proposal, which is that we should give the World Health Organization the same sort of inspection capabilities that we give to the OPCW. That is, the WHO should be able to do anywhere, anytime inspections without right of refusal through managed access to facilities where there may have been early outbreaks, and the world would be much better informed about the types of infectious diseases that may be man-caused or may be natural, and that we can have a better information very early on. So those were all lessons from the implementation of the Chemical Weapons Convention. And the TPNW, Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, was one of the points that I made. And if you want to talk about that or any of the other broader issues that come out of the Chemical Weapons Convention implementation, I'm quite happy to talk about those.
You know, I talked to somebody once who said that he had, in a conversation with Gorbachev, received some information that there was a Russian plan or Soviet plan back in the day to actually use, I think, smallpox or something in some sort of weaponry. That this was not. I mean, you're referring to something, the use of biological weapons that are designed to make people sick and die from, like, viruses, or I don't imagine many of us even lose any sleep thinking about that possibility, that people would actually do something like try to cause a pandemic in another country, because it seems so implausible that anybody would do that. I mean, it wouldn't have even occurred to me, but apparently this was really a game plan at some point.
Well, yeah, it's not rational, and no one should do it or think that there's any benefit from it. But there are crazy people and crazy groups that have planned it. Aum Shinrikyo was planning it for Japan. They had sheep in Australia that they were using to get for testing on with anthrax. The ricin that was created by a Montreal woman, a dual citizen of France and Canada, she developed the ricin, which is a toxin produced by a biological system, but it is a chemical weapon. It's a chemical, and it's in Schedule 1 of the Chemical Weapons Convention, and mailed that. And there have been about half a dozen cases where there have been mailings of chemical and biological weapons in the United States. One of them done almost certainly by a US defense scientist who sent anthrax, which the FBI can be certain that came from the flask in his laboratory or was derived from that flask. And that anthrax was sent to Patrick Leahy, who was a Democrat senator, and various other people, mailed from different locations, by Bruce Ivins, who committed suicide just as he found out that he was the #1 suspect by the FBI.
Was this the thing that happened right after 9/11?
Correct. October. It's 10/11, if you like. Yeah.
I think in our own minds, we probably figured that these two tragedies were connected.
Well, he labeled the envelope saying "Death to America, Allah is great," but it was one of those great framings of using biological weapons and trying to frame it on Islamic extremists.
Mm-hmm.
So there are definite lessons, and we have to keep that one alive. It's not just a conspiracy theory. It has all the elements of a conspiracy theory, but it's very definitively proven, in my mind, beyond reasonable doubt, but you can certainly say beyond the balance of probabilities, that this defense scientist who was seeking to increase the funding and got increased funding for anthrax research after that attack, which killed 5 people.
So he wasn't just a crazy guy. He had a special motive. I mean, it's crazy, yes. I mean, no normal human being would think that way, but it was a motivated craziness. Huh?
That is the allegation that the FBI has for his attack. And there's lots of good evidence provided in the FBI report, which is now available online. And the scientist was also loved puzzles, and he put into some of the framing material that he did, some of the puzzles that he got out of a book, Gödel, Eschel, and Bach, which was very popular decades ago for looking at how to do encryption and looking at the patterns in life. So he had a deviously deranged mind.
Yeah, this has been extremely interesting. Take care, Walter. Bye-bye.
Bye. Cheers.
This conversation is one of the weekly series Talk About Saving the World, produced by Peace Magazine and Project Save the World. Please visit our website at ToSaveTheWorld.ca, where you can sign the Platform for Survival, a list of 25 public policy proposals that, if enacted, would greatly reduce the risk of 6 global threats to humankind. Come back next week for another discussion of a serious global issue.
Hi, I'm Meta Spencer, and today we're going to have a schmooze day. You know, a schmooze day on this program is one where I don't have an agenda, but I invite some friends of mine who are good talkers and quick on their feet or at the webcam, and I see what happens. I shake well and watch the explosion, only it's more like fizz as a rule. We don't know what we're going to talk about, and these people, two of them know each other, but the third one doesn't. Okay, and so what I'm going to do this time is, instead of introducing each of you and asking you to, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves, because that will give us some idea of what you might be interested in talking about today. Here is Karen Hamilton, Reverend Doctor or Dr. General Secretary Karen Hamilton. What do you want to say about yourself? Who are you, lady?
General Secretary of the Canadian Council of Churches. And the Canadian Council of Churches includes pretty much all of the Christians in Canada. I've also done a lot of interfaith work. So I work with the Jewish community, Muslim community, Buddhist, Baha'i, Hindu communities, and was the co-chair of the 2018 Parliament of the World Religions, which brought 8,500 people to Canada. I do a lot of interfaith work. I teach a course in Jerusalem every year, a troubled place these days, as everybody knows. I've sponsored 2 Syrian refugee families, and, you know, that's enough for now. Though, most important, I have the tremendous privilege of being an advisor to a project which has just launched called Love My Neighbor, and it is encouraging people to give $25 in Thanksgiving for their own vaccinations, so that the 1/3 of the countries of the world that do not have vaccines right now and whose people are suffering and who have a terrible time with COVID-19 can, through UNICEF, get vaccinated. So that's
Oh, that's a glorious suggestion. All right, I'll whip out my checkbook right away. I just had my vaccination 40 minutes ago, so I'm ready with my checkbook. Thank you for doing that.
And you can go to the UNICEF website or just Google Love My Neighbor.
All right, good idea. Okay, here's Nadine Block. Who are you, lady?
I'm glad to be here, Meta. My name's Nadine, as you said. I live outside of the District of Columbia, the colony in the United States. Although I live in Maryland, I have full voting rights. And just want your listeners to know that the District of Columbia still does not have full voting rights or citizenship as a member of the state in the United States. So we are in favor of DC statehood and work on that, connected to all kinds of other issues. So one of the things that I do is I work locally, nationally, globally with a crew called Beautiful Trouble. We are organizers, activists, artists, all united to support people-powered movements and make them more effective and irresistible. As Tony Cade Bambara says, you know, we're in the business of making revolution irresistible. Nice. And I myself am an artist as well, and I contributed to Beautiful Trouble and work a lot in the DMV, the Washington area, the District, Maryland, and Virginia area on all kinds of issues from economic justice to locally to global issues like Karen mentioned on the vaccine, where we've been very involved in lobbying for the US to share the patents and to share our resources, and just had perhaps a significant, but at least a minor win with the Biden administration agreeing to meet about this. A World Trade Organization that is implicated in holding these vaccine patents too tightly and too limited to the richest nations. And so we're actively putting pressure on, and there are plenty of folks also actively meeting with the administration and pressuring them to do the right thing as far as negotiating what we call the TRIPS waivers and other more in-depth things. But what people should know is that there are things to do, whether it's donate money or advocate to your electeds. If you're part of, quote unquote, the developed world that has too much vaccine or clear access above and beyond what other people have, don't sit idly by, definitely get involved. And I think that's perhaps where my most important involvement is I'm a trainer and a facilitator for people-powered movements and support them worldwide.
When I advertised who was coming to each other, I had, like 5 words that I described each of you, and I described you as a puppeteer because I thought that would surprise some people. You know, how am I going to talk to a puppeteer? Let me think. So, what are these puppets that you make?
I will say I think of myself not even so much as just a puppeteer or an artist, but more of a cultural worker. And I'm really dedicated to both the process and the strategy of using arts and culture in the work that we do. So yeah, I do make giant puppets, whether they're giant dogs or most recently, what have we done? Giant workers talking about the Fight for 15 campaign here in the United States, or a human-sized Candyland game, which people might remember from childhood, where you move things around a board, but we called it Caring Land to focus on what the administration needed to do to help people survive COVID and particularly support families here in the United States, and life-size figures human-sized figures that people could move around 20 by 20 or 7 meter by 7 meter board made out of canvas that we could stake out in a yard. So there's all kinds of ways of thinking about what the props are or puppets are that we can make to visualize and help people understand these complicated issues. And sometimes we use them to blockade streets or to disrupt business as usual, which we have to do sometimes to make change happen.
Thank you. Okay. And now I get to introduce an old friend of yours, Phil Bogdanov. Phil, what do you have to say for yourself?
I like Nadine, live just outside of the district. I'm very sympathetic. I did live in the district for a while and definitely noticed the lack of votes. So I'm very sympathetic to that campaign, and it looks like things may be shifting in a direction where we might actually have something happen soon. So I met Nadine at Cornell. We had breakfast together every Thursday morning for a number of years, along with, I don't know, at one point it was 60 other people focused on disarmament issues. I got to work with a guy named Charlie Hall, professor in ecology and systematics. He had two main interests at the time. One project was looking at the global carbon cycle as it related to climate change. We knew how much CO2 was being added to the atmosphere by the accounting of burning of fossil fuels and the production of cement, and we knew only about half of it was staying up there. The puzzle at the time was, where did the other half go? And we were part of a number of teams around the world of scientists that were attempting to kind of nail down more precisely what was happening in each sector. The result, after maybe a decade of work, is kind of a consensus that about 90% of that excess CO2 gets absorbed by the oceans, and the other 10% gets absorbed by the terrestrial plants. Charlie Hall's other interest was energy. The harder the industry was drilling, the less oil per effort it was finding. So the question was, why is that happening? Because every year they produce a list of the top 10 ranked best sites for drilling oil. So if you're not drilling a lot, you pick the top one or two, and your probability of finding oil is very high. But if you're drilling hard because you're trying to find more oil, you get farther down that list, and you have a greater chance of hitting a dry hole and not getting a return. So that's why there was this sort of inverse relationship of finding less oil per effort, not less oil total, but less oil per effort. Anyway, he's been very instrumental in sort of applying this concept of energy return on investment or net energy analysis to everything from solar panels to wind to, sort of full life cycle accounting for a nuclear power plant, what goes into producing it, the land destruction, the energy generated, refining, and decommissioning and storage and all that kind of stuff. So a lot of the studies that have come out are basically showing that some of these resources aren't as beneficial to society as initially people thought when you do the full cost accounting. Recently, I've actually started speaking about this. I gave a talk last night that was, the broad title was Our Energy Predicament, and it's looking at the fact that we are currently placing a lot of hope into solar and wind, and the reality is that they're actually a very tiny percentage, no more than 3% worldwide, of our energy sources. We're still highly, highly dependent on fossil fuels, and we will be for decades to come. And as everybody's trying to kind of generate these net zero or zero emissions targets, I think they're setting goals that are going to be very, very difficult to achieve without looking at, our overall consumption patterns. And there's like a 96% correlation between the consumption of fossil fuels and GDP. So if you want to shrink the fossil fuels, you're probably going to have an impact on GDP or standard of living. So you're going to be asking people to be poor next year unless we develop some very creative ways of living together. And I just recommend, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Derek Jensen, Lierre Keith, and Max Wobert. This came out in mid-March, called Bright Green Lies. They do a lot of the number crunching on these renewables and our dreams.
Phil, it sounds like your conclusion is very pessimistic. Is that the final conclusion, or are you on the way to telling me, but there's a silver lining someplace?
Well, realistically, the answer is very pessimistic. We probably should have started 20 years ago to address this issue, like some people called for. I think we're headed as human civilization towards a very severe bottleneck. The question is, what we do now. I think somebody, some sir in England said the next 5 years is going to determine what the next 10,000 years of life looks like on this planet. So it's increasingly important for us to make choices to help, expand that bottleneck so fewer species go extinct. So if, humans on the other side of it have a better chance of having a more biodiverse, robust kind of ecosystem to live inside of. But I'm afraid we're headed for some hard times, and I think they're going to hit us much sooner than most people realize, because this energy return on investment, when we first started pumping oil out of the ground in the 1930s, we could get 100 barrels of oil for the equivalent about 1 barrel of effort. You know, whether that's the capital expenditure or the actual, you know, energy to run the drills, to manufacture the pipes, et cetera, et cetera. So when all that infrastructure is converted into an energy, you know, barrel per oil equivalent, we were getting 100 back for every one we invested. Now we have slid over the years. We're now down to probably 18 to 1. So if you average everything that we're doing in terms of fossil fuels, that ratio has declined, and it's going to decline further. And as it does, a growing portion of our civilization is going to be scrambling and investing in trying to harvest more energy. So you can think of it, when you have 100 to 1 return on investment, that means one person out of 100 is involved in the energy industry, and the other 99 can do whatever they want, more or less. You know, they can teach at a university, they can play in a symphony, they can be a policeman, et cetera, because they're not being farmers. You know, 200 years ago, we 85% of our population was involved in agriculture, more. And we've had the benefit now for 100, 150 years of this tremendous energy resource. And so we have changed the way our society functions, so that very few people now farm, are directly involved in farming, and very few were involved in harvesting energy in other forms. But that's going to change. In February, we saw headlines from Shell and BP saying they're now anticipating that we're past peak oil, and the ability to sort of pump oil out of the ground is going to start to decline. Shell even put a 1 to 2% number on it. The people have looked at this over the long decades and looked at the various oil fields, thinks that when things get rolling, we're going to be looking at a 6 to 8% decline per year. So if you know your rule of 72, a 6% decline, that's 12 years. In 12 years, the amount of energy available from fossil fuels will decline by half. So to take your personal household.
I haven't heard anybody talking about peak oil in 5 years.
Well,
I'm sorry. I really wrote that off as a misleading issue a long time ago.
Well, in the U.S. we were rescued by fracking, by shale oil, and we bumped up our domestic production by almost 50% above where it was. Otherwise, we would have been on the downside of peak oil. If you look at the fundamentals, and I can show a chart if you like, but even the fracking source is now in steep decline. So the people that are looking at this expect that this year we're going to start to feel the bite from that decline.
That is not a worry of mine. I'm sorry. I've got a lot of other worries that I'm going to put ahead, like emitting methane from the East Siberian Sea. That's going to get us before we run out of. All we have to do is go up there and capture some of that stuff, and we're in business. Okay, look, I think what we need to look at is the connection between the issues that you have alluded to, which are too numerous to count even, but and the fact that the thing that needs to be done is a whole lot more public awareness, and that's where Karen and Nadine and even I, have some level of engagement. I don't crunch any numbers, but I spent a hell of a lot of time trying to get people to listen to me. And listen to you. So Karen and Nadine, tell me.
Well, what I was going to say is, and there's a way to sort of spin off of what Philip was saying, which takes us back to where we began about vaccinations and the COVID-19. And I don't know all of the conversation, although I'm very familiar, Philip, with all that is going on there, and the difference that fracking has made for worse probably in the United States. But one of the conversations that's happening a lot in Canada, and the question is, can we sustain it, is what have we learned from the COVID-19 pandemic? And the environmental issues are a big part of that. All of a sudden, the skies are clearer, the water is clearer. We're all seeing pictures of the Venice canals that are now, you can see the bottom, which you never could before because of the downturn in tourism. Also, big conversation. Yeah, it's quite a dramatic picture. Look, Google it. So climate issues have risen to the fore in the COVID conversations. What have we learned? What can we do without? For instance, this Zoom presentation. How many in-person meetings are really going to go back to being in person and requiring people to fly using fossil fuels when we can do things by Zoom? People are asking those kind of questions in a very intentional way. Can we sustain those conversations? That's my question, and a question the faith communities are very engaged in. So climate is one issue that has risen to the fore, and the changes COVID-19 has brought, and how can we move forward in those changes? The other one has to do, of course, with race, which is also huge in the United States, but also present here, and the realization that we're much more locked down here in Canada than you have been in the United States. And one of the realities is that the essential workers, this has been brought very much to people's attention, and again, particularly in faith communities, essential workers are often people of color. So they have not been able to lock down and be safe in their homes on their nice, tidy Zoom screens. They've been out being vulnerable, being exposed. The hotspot areas, Meta, you'll know in Toronto, are areas where there is a high refugee population, a high immigrant population, and almost entirely people of color. And they have been, so right now, just for those of you in the States, one of the big pushes in Toronto right now, where Meta, I'm not actually in Toronto right now, but where Meta and I live a lot of the time, is we're doing specific hotspot vaccinations for the populations who are essential workers, but are also living in more close proximity than some of the rest of us. And so it's really become a justice issue, a huge justice issue. How can there be equity? The hotspots in Toronto are the places where people with lower incomes live. So how do we sustain the actions, to go to Nadine, how do we sustain the actions and the protests and the advocacy that needs to happen to keep that awareness of the real life situations, of vulnerable folk and how they're impacted when something like COVID happens. And so climate is one conversation we've got to keep happening that has been heightened by COVID. Racism and the vulnerable populations and their less access to healthcare and financial instability, housing instability, all of those conversations were happening, but they've been much heightened. So, and then we talked about the global and the vaccine access. Well, it's a problem, local vaccine access. We seem to have changed it now. I see Nadine nodding. We seem to have changed it now in Toronto. And here's one clever example. Many of the Syrian refugee families I've helped sponsor have moved into an area in Toronto called Thorncliffe Park. Well, it's Ramadan, as you will all well be aware, and that changes people's schedules a huge amount. So the vaccination
Thorncliffe Park is what's going on there?
Many immigrant and refugee families live in there. Yeah. It's almost entirely immigrant and refugee families who are essential workers, who are on the front lines, who don't get to stay in their cozy Zoom houses. And it's Ramadan. Many of them are Muslim. It's Ramadan. So this incredibly clever, creative, Nadine, here's one, if you haven't heard of it, advocate for this. Ramadan changes people's schedules. They live very differently because of the prayer cycle and the fasting. They fast from dawn until sunset, and not sunrise, dawn, which makes it longer, until sunset. People are tired and they are fasting to be in solidarity with the poor, and there's an expectation that much will be given. So the Muslim community has risen to this challenge to raise money and advocate for vaccines for developing countries. Muslim community has risen to the challenge in a huge way. And so here's a clever creativity that Nadine's engaged in. So when it's Ramadan and all those factors are at play and people are tired and schedules are different and meal times are different, how do you do vaccinations in a way that works? So what they're doing is pop-up clinics, Meta, in Thorncliffe Park right now, today, the families I know are getting vaccinated today, and they're running them until the wee hours of the morning. They're running them because the fast is broken at about 8 o'clock at night. So they're ramping up. And so the vaccines are being given from 9 o'clock at night, like earlier, but mostly from 9 o'clock at night till 1 or 2 in the morning. And in one day, 4,000 people were vaccinated. It's so clever. And it's working with people's culture. You use that word too, Nadine. It's working with people's culture. It's working with people's reality. It's acknowledging the vulnerabilities and saying, we're not going to do this the way that we, white middle-class Protestants would normally do things, 9 to 5, make your appointments, show up. It all of which assumes also internet access, which not everybody has. So the creativity is also something that we've learned a bit better in COVID. Can we hang on to that too? Can we do climate issues differently? Can we not have, global meetings anymore? I mean, the churches and the faith communities are one of the, after businesses, they do a lot of global meetings. How do you communicate with but it's a challenge. Nadine's nodding, but like, how do you really get to know your sisters and brothers in Africa and what their real issues are if you can never meet them face to face, if you only meet by Zoom? It's complicated, it's challenging, but the questions are being asked. And the questions around vulnerability are being asked. Canada, for instance, slowed down its refugee intake dramatically during COVID-19 because it was, we were afraid. But it meant that people are languishing in refugee camps in Jordan who have been promised that they will be brought to Canada, and eventually they will. But it's meant several years more in horrible conditions in Jordan. So vulnerability and then creativity. So those would be the three lessons that I'm struggling with, that I think our society needs to struggle with, Canadians need to struggle with, the faith communities are very aware of and are engaging in. And, I'm in sort of, because I'm drawing in Nadine in this, but your response to Philip is, I do believe that's where the hope lies. I do believe there is hope, but complacency has got to go completely out the window. And it's got to be sustained, and it's got to be tenacious, and it's got to be creative, and it's got to be visible, and it's got to be all of those things. So,
So I'll jump in there on that, Karen and Phil. I love actually. I love hearing these stories about Cornell because I can't hardly remember them. And you did remind me that I believe the reason why I was involved was because I started my activist work worrying about nuclear weapons, right? Like we were in the time period in the US where we had a policy called MAD, mutually assured destruction. That was a real thing. Like, how do we blow each other up? And not just once, not just twice, but how many times can we blow each other up, this former Soviet Union and the United States? And so from that, the questioning begins about why are we spending so much of our time and energy on death and destruction when people here on this planet right now need some basic things like food and clean water and healthcare and education. So very quickly for me, that fear, that, not irrational, that totally rational fear about nuclear weapons. And I also was in the sciences there, and I contributed to research on the nuclear winter theory. Remember that? We haven't heard about that for a long time.
Yes, you have. It's back again. It never went away. It was real the whole time. Even when we thought about it, that it wasn't true. It was true.
It was true. And a professor there, I did research for a professor there called Mark Harwell, who was working on this study, made famous probably by Carl Sagan, right? Anyway, so there was all those connections. So thank you for reminding me of that. And the essential element of engagement, Karen, and like my big thing over this whole year, being in Washington, D.C., which I've always felt as it's both a blessing and a curse, a responsibility and a promise. We are here at what I call the center of all evil. Like we're all people who are making decisions that are going to affect massive amounts of other people on the world are here. The lobbying arm of every major oil company, for example, is here if they don't have a regular office. Pharma has an office here. You just can go on and on and on. As an activist, you want to speak to someone in power, they are here, or they're coming here, or they do something here at some point. So it's much different than in a lot of the other places I've lived in my life where it's a rural community and the only access to the federal government that you have is the post office, and you like the post office, right? You're not gonna go, but anyways, so it's a very interesting position here, and we've been protesting consistently. And as to quote Arundhati Roy, like seeing the pandemic as a portal, are we going to understand that together we walk through to a better future? Or are we going to drag all this outdated baggage of fossil fuel infrastructure, poisoning our ecosystem, racism, sexism, homophobia, you name it, with us? Or shall we just put that down before we walk through this door to the future? And this potentially gives us an opportunity to do that. Although we know around the world, and including India right now, there's incredible hardship and struggle around these things. So in Washington, I would say, just to talk about engagement, COVID not only gave people a moment to reflect, it gave other people, particularly white middle class people, another excuse not to go and be active. Oh, I need to be careful. And that is honestly true. Like, we did need to be careful and we needed to figure it out. But one of the things in Washington, D.C. that we recognize because of our position here is that we needed to get back out in the public sphere, back in the streets almost immediately. I think we took off a week or two in March where we were truly panicked about how to do this safely. And I remember the first action we did, holding a small banner on, I think it was the end of March, early April last year, holding a banner that called for one of the relief acts for COVID. And we were really frightened, like really frightened. Were the cops going to arrest us? Were we going to be thrown into jail where there is, of course, no social distancing and no masks and another really vulnerable population around the world? What was going to happen? And I will tell you, we were ignored. And we were relieved about that. We held our banner, we got our pictures, it went out widely, and then we consistently have been in the streets. And of course, you know that Black Lives Matter and the justice for killing of Black men and women here in the United States has gone global. There were thousands and thousands, perhaps accumulatively the largest protest that ever happened.
But Nadine, I've been wondering all this time, how much evidence is there about what happens to people who go out there and do what you're doing? I didn't know you were still doing it, but all those people in the Black Lives Matter demonstrations, and God knows the thing where they were storming Congress, those people have to be exposing themselves. Has there been work on trying to find out how many people got sick as an explicit result of being
Yes. We have a lot of documentation, and this is where sometimes being scientifically trained is useful for me. I know Philip is much more the scientist. Like, I can't even speak like a scientist anymore, which is too bad. But in some cases, and helpful in others. So we, even just today, I read a story about the CDC, right, the Center for Disease Control in the United States, released just recently a thing where I think the figure was 10. There's only up to 10%, less than 10%. Of people who go out of transmissions happen outside. And that was a false number. It's 0.1% of cases have been documented to happen outside between people, because this is now very well known, a disease that's passed by aerosols. And if you go inside and you act like a ridiculous anti-democratic insurrectionist in the Capitol in the United States on January 6th, you are exposing yourself and many other people to severe risk. But if you are outside, as it turns out, we have very low indication that there's any transmission. And in fact, people looked at the numbers. You can track this. There's lots of ways scientists do this, about how many people are going out. These days, we also have cell phone data to track who's going where. We've tracked how cell phone data can show us that, for example, for spring break, the diseases traveled from the north to the south and vice versa when people went from the northeast of the US down to Florida. So we have very good information that if you're masked and you're outside, transmission levels are very low. And we did not see any spikes associated with any of the giant demonstrations that happened over the past year. So just offering that, this doesn't mean that everyone should go outside and protest. If you're an autoimmune compromised person, if you're taking care of an elderly person or someone who's autoimmune, you don't need to make those decisions, because there are plenty of jobs to do in the movement and supporting this work that don't have to be done outside on the so-called front lines of activism.
What about stadiums? Because there were a lot of demonstrations and stuff that took place in a stadium. It's outdoors. Is that good enough?
Seems to be.
You know, apparently.
The issue here is engagement, right? And I really do want to encourage people to plug in wherever. I'm so heartened to hear Karen had to go, but I'm heartened to hear about Karen's work and mobilizing the religious communities. I mean, if you want to be an effective organizer and you need to mobilize people quickly, you have to go where they are already organized. And the churches and the mosques and the synagogues, all of the temples, these are places that are already well organized. And it's helpful to give them the scientific background and the information that they need, as well as the organizing places to plug in that they need so they can be active and engaged members of the community on all kinds of issues, not just in spiritual, work. So I think
I'm inferring from that what we should do is, I mean, it's going to be summer, so we have a number of months in which people could organize events out of doors. I think, if you're going to have a church service, don't do it indoors, do it outside, I suppose.
I still think that's smart. Although, we're seeing, because of the numbers of people who are vaccinated, perhaps some indoor stuff can happen, but I don't see any justification actually for doing that when we have potential access for holding all these events outside. And we've been holding nonviolent action trainings, nonviolent action protests, all kinds of creative things outside. And like Phil said about one of the big issues in the United States right now about fossil fuels and stopping our ridiculous infrastructure investment is to stop the pipelines from going in. This affects both Canada and the US, whether it's the KXL pipeline or what we're now fighting is called Line 3 and the Dakota Access Pipeline, which has been stopped but not completely shut down, the whole project. So that's what we're talking about, holding the Biden administration, and of course the administration in Canada and other places, to stop these new infrastructure investments in this completely outdated, fossilized, harmful infrastructure. Because Phil, there's no jobs on a dead planet. There's no racism on a dead planet. There's no nothing.
Not only that, but it looks like what you guys are advocating should fit together beautifully. You say no pipelines. I totally agree. But why would you want pipelines if there's no fuel to put through them? And Phil is projecting the shortage of fuel. I don't believe him, but I think there's going to be an enormous amount of fuel in the form of, if nothing else, methane. But at any rate, whatever it is, the sooner we get rid of it, the fossil fuels, the better. So the focus, I think it should be simply forget about, trying to save fossil fuels, just make every effort to switch over to other types of sustainable energy. By the way, I'm going to do a talk show with a guy. I don't know whether it's somebody you knew at Cornell. I can't even remember his name. But we're going to do a talk show on geothermal, because he is a professor there, and you may know him, Phil, they have a place on campus at Cornell where they're digging a hole or something. And he said, well, wait until we have our thing operating, and then I'll tell you how it's going. So in another month or two, he and I are going to have a conversation about geothermal. Now, what I think is, there's no shortage of geothermal energy. It's all down there. The question is, how hard is it to reach? How economically feasible is it to dig the hole to get at it? Why do we have to worry about it? The center of the earth is hot. and so why not switch to, if we can't do it all with solar and wind, let's get busy and dig some more holes, right?
Well, I mean, our neighbors just put in a geothermal system, and I think it costs them between $7,000 and $10,000 to do so. So that's not something that's easily accessible for most people. And the payback period, the lifespan of that system before major repairs is about 30 years. So it's not a, say it and do it and it's done kind of thing. It requires significant investment. One of the things that the county in its climate action plan is looking at is reducing emissions from the residential sector, which come from heating and air conditioning. So what does that mean? You know, 450,000 houses in Montgomery County, you know, who's going to make the investment to tighten up the weatherization, to do the super insulation, to get everybody to convert their appliances from gas to, you know, induction stoves, et cetera, et cetera. All that is a lot of infrastructure investment that has, you know, what's there now has been built up over 100, 200 years, right? It's been amortized and people are paying a very low overhead for it. But to make a major shift is going to require a lot of investment or a drastic reduction in consumption patterns. So while I'm sympathetic to stopping these pipelines, you know, look at this Colonial one that's been hacked now and is shut down. They're anticipating getting it back online, but you read between the lines and you see what kind of forecasting they're doing. If it does stay shut down for extended periods, it's going to affect, you know, gasoline prices, heating oil, jet fuel. It's going to have a ripple effect that's going to really magnify. So when you're talking about, can I share my screen?
Yeah.
While he's booting up, it's the green button on the bottom, Phil. The you know, one of the key things is talking about lowering people's energy needs, right? Really, we're talking about conservation has to be the first thing because that's the least amount of investment of anything, and it's accessible to everyone. And then go ahead, Phil. Oh, look at this. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is, yeah, so that, you know what a pie chart is. It's a circle that's divided up into slices. This is called a Sankey chart. That's the form of the chart. And it has energy sources on the left and ultimate use on the right, and then in between, you know, some of the purposes to which it's put. So you'll notice the size of the pipes is how much energy flows through them. So petroleum at the bottom in the green, biomass, coal, natural gas. You can see just the petroleum, the fossil fuel based ones, petroleum, coal, and natural gas is considerable amount of our energy. It turns out for the US, it's about 83% of our current energy consumption. Solar up at the top and wind, a few down in purple, are still tiny. And I did at the lower right here a calculation, solar and wind adding up, you know, 1.25 and 3.01 and dividing by the number at the very top, the 92, 93 quads. So for the US, solar and wind account for 3.5% of our energy input. This is Maryland a few years earlier, you know, less than 1.4%. This is a projection I found from 2018 to 2050, the best modeling and analysis to think, how can we change this? So this is more than 30 years. And you'll notice on the right side, the yellow solar has grown, the wind has grown, and the biggest shrinkage has occurred in coal. So we basically replaced electricity generation from coal with solar and wind. We've had to expand the natural gas because that's the load shifting, you know, when it's dark outside and there's not enough to meet peak demand, we rely on spinning up natural gas turbines. We've reduced oil a little bit, but we're still, even 30 years from now, almost half of our energy is still coming from fossil fuels. So the reality is, Nadine, and let me see if I find one more here. This is Charlie Hall's famous balloon graph. The blue or purple are historic data. So at the very top left, domestic oil production in 1930, that's the 100-to-1 return on investment. The size of the bubble is how much energy is in that resource. Whether how far to the left or right it is how much it's contributing currently to production. So domestic oil in 1970, when it dropped down to less than 40-to-1 to about 30-to-1 on the left scale there, you'll see it's generating between 20 and 25 quads of our now close to 100 quad demand in the U.S.
I can't make sense of any of these graphs, frankly.
Well,
they're very pretty, but I really don't get it.
Well,
I'm not good at reading maps or anything, but
I'll just point out in the lower left, you'll see wind, photovoltaics, biodiesel, gasohol, and tar sands. They are a tiny, tiny source of energy, and we're not going to be able to run our current civilization standard of living on them in any time in the future. And so, and I'll stop sharing. So, sympathetic as I am to stopping these pipelines, you're basically cutting your own throat by saying, stop this energy flow. You're going to be creating turmoil and economic dislocation and poverty in the future if those resources aren't available. So there are going to be very, very strong forces at play across many sectors to keep that fossil energy flowing, unfortunately. So I think the fight is going to be largely symbolic. When people start to feel the pinch because of the shortage, there's going to be political backlash against environmentalists, and the leaders are going to have to sort of kowtow to the producers in order to keep our economy running. There's no getting around the sort of physical realities of how we've created this infrastructure that is dependent upon these fuels. And the effort to create the renewables is actually going to accelerate emissions because the renewables are created by the fossil fuel industry. Wind and solar are created by the current economy. So if you want to ramp up production to the scale that's needed to replace the fossil fuels, the faster you do that, the more emissions you're going to create in the short term to get there. And when you do get there, your energy return on investment numbers are going to be at best half of what we're currently running our society on, which means that we can only support half of what we're supporting. So half the hospitals, half the universities.
There's a lot.
I don't know, because I know people in economists and financial people who worry about the opposite. They say these oil companies keep going and looking for extra reserves of oil, when in fact they're creating what do they call it? Stranded assets. They've got so much of it already, they'll never be able to use it. And it no matter what we do, there's going to be an abundance of it left over forever, because we couldn't possibly use it all up, because we're switching so quickly to renewable energy. And therefore we do not put your money into fossil fuels, because you're going to be left with a whole bunch of it in the ground that nobody can even buy, that you can't sell it.
Well, the issue is it's going to be left in the ground because it's going to cost more energy to get it out than you get when you get it out. This is showing the peaking of global production. We are now we have been at the top since about 2008 through present day, that bumpy sort of shading just before the line, absent, fracking, we would have already started the decline. This is looking at production for BP. You notice the downward trend to the right. This is mobile, downward trend to the right.
But I think so. But if we're talking about what the reality on the road is, the reality in people's daily lives, I think that there are real things to consider around more efficiency. And I do know that there's issues that the more efficient we get, the more people's use goes up. Sometimes, it's not necessarily a direct correlation that our use goes down. I do think one thing we haven't addressed is the immense amount of energy that is being used for things like digital currency and Zooming and storing our data online, which people are going to have to reckon with, right? Because you can't be green and do all those, be really fully green and do all those things. You have to somehow go on a digital diet in order to make our use of energy more responsible online as well. And I do think when we talk about reducing our energy consumption, I think that that's really important, reducing our stuff. And if Karen were here, she might point out, that is one of the lessons hopefully people will take with them from this pandemic. It's not clear to me that that will happen, because we are so drugged by the consumer society. We haven't mentioned the word capitalism, but we do see that right now the way capitalism is used it creates all these external costs, and the external costs include obviously the cost of destroying our climate, the cost of racism and sexism and homophobia, and all the tragedies that are acted upon us as individuals and people and communities. So if we can internalize those costs, so if, for example, the cost of building this so-called pipelines were actually reflected, the external costs, the cost to the environment were reflected, then we would actually not be building so much of this old-fashioned fossilized infrastructure, and instead would actually have a better way to judge what's happening. And particularly with energy, and I bet we would agree on this, is we have just a completely outdated way of thinking about this. Like, energy needs to be produced more in a localized fashion. One size does not fit all. In Maryland, it's clear, where we live here in the eastern side of Maryland, we don't have massive amounts of oil. What we do have potentially is maybe some hydro, maybe some geo, maybe some wind. If we think about it in a little bigger, the region, maybe in the southeast of the United States, might be using more solar than they're using anything else, or whatever it is. And to get away from this capitalist, consumerist, one size fits all thought process would then, of course, limit the amount of shipping of energy sources that happens, and the associated loss of shipping energy from one place to another. And if we start producing more locally, then of course people have more of a direct relationship with the cost of what is going into local production. And then we have potentially more of an incentive to use it responsibly, and so on like that. So there's a bigger picture approach that I hate the word hopeful, but that would, I think, make a big difference in how we view production and use of energy going forward if we had realistic costs associated with fossil fuel infrastructure in particular, and the subsidies that we use there are also applied in other sources that might be more appropriate in particular locations, and not to considerably think about humongous size projects that aren't actually appropriate.
So I agree with the desire and the vision, but I think we have to do our homework and face facts. So, for example, the Metropolitan Washington Council of Government updated a report called What Our Region Grows in 2019, in January 2019. Lindsay Smith was one of the speakers at one of our Climate Action Coffee forums on the food system, everything from what the Food Council is doing to, what's projected for going forward. Mike was there from the Food Co-op and so on. That report shows, it's not a comprehensive, but it does have a kind of a market basket representative sample of crops that are grown in this region. Of the table crops that we eat, not the commodity crops like corn, soybean, wheat that typically get exported, this region probably grows 5% or less of what we eat in this region. And when I pushed Lindsay after her public comment, she said it's probably, for most things, less than 1%. I did a calculation based on population and some rough seat of the pants numbers of how much land you need to grow you need about 2 acres, the bare minimum, to grow enough food year round for a household of 4. The amount of land in Montgomery County that could be used to grow food, if we maxed out everything, could only support about 25% of our population. So we are well over the carrying capacity of this region. And that's just looking at agriculture. That's not any of the energy needs. We had a big fight in the Ag Reserve about whether commercial scale solar could be put there. And a lot of us rallied behind the farmers to say, not over prime farmland, because we're going to need that. Yeah. So that's an issue everywhere in the world. Our population has grown way beyond carrying capacity of most regions, partly because of subsidies of fossil fuels. So when you want to constrict those, when you want to reduce emissions to zero, you have to face what you're actually asking people to do, which is, take your current salary and divide it by 10 and live on that. and that's getting you close to it. It's more likely divided by 100 and live on that 1%.
Yeah.
That's what that's what we're facing structurally. The question is, how do we get people to the point where we can live on that amount of energy and still have a reasonable standard of living, you know?
Well, and I still think there's lots of other perspectives on how to get there. So while I also live in Montgomery County, I don't know, I think that might be an outdated way to think about the systems, although it is in place right now. And so we do have this sort of push me, pull you. And I think the biggest message, if anybody takes anything away from this hour, and I'm going to have to go soon as we close up, is that people need to be actively engaged, right? Don't just sit at home with your worry. Do some, if you're a scientist, do look at those charts and figure out what it means for you personally. If that doesn't make sense to you, if you're like Meta and you don't want to read those charts, that's also fine. Read something that somebody writes or watch something that speaks to you and get actively involved in the decision making that happens in your name and with your tax dollars, or in your name alone, because it is our responsibility to make decisions that will determine the future and how we walk through this portal, which right now is somehow shifting even as I speak, and we emerge from this pandemic into the post-pandemic world, at least for the moment, this particular pandemic of the COVID virus, because we do have pandemics of racism and pandemics of capitalism and pandemics of many other kinds that we really do need to address. And it's up to each of us to figure out how we contribute and address those things. And it may be that you're a scientist and you do research that adds to our knowledge of how the balances are being held, what happens to the carbon. It may be that you're an activist and you do go out and blockade a shipment of fossil fuel infrastructure equipment. It may be so that somebody actually knows what's happening. It may be that you're in your local community, as I am today, trying to save the last piece of public property from development by a corporation that is going to basically serve to upscale the community and probably force people out because of increased rents. So figure out how you're going to be involved and do something at the level that seems to make a sense for where you are in your community and in your life. And by gosh, actually do it in community if you can. Don't go it alone. Get support, even if it's just somebody you talk to at your kitchen table. Get support and stick with it. When you get tired, take a break, but come back. We cannot afford to be watching this destruction happen at this time. That's what.
Okay, thank you so much, Nadine. I needed your pep talk. You know, Phil wiped me out. Okay, so we've got to come back at this another time, because I like the energy that Nadine is requiring of us, because she demands it, damn it. We have to do this, and we're going to do this. And Phil, you've got to do it too. So shut up. No more belly aching. Get out there and do it, whatever it is.
I am. I'm very involved at local, county, state, national, international levels, trying to push.
Okay.
I think it's the farmers and ranchers that are going to save us. But
well, I absolutely tend to agree on that one. But here we go. All right, we're over time, and that's fine, because it's been very interesting. Take care. Bye.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Meta Spencer, and right now, as I look up at my TV screen, I see Joe Biden on the Capitol steps having been sworn in, and we've had the benediction, and they're about to leave. So we now have some inspirational words having been spoken in not only his speech, but a lot of other speeches, including the poem by a young girl. And so this is a time for a lot of people to be remotivating ourselves and introducing each other as new officials and new contributors. And since they're doing that in the US, I think this is a good day for us to do it here in Toronto. So I want to share with you a little bit about Project Save the World and introduce at least a couple or three people from the team. Project Save the World has been around a couple of years, and we've just been working to set our website up. It's a lot of work to create a really fine website. And my assistant, Ken Simons, has been doing that. Here's Ken. I want everybody to get to know Ken, who's worked for me for 25 years or so, haven't you? How long's it been, Ken?
Yeah, just under 25 years.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful assistant. And Ken used to be the editor of Peace News in London, right?
Yeah.
In England. And but he brought his considerable talents to work on Peace Magazine all these years, and has been really a wonderful asset and big help and friend. So he's certainly still doing very helpful things by creating this website, which is called ToSaveTheWorld.ca. And we want that to be a meeting place for people all over the world who are activists working against some of the major global threats to humankind. We need a place where activists can get together and share ideas and have evidence that we're all on the same team working together when we do our separate specialties. So I want to thank Ken, and he's really been the managing editor of Peace Magazine. And Peace Magazine is, of course, the sponsor, let's say, of Project Save the World. Peace Magazine has been around since, I guess, 1983. We started as Peace Calendar, a tabloid newspaper, and became a magazine, and still published quarterly. So you can see the archive of all of the previous articles over the years at our website, peacemagazine.org. That's Peace Magazine, like one word, .org. If you go there, you can read a huge number of articles that people have contributed over the years. What do you have to say about yourself, Ken? You want to share something about your own feelings about having worked for Peace Magazine and so much of a contribution?
Well, I should note that the actual number of articles that are online is 2,800.
Wow.
Now, some of those are sort of practical things like the puzzle page and stuff like that. But yeah, no, a lot of work there by everybody. And I'm really glad that we are able to keep that safe and accessible for people. I should also mention that Peace Magazine will be in a digital version on at least 2 different platforms. We already have digital production for EBSCO, which is a, how do you describe EBSCO?
Oh boy, I don't know. What's a word for something like that? I'm not sure.
Anyway.
It's a subscription service. Would you call it?
Yeah, it's a subscription service in general. That's right. Yes, but they've expanded into
a research database.
Sort of. Yeah.
That's how they describe themselves. A research database for e-journals.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And magazines.
Anyway, yes, but they help manage journals, and they now are putting us in libraries for access to the digital version of our most recent issue. And so we're also looking at Press Reader, which is a mainstream source for digital documents, and where you can buy a subscription to it and have half a dozen different magazines that can call, of which we would like to be one. So we're working on that right now. Should be ready within the next few weeks, we'd imagine. But yes.
What you'll get if you subscribe to the digital version. We should say that the paper version will go on being published, of course. We can't expect people in other countries to subscribe in any large numbers because sending a paper magazine is slow and expensive and not really reasonable. It's much more effective to simply send a PDF. And that's why we're going to go digital, in that you can subscribe for a lower price to a digital copy of the magazine and then either print it out yourself at home or just read it online. All right. And that's what will become available. And we hope to make it something that people in a number of different countries can have access to. One of the changes that we're making on it, and let me introduce the other team the other two people on the team before I go on to any details about the magazine. Adam Wynn is my additional assistant. Ken has worked for me a long time, but he has many other obligations now. And Adam was a student of mine a couple of years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, really now, when I was teaching a course called Public Health in a Nuclear Age at the University of Toronto. And I'm, by the way, a retired sociology professor at U of T, and I ran a peace studies program at the Mississauga campus until I retired 22 years ago or so, I think. So Adam, say hello.
Hi, good to be on the show today.
Yeah.
I'm normally behind the scenes.
Yeah. Adam does technical things for me, but he does a lot of other things. I'm old, and he comes to my house and he takes out my garbage now and then, and fixes pieces of tape of cord down to the carpet so I don't trip. And he's very solicitous and generous and kind with his time and looks after me. So it's if you've got to be an old lady, you're really lucky if you have a guy like Adam in your life.
This is alongside the research tasks and stuff like that, but it's a very interesting project. Yes.
Well, he certainly is doing all kinds of technical things and handles. If I have a glitch in my Zoom programming, or if I need some help, I either call Ken or I call Adam, and we usually talk for about an hour every weekday at 4 o'clock by Zoom, because there's so many things that we need to, bugs that we need to work out. So Adam is very, very helpful and is handling the mailing lists, and he does all kinds of technical things. So thank you very much, Adam. Appreciate that. And here is my dear old friend, Shabir Gwynn. Shabir has been on the editorial committee of the magazine for, 25 years, or how long would you say, Shabir? Sometimes off and on, but mostly pretty consistent. When did you get on the editorial group, Shabir?
I have totally forgotten. It's been many years, that's all I can say.
Right.
But it's been such a pleasure that I think it's been part of my life.
Well, we used to have meetings here in my living room around my dining table, and people would read the papers together and comment on them and decide which ones submissions we wanted to use in the next issue of the magazine. But with COVID, we've been meeting by Zoom. And, I think in some ways it actually works better, because I can send people the papers in advance, they read them. And then when we get together, we don't have to be quiet, sitting and reading. We can talk. So in some ways, it's desirable, but it is nice if we get together and can have a glass of wine together too. So when the pandemic is over, I expect we'll go back to regular editorial meetings. Let me tell you about some of the other people. We have a steering committee for Project Save the World. And I should say that Project Save the World is an offshoot of Peace Magazine. And here comes Adele Buckley. And I was about to say that Adele Buckley is on the steering committee when she gets her face up on my screen. Hello, Adele. Hi, Adele. I'm about to introduce the people on the steering committee, but at least identifying who else is there. Once a month, we have a Zoom meeting of the steering committee who advise me about what kinds of things we should be doing as Project Save the World. And Adele Buckley is a scientist, a physicist, an engineer, and a good friend, a loyal and dear friend, who's, I go to her when I get stuck with, moral problems or any number of things. Say hello, Adele.
Hello. I'm glad to be with you, but I must say, finding the link to your meeting has been a challenge. I think it needs to be maybe publicized on the website or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Publicized
really.
on the website for people to come to the meeting. Well, we'll have to figure that out. I'm not quite sure what to do. Anyway, I love this fake office of yours. I can't help commenting on it because I know that you put it up because you think your own office is messy. And I think, oh God, everybody's office is messy. And you have this amazing office that is a green screen. Sometimes you put up a different office that it has couches and it's also looks totally antiseptic, like you've gone around with Lysol before showing up. Okay, so anyway, we have a meeting every month by Zoom, and the other people on the steering committee are Barbara Burkett, who's a retired dermatologist, Paul Meyer, who's a former ambassador for Canada, ambassador for disarmament, among other things, Yusur Al-Bahrani, who is a journalist and is living in Yellowknife, Paul Dowsett, who is a sustainable architect, and he has a practice called Sustainable Architecture, I think, something like that. Ronald St. John, who's a physician, retired. He was, oh my goodness, what was his title? I don't know, very high level in the Canadian Public Health Service. And he was in charge of SARS when the SARS epidemic took place. As an epidemiologist and public health physician, it was his responsibility to be in charge of responding to that disaster, mainly here in Toronto. And Richard Denton, who is also a physician, a retired physician, and who is the co-chair of the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, the North American branch. They usually have a Russian person too. And he's also very active in the Rotary Club. So he and I just did a talk show yesterday that I think it was yesterday that we will put up online shortly. Every one of our talk shows, every day lately, I run, that is every weekday, except maybe holidays. I have a show like this, only mostly I'm having a conversation with some expert about some global issue. And we put it goes live at 12:30 on our YouTube channel, which is YouTube. YouTube.com/C/ToSaveTheWorld. When you go there, you should see either a live show, which would probably be mine, although we're going to have other people have their live shows there too, including one from the country, Georgia, Tbilisi, Georgia, one of these days. Our show is from 12:30 to 1 or a little after. And then at other times around the clock, you'll see rebroadcasts of previous shows, talk shows that we've done about these serious global issues. So any time of the day or night that you go to that YouTube channel, you should be able to see some material that's relevant to either peace issues or global warming or famine, pandemics, radioactive contamination, cyber risks, or one of the social changes, domains of social change that we need to handle, governance, changes in governance, changes in civil society, or changes in the economy. And we don't do too much of those latter three, but except that we do talk about democracy quite a bit. It's being so problematic these days. And we talk about wars that take place in other countries. I've done several shows about Venezuela, for example, and the Rohingya and the Uyghurs and so on, human rights violations. So those are I've strayed away from telling you that this is the steering committee that I've introduced, and Adele is kind enough to be here as a representative of the steering committee. And Shabir is here as a representative of the editorial committee. The other people on this editorial committee are Yusra Al-Bahrani. I've already mentioned her because although she's based in Yellowknife, she sometimes writes articles for us, especially about the Middle East. Stephen Riggins, who's a retired sociology professor from Memorial University in St. John's, Newfoundland. Kaushal Bhatt, who is interested in nonviolence and is from India. Jan Noel, who's a retired history professor, University of Toronto. John Bacher, who's very much an activist in especially protecting wetlands and land. He lives on the Niagara Peninsula and is concerned about the farmland there in particular. Evner Taran, who's a woman originally from Turkey with a very great interest in international affairs. And she keeps us up to date on a number of journals that she reads. And Joanna Santa Barbara, who is living now in the South Island of New Zealand. She's a retired child psychiatrist who used to live in Hamilton, Ontario. So that is our team. Who would like to share a little bit about our aspirations for the future? What you'd like for us to accomplish in the next few months? Anybody? Ken has already said something about we're going to have an online digital magazine, which then we hope will be available and of interest to people in other parts of the world. Another change that I can tell you about, unless somebody wants to interrupt me for ideas of your own, is I've gotten tired of making these darn crossword puzzles. It takes 6 or 8 hours at least to make one of those puzzles. And I've been doing it for, my God, 20 years or so, not quite sure. And I don't want to spend my time on that anymore. Although it's fun, it's a whole lot more fun to make a crossword puzzle than it is to work one. And so we're going to replace it with something called arguments and issues or something like that, where we'll ask people in other countries or around the world to tell us about disputes or controversies that they hear about in their own areas. So I know that Joanna Santa Barbara is going to be doing that for us from New Zealand, and a new woman named Elida Guerra from Peru will be writing about. She's a human rights lawyer in Peru. Will be telling us about controversies that she's heard about. So Adam and Shabir, do you want to say anything about what you hope we will accomplish in the next little while?
One development that's ongoing is that we've recently begun transcribing the interviews. So there's a wonderful wealth of audio and video podcast and talk show episodes on the Project Save the World website, and these are on a diverse range of topics. We've recently begun transcribing these, so there will eventually be a written transcription of each of these episodes available for people to read, in addition to watch or listening to.
Mm-hmm. Right. In fact, we might make a plug here, a pitch for people who may want to contribute by editing those things, because when the app, the transcription app is through, there's still a lot of correction that needs to be done. Takes about an hour a piece to make these corrections, and we could certainly use some volunteers to do that, so that we can put them up in reasonably good shape. So thank you. I'm glad you mentioned that. Shabir?
Well, today being such an auspicious day with the change of regime in Washington, I thought it would be appropriate for us to focus on the state of democracy around the world and where it is being threatened. There are many reasons to be concerned, and we must continue to strive to make sure that that human rights is respected, and
Absolutely.
get rid of all these dictators.
Well, you have been particularly helpful in calling attention to the problems going on in India, calling attention to Modi's deficiencies as, well, I don't know whether he's a would-be dictator or something else, but he's not exactly our ideal. And
it's an understatement.
And I might say that right now, what I'm trying to negotiate is something we talked about in our editorial meeting last night. Here's what I want to have happen, but I shouldn't announce it until I know that it will. And that is, I want to talk to Bob Ray and do a talk show with him. We have these recordings on Zoom, which we put onto our website, but we also, and on Facebook and on YouTube and on Twitter. And then we advertise them, and Adam sends out about, 5,000 posters each time there's a new show. One person that I want to interview is Bob Ray, who is Canada's ambassador to the United Nations. And I've been on the phone this morning trying to set something up, not with him yet, but what I want to ask him about is about the status of various human rights threats in the world today, in particular 3. That is, and I want to get one of our friends and allies who's knowledgeable about each of these issues to help me do this interview, so that we ask the right questions of Bob Ray, if we can get him down to talk about it. One would be the Uyghurs, and China's abuse of the Uyghurs. And we have had several articles by Charles Burton, who is a Canadian diplomat who has lived and worked in China. In fact, he has his university degree was from China, and his home is in China, but he can't go there because he's persona non grata, being too critical of the Chinese human rights actions. But if he will help me interview Bob Ray, that would be one person. Paul Copeland, who's a Toronto lawyer and very concerned about the situation of the Rohingya in Burma and Bangladesh. And he's agreed that he will serve if Bob Ray will, and he knows Bob Ray, so that may help. And then Angel Alvarez, who is from, he was dean of a law school or something in Venezuela, and he's been living kind of as an expatriate in Canada for a number of years, and teaching now at the University of Ottawa. And he's agreed that he would like to be party to this conversation and have a discussion with Bob Ray about the situation of Venezuela. So if I can set that up, that will not only be on our talk show, and I'll try to announce it in advance so people can know to tune in live and possibly ask questions. Because if you watch a live show, you can type your question into the chat box, and Adam sits there watching the chat box. And if he sees a really juicy question, he's authorized to interrupt me on Zoom and put the question to the guest speaker. So maybe we will have conversations with Bob Ray that will enable people to call in and ask questions, not directly in person, but by the chat box. So I look forward to that, and I shouldn't announce it until I know it's going to happen, but I'm doing it anyway. Okay, so those are just some of the things that we are looking forward to. And I want to encourage everybody to use our website. It's really something that both Adam and Ken have worked on diligently for really years now. It's been a real challenge to get it going, and it's looking good, frankly. I'm proud of it. And you can go there, and there are places where you can, well, last I heard there were 800, but I'm sure by now there are about 1,000 comments that have been posted in various ways, including sharing articles that people have read elsewhere, which they just post online, photos, and comments and responses to our talk shows. So there can be a discussion there. We have comments columns for in which we can discuss all 6 of our global threats and the enabling measures, the economic, social, societal, and governance issues. So you can go there and share your thoughts and read what other people have to say. You'll find it a really important, rich resource. How many, Adam, do you think now, comments do you think we've had there so far?
Upwards of probably, well, I would say between 600 and 1,000. They were some mergers of the different articles, as we previously had comments under each plank, and now they're on a more broad subject header, but the comments should still be there. But there's anywhere between 600 and 1,000, I would say. Ken,
it's over 1,000.
It's over 1,000 now.
It's over 1,000. Yes. There's a counter.
Okay. There's a counter. Okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
We also produce podcasts for our from our talk shows, so that if you're out walking the dog or driving in your car and you can't watch it, so you can listen to it. So you can download it from our website or from one of the platforms, like Apple has one, and there's
iTunes. Yes.
What are the others?
They're on Libsyn, iTunes. Ken, do you know if iTunes is still a thing, or is it now Apple Music?
It's not. No. It's called Apple Podcasts.
Apple Podcasts. Okay. Yes. Yeah. YouTube, Libsyn, Apple Podcasts, Spotify. Are we still using Spotify?
Yes, we're on there. Yes.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Yep.
So you can download a show and listen to it while you're, out doing your gardening or whatever. And I, certainly encourage people to do that. And then if you want to come back and make comments, you go to our website, and we certainly invite you to share your own thoughts or opinions about that. In addition, we also have an events column, and I would really urge people, wherever you are in the world, to post upcoming events on that events listing. And you can, if you go there and you want to filter it, you can type in Germany, and you can find all the activities, including online activities that people have posted that are going to happen in Germany or in Peru or wherever you are. You can see but to do that, we need people to enter their stuff. So you go there and go to the website, ToSaveTheWorld.ca, and there's a button that you can click for events listings, and then a different button where you click to look at all the events that have been posted by other people. Please do use that, because it's only valuable when lots of people post their things. but then that gives us good reason to draw people in and have a look at it. So what am I leaving out? Adele, do you have any advice from the steering committee that I have not heeded properly?
Well, I'm not sure, Meta, but excuse me. I think specific issues that are Canadian have not got a lot of attention all the time. So maybe we could concentrate on a few of those. And one as we probably, this group already knows, I have a great interest in what's happening in the Arctic, and I happen to manage a Google group that discusses Arctic security in all its various forms. Anybody wants to join, please let me know, or just go to the project, which you see on pugwashgroup.ca. So I think that could be helpful in the podcasts. I know that Meta already has podcasts on this topic, but there could be more. What is happening in the Arctic? Well, even the Antarctic, but especially Arctic, because we are very close to it, and Canada is one of the coldest Arctic nations. Well, Russia is warmer in its Arctic than Canada is, so we're very thinly populated, and it's kind of a security issue that we should have more people there.
So you're inviting people to move to the Arctic?
Well, I'm just telling you that we, Canada, is in a relatively sort of treacherous, a weak position because our Arctic is so forbidding, if you like, as a place to settle. Therefore, we have a small population. But what goes on there has such a huge effect on everything else, and climate change, amongst other things, is an area where I pay a lot of attention. It is kind of alarming, to put it mildly, that and then I have some hope that Joe Biden will do what he says, and that progress will be made at long last, because we're kind of on the brink of not being able to make progress, it being very late in the game. So a lot of things are in my mind. I don't know how it applies particularly to today's discussion, except that if we want to save the world, which we do, and that's why we gather and do all this work, is then we have to save important things that have to do with the Arctic. No, we can't save the ice, but we can maybe save some other things.
Mm-hmm. Well, and you've made a lot of contribution to that, and not only by running this listserv about the Arctic for Pugwash, but also you've been on, I think, 3 of our talk shows. And I just did another one with Ernie Regier about the Russian military in the Arctic. So we had a good conversation about that less than a week ago. I think that the whole issue, you're going to do something about cloth rates, as I understand. We had an editorial meeting last night, and Evner Tehran is sort of taking some initiative to reach out to people to get some expert commentary on the melting of the permafrost and the release of methane into the atmosphere, which is, I think, and I know you do too, one of the really most urgent and alarming tipping point possibilities for something to get out of control, where the amount of methane in the atmosphere can cause a runaway situation, exacerbating global warming. So I know that we've consulted you about how to find people who are experts on cloth rates and permafrost. We've introduced the team, and certainly invite people to watch to use the website, and to watch our new 24-hour-a-day YouTube channel, and to subscribe when it's ready, in within weeks, I think. Subscribe to Peace Magazine as a digital publication. So if you want to contact me, I'm mspencer@web.net, and you can certainly be in touch with any one of us about issues that you need to have handled. Any final words before we say goodbye?
I guess I have a final word, which probably everybody's aware, but really you should note that the TPNW Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons comes into force on the 22nd of January. And there are large amounts of plans for press conferences, discussions, all sorts of things around it, which are on the various listservs. And a lot of effort is being made to have the Canadian government at least have a parliamentary discussion on this topic. It's hard to say what result that will have, but all the peace groups of Canada are making a big effort to pay some attention to this. So watch for it and have a look, all of you people who are with me on this particular call.
I hope there's something on CPAC about it. But at any rate, there's a lot going on, and it's wonderful because we now have, at the same time that we have some of the worst threats about nuclear weapons in history, I mean, things are getting worse and worse, we also have promised for the first time that there will be an international law forbidding any country to have nuclear weapons. Any country that signs this thing, which unfortunately we have the challenge of getting countries to sign it, and Canada is one of the countries that hasn't yet. So we all have to roll up our sleeves and get busy, and a lot of people are doing so. All right, thank you very much, and I hope to see some of you on our show and on our website. Bye. Hi, I'm Meta Spencer. Today we're going to go to Yemen, but fortunately in a very safe way. You get to do it on your computer. Although we have 3 Yemeni experts who are going to bring us up to date about the things that are going on in that unfortunate country, that beautiful and unfortunate country. Dr. Abdullah Nasher is in Ottawa. He's a surgeon. He's the former Minister of Health in Yemen and then the former ambassador to Canada. Mustafa Bahran is a visiting physics professor at Carleton University, former Minister of Electricity and Energy in Yemen. And Dr. Kees Ghanem is a neurologist at the University of Ottawa. He's just joined us. Good morning, Kees.
Good morning.
And I do want to have a conversation about the tragic situation in Yemen, which, as I understand it, is the worst humanitarian crisis in the world today. Although I guess India and its COVID epidemic is right up there, pretty close to the top too. First of all, actually, I would like to share a photo of where where Yemen is in the world. So you should be able to see my screen right now. And this will give you a notion of where the Yemen the country is located on the Saudi Arabian Peninsula. And then now I'm going to stop my sharing so that Professor Baran can show us some other photos. Hi.
Hello. Before I say I'll show you the photos, let me just get 1 minute about for those who do not know about Yemen. Just a very small, brief introduction. Yemen is about 30 million people. Almost 40% of the population of Arabia are in Yemen, and 70% of those live in rural areas, which I'm going to show, the highlands. And it's a young population. 50% of the population is under 15 years old. And the population growth is quite high, one of the highest in the world, almost 3%. It's about 2.5 now. And it's a little bit more than 5 million kilometers square of diverse land, which I'm going to show. It's a rich, rich ancient history, beautiful place. The European love this, love Yemen very much. I mean, tourism I'm speaking about, and it's an agriculturally based country, 99% Muslim, 30% of those, almost 27%, that is, Zaydi Shia, and 70% Sunni. That's just a brief introduction for those of you who are joining us, and I welcome you all, and I thank our host. And let me show you now the visual, really, introduction of Yemen. It's part of something
there we go.
Show.
Isn't that amazing? Oh, it's gorgeous.
Yes, let me go full screen. This is part of a talk I give often about Yemen. And as I said, the Yemenis are very resilient, very beautiful people. They not only farm land, they farm mountains using terraces. And here is another land.
Excuse me, is that rice or what are they growing on those?
No, this is mostly wheat.
Weeds?
Wheat and corn.
Oh, wheat. I thought you said weeds. Very good farmers if they can grow weeds.
It is grain. Great.
Okay.
Grain.
All right.
And the landscape is so diverse and so beautiful. This is another picture where most of Yemenis live in the top of the mountain, and they farm the valleys and the terraces.
Wow.
This is a very famous palace called the Rock Palace outside the capital city of Sana'a, or Dar al-Hajar. And this is the very famous gate of Yemen. This is the capital city, the old capital city.
Now, has it been damaged? These beautiful buildings with their wonderful decorations. I heard that there had been damage from the war. What's the situation?
Yeah, some of them, particularly in the capital here. This is what I'm showing you. There has been damage due to airstrikes. Yes. And I want to draw your attention that this capital is a current capital. It's been a capital for the last 2,000 years. This is the oldest running capital in the world.
Wow.
And this is another I said Yemen is diverse. This is Hadramaut. This is closer to Oman. This is a mud skyscrapers city made of mud. That's a different architecture from the architecture I just showed you a minute ago.
Now wait a minute. I think you can't go past that. That is just too amazing. Skyscrapers made of mud. When were they built?
This is the valley. It's a long valley. It's called the Hadramaut Valley. It starts. It ends up at the sea, of course. But this valley is a house. It houses one of the old Yemeni sort of heritage tribes, and it has so many magnificent attraction. One of them is the mud skyscrapers. The second you may want to be interested in is the honey. They produce the most expensive honey on earth.
Really? All right.
Yeah. And it's very famous.
Now these buildings look like they might be 10 stories tall.
They are. And they are and purely mud.
And how long people have been living in them for what, hundreds of years?
Yeah, yeah, 1,000.
Really?
Yeah,
Amazing.
a couple of thousand at least.
Oh my word. Okay.
Right.
Uh-huh. All right. Onward. Good.
And the next is, this is also part of Hadramaut, but this is on the Indian Ocean. It's an island, of one of the most interesting islands of the world. It's a jewel of the world, called, and a jewel of Yemen. It's the Socotra Island. Socotra Island is basically the most unique island in the universe in terms of its unique flora, plantations, animals, and biodiversity, if you will. It has this tree that doesn't exist anywhere in the world. It's called the dragon blood tree, and we Yemenis call it the brother's blood tree. Famous, and so many other trees that are very much exist in this island alone.
Okay.
This is the city that the three speakers with you today love so much. It's the city of Aden. And this spot, the Elephant Bay, is it's my favorite spot in the whole world if I am vacationing, so to speak. And it's Elephant Bay because of this elephant you can see in the picture. I'm really sad to say the elephant does not exist anymore because of the war. It was damaged in the war, but the spot is still there, of course. This is the very famous Queen of Sheba temple in Marib city. Marib city happens to be the focal point of the war, of the Yemeni war today, and we'll get to that in due time.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the faces of the Queen of Sheba, one of the beautiful faces of this very famous queen in our history and the world history. And I'm just putting this Yemeni, beautiful Yemeni girl, hoping that is going to be the future Queen of Sheba one day, either this one from the south, the north, or this one from the south.
All right. Very good. Thank you so much, Mustafa. Those are beautiful photos. Okay, very good. Now, Abdullah, would you be so good as to say hello a little bit and tell us what you know about the current situation? I want us to I'm just very mindful of the fact that there is near famine, if not a real famine going on in the country, and that COVID is completely out of control. What's the situation there when the last you heard?
Okay, the situation is very bad. It's like a disaster, a war which has been going on for 7 years, which have resulted in huge humanitarian crisis, like lack of food, water, services. 50% of the 30 million population, which my friend Mustafa was talking about, are in famine. 7 years of war have resulted in collapse of all services, health services, education, water supplies, clean water supplies, food, and education. In addition to that, about 3 to 4 million people of Yemen have been displaced, either to other areas in Yemen or abroad. You know, they've left, you know, to neighboring countries or to Egypt or elsewhere. Lots of killing and diseases, you know, apart from the killing from the war, there is COVID, as we have just mentioned. There is cholera, malaria, dengue fever, and many other communicable diseases.
Oh.
So people are in really desperate situation for the essential things to survive, to continue living. They haven't been getting their salaries. Most of the people who are employees of the economy have collapsed. The currency have lost its value, and the sufferings continue when the whole world is keeping a closed eye or closed eyes and deaf ears. Nobody is interested in what's going on there. Now, I remember when Rwanda went into civil war, after 3-4 years, the whole world went in there and made a stop to the war. Same thing happened to the Balkan War. It only lasted for a year, and then the world stepped in to stop it. 7 years of war in Yemen, and the world is just looking the other side, the other way. So there is a huge humanitarian crisis, and I am happy and glad to hear lately with the new administration in the US who have taken some interest in Yemen, as Mustafa have mentioned earlier, that they are now meeting in Oman, in Muscat, Oman, discussing a way out of this war, or how to stop the war and take care of the what is left of the 30 million people who are really suffering. So that's my what I have been hearing lately.
Right. Mustafa, could you show us that map of Yemen up closer? And because I want to ask you to point out various landmarks or regions and explain what's happening in each of those places. Is it true? Go ahead and do your screen sharing so you can put that map up, if you will. And I'd like to know about the blockade. My impression is that the reason there's famine is it's not climate. It's not even inability. Well, it's caused, I gather, by an intentional blockade of one of the ports. Is that right? Okay. Now, what are the different cities? Good. That's you blow it up. That's a little bit. Show us where these ports and different regions are and who's in control, etc.
This map is I used in the past to show the where the AQAP locations in Yemen, but the most important cities is this is the capital here, Sana'a, and this is the other capital, Aden.
Is that where all these beautiful mud skyscrapers that we saw?
Here, this one here.
All right.
There it is.
And that's on the Gulf of Aden.
This here, and there is Sayoun here, and this is really where the picture I showed you is in here.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the. This is the valleys goes this way. It's actually to the left a little bit. Near comes closer to this area, which is Shabwa. So the valley goes like this. Okay. So Yemen is really a coastal country because it has the Red Sea to the left here, and the Gulf of Aden, Indian Ocean is to the south. And it's the landscape is diverse because this is a mountainous region, and this is basically a flat with relatively flat region with desert here. It comes less topography as you go north towards Saudi Arabia, because this is Saudi Arabia and here is Oman.
Mm-hmm.
So what was your question, please?
Well, different. You said that there's some place where the Al Qaeda is now based. Is that true?
Yeah, these are. It's been changing. This is a slide that is about a year old, but still, these areas are the areas where Al Qaeda either still exist or used to. around in both the Abian and Shabwa and Hadramaut governorates or regions.
Now, this is to me very puzzling because I hear about the Houthi as the group of people who are challenging the previous government, but I didn't know that that part of the war was involving Al Qaeda.
Yeah, it's Al Qaeda because everybody is against Al Qaeda, including the Houthi. This is the funny part. The funny part is the warring parties and all the international supporters of the war, regional and international supporters of the warring parties, are all against Al Qaeda. Therefore, the Al Qaeda has diminished, as some, particularly here in Hadramaut, their less existence. Yet, what Al Qaeda does is when vacuum exists, they fill it.
Oh,
that's what they do, whether in Yemen or elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. Now, to what extent is the famine still being caused by a blockade? And I heard of a blockade some time ago. Is there still a blockade, and where's the big port that is relevant in a blockade?
The major port in the south is Aden here, this one here, and in the north is Al Hudaydah, and this Hudaydah is a major battle point between the warring parties. Hudaydah is still in the hands of the Houthis, but the outskirts of Hudaydah is in the hands of the legitimate government forces. Now, the blockade itself is partially to blame with the famine, but the reason for the underlying reason for the famine is the fact that people have no money to buy, have no income, no jobs.
Really, I'm sorry, but
no salaries.
Is there food there for them to buy if they have the money, or there is plenty of food available?
There is a plenty of food in the cities, but not in the 70% in the countryside, right? 70% of the population are rural population. And in the countrysides, the food shortages are great. But in the cities, the food is available if you have the money to buy it.
I see. I hadn't heard that. So, but there was a blockade, wasn't there? And maybe
and it's still there. It's a blockade, meaning no ship can go in without the approval of the coalition forces or the coalition command.
The coalition being the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia,
right,
and the United Arab Emirates.
Yep.
Right. And what else?
And a number of other countries, but mainly the other countries do not do anything anymore. Mainly are the two countries in a military sense. Saudi Arabia and UAE are the ones that have planes on the skies, ships on the sea, and boots on the ground.
Now, how do they stop? If I were to send in a shipload of canned goods, what would happen to me? Would they shell the ship? What would they do? How would they keep food from coming in?
They have a protocol. For the ship has to call through maritime channels the ships that are circulating Yemen, and gets approval, gets a license to get in.
They get a license from
the coalition.
From the coalition, okay. Now, if they don't, then what would happen?
They have to turn around.
They would be shot at.
I mean, if it's a civilian ship, it's going to turn around. It's not going to try to defy,
Okay. Now, we hear in Canada about Canadian armored personnel carriers being sold to Saudi Arabia. And there's a suspicion, I don't know how much proof, if any, that some of them may have been used against the Yemen population. Where is the fighting going on? And where would such a thing occur? Show me the war, if you can do it with that map.
Here it is. This is the war.
The yellow part.
Yeah, this is the two sections. The red one is controlled by the Houthis. The other part is controlled by the different factions that are not Houthi. They're mostly coalition government, but the coalition itself, government forces are not unified. They're infighting between them as well.
Oh.
It's really a coalition made in hell, if you will. You know,
they don't like, even the people fighting the Houthis are not on the same page.
Exactly. So, and except this slightly, this part here has been taken by the Houthis recently in Al Jawf. But this is basically it. Here is the city of Hodeidah is with Houthis, but outside the city is with a faction of anti-Houthi forces. But that faction is really loyal to UAE more than to Saudi Arabia or the legitimate government. If you come to the city of Aden and surrounding area, it's controlled by an entity called the Transitional Council. And that entity is a strong entity now, and it's controlling the city, the beautiful city of Aden. And it's aligned with UAE, not Saudi Arabia.
Well, what's the dispute between UAE and Saudi Arabia? What are they fighting over?
That's an interesting question, because they're supposed to be members of the same coalition, correct? They are, but at the same time they have different agendas. The UAE is trying to control the Yemeni areas that has to do with the ocean and the Red Sea. They want to control. You realize UAE has a major stake, international stake, in controlling shipping, international ocean shipping, basically. They have this large port in UAE in Dubai, and that port is really one of the major hubs of the actually international, the universe. And if Aden, for example, becomes, and Aden is very beautifully situated to be a hub that will take the business from that Dubai hub. So the Emirates are interested in not making Aden realize its potential.
Okay, and the Saudis would just as soon build it up if they could. I mean, what do they want? Do they want to take over the country? Do they want to install their own the government that they particularly prefer? And you talk about the legitimate government as if it's still legitimate, but it sounds like legitimate to me means that most people recognize it as the one that's the real one. But it sounds like there are no good guys in this. They're only bad guys.
Exactly. They are legitimate. We have to face it, because they're legitimate because the current president is the last democratically elected president. And you have, we should mention, not forget, that the UAE and Saudi Arabia have also legitimate concern, which is the fact that the Houthis are part of the Iranian regime, and this regional proxy conflict.
Wait a minute, hold on. The Houthis are part of the Iranian regime?
Loosely speaking, I mean, Houthis are very much.
I've heard a lot of variation in the assessment of how closely they were tied to Iran. You think of them as like a pawn of Iran, is that right?
They are. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the Houthis are very much a pawn of Iran. The Houthis, their military strength, their know-how, their rockets, their drones. They have very huge
Okay,
drone.
what about culturally? Are they Shia?
They are a different
The
brand of
Houthis,
Shia.
the Houthi militia are Shia, and the rest of the country is Sunni. Is that fair?
Yeah,
Or is that even relevant?
It's not a sectarian war. I have to submit to you.
Not about it. Okay.
It's not. The fact that Houthis are using their Shia doctrine, the Zaydi, it's not your regular Iranian Shia. It's a different sect within Shia.
Okay.
It's called Zaydi Shia. They're using that because they're claiming a birth right to rule Yemen because they are the descendants of Prophet Muhammad. Think about it. At this day and age, somebody says, I'm going to rule because I'm the son of Muhammad. That is grandson of Muhammad. This kind of nonsense is that makes the Saudis and the Emiratis have concern, and we understand that. The problem is the Saudis and the Emiratis, they do have that concern, and it's legitimate, but they're not. That's the only concern driving their action. They have other motives which are not good for Yemen as well.
All right. Well, I'm trying to get at what are the various motives of these different actors? Because if you, okay, so between, okay, now we got, you've already mentioned what sounds like 4 different sectors. You've got the Houthis, you've got the legitimate government, you've got the Saudis, and you've got the UAE.
Right.
And these are 4, they have not exactly common goals. What do each of them want to accomplish?
Now, before we let me just say the legitimate government itself is really multifactional.
Okay.
It is mainly 2 factions. The Islamic Brotherhood, which is really the largest political party, organized political party in the North Yemen, and the currently it's called the Transitional Council, but it's really not only the transitional Southern Transitional Council, also other Southern groups which call for secession of the South. See, so all of these
secession. They want to divide the country in 2.
Yeah.
And they would have the Southern people, the legitimate, what you call legitimate government, would retain control of Aden and that southern region, and the Houthis would take over the northern. But they're not. It's not that they're all looking to control the whole country.
No, hold on. The legitimate governments want to control the whole country.
Okay.
But the southern portion of the legitimate government wants to secede and control the South and run it by itself.
Okay. Well, it sounds to me like they need to have a big conference, and all of these guys should say what they want, because they obviously can't all get what they want.
At the end of the day,
if at the end of the day, but what about right now? I mean, are they just going to go on fighting without even a common, an agreed upon set of what it is they're fighting over?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to submit to you that all of these parties are worse. Each one is worse than the other. The Houthis only slightly worse because it invoke this sacred right rule. Other than that, they're all bad, and they ought to get in one room, share power, and get done with this.
Do you 2 guys, Abdullah and Case, do you agree with everything that Mustafa has said, or would you challenge some of his assertions?
The only thing that I would add is that also in addition to all that, it's not just a question of the North and the South being different. Within the North and within the South, there are already some major subdivisions, because the South, for example, has about 10 different regions, all tribal. so that there is the Audalis and the Abdalis, and there's the people from Abian, and each one of those areas used to be a autonomous, more or less, under a sheikh or a sultan or an emir, supervised by the British when they were running South Yemen. And in the north, there's also so many different tribal groups, those who are from the east, from the region of Al-Bayda, and then you have the people from Hujariya in the south, and so on. So it's all very, very, very much a tribal thing. And tribal differences, of course, thrive when there is no physical communication, bad roads, no railway, no airline contact amongst themselves. And also when there is a very low level of education. In the highest, one of the highest illiteracy rates in the world is in Yemen. Not so much in South Yemen, but definitely in North Yemen. I'll just add that because I happen to kind of know these bits.
The more you talk, the more confused I get, you know?
It is. You're right.
Yeah.
Of course, we don't get photos of people suffering much. I did see one on, was it CNN a few weeks ago, where some journalists went in to a children's hospital, and you could see these starving babies dying, right in that hospital. And it was difficult because she was not allowed in the country, but she sneaked in by boat at night and did things like that to get in. So it's clear that getting good press coverage is extremely difficult, and it just isn't happening. So, that may be one of the problems. If we could get, if we had images of what's going on and how painful life is there, there might be more energy devoted to trying to solve the thing. But suppose you all three were a committee of three to solve the war. You are now empowered to make some decisions. What are you going to do?
I just want to go back like 30, maybe 40, 50 years ago. Yemen was two sort of countries until 1990. There was North Yemen, which was ruled until 1962 by an autocratic imam who ruled over this sort of family or group, have ruled Yemen, as Mustafa have mentioned before, in the divine right to rule for the last 1,000 years, because they are descendant of the claim of the Prophet Muhammad. South Yemen was under the British rule. Aden was a British colony from 1839 to 1967. The rest of the South, during the British time, were called British protectorates. They were separate, sort of independent sultans and sheikhs, Hadramaut, Lahaj, Abian, Shabwa, all these were under sultans or sheikhs. 1967, the British left. The ruling party at the time managed to unite the whole of the South and created a republic called the Democratic Republic of South Yemen, which was strong, by the rule of the law. They were controlling the South, and it was somehow more advanced than the North because of the British. Schooling and health services and everything was quite advanced. 1990, both parts of Yemen united, and in 1994 there was a war because they didn't get on well, and the president of the North declared war to reunite the country, and the South wanted to separate at that time, and they were defeated. And the country continued to be one, but unfortunately 1994 have damaged that unity. People in the South were, after the war, which was won by the president from the North at the time, became like victims. They were not properly treated. So unity, in fact, have ended or stopped or damaged in 1994. That's why now there is the Southern Transitional Council as part of the legitimate government or the legitimate entity, who is main aim and main function is to restore the South as separate from the North. And that would explain why there is more than one faction in the legitimate bloc of Yemen. So there is the most of, like Mustafa have mentioned, the Muslim Brotherhood Party, which sort of believes in a united country, and the president, who is been in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the whole period of the war, and the Southern Transitional Council, who is fighting or struggling to regain the South and declare a separate country.
Can I ask? I'd hate to interrupt this, but I want to. You use the term Muslim Brotherhood. Now, I've heard that word in connection with other countries, so I don't even quite know what it is. But my impression is that the Muslim Brotherhood is kind of a movement of in all kinds of Arab countries. It's not local to one country, is it? But you talked it as if it's a party. Is it are we talking about a specific party within Yemen, or are we talking about a group of people who are part of a pan-Arab movement?
Okay. Yeah, the Muslim. I will just say what I know about this, and then Mustafa might also talk more about it, because he probably knows more about it. You see, the Muslim Brotherhood have started or was created or established in Egypt at the beginning of the last century. And then it continued to survive in Egypt, but then they have branched out of Egypt, and they have got members outside Egypt, in Yemen, in Saudi Arabia, in Syria, and most of the Arab countries, and even some of the Islamic countries, not the non-Arab countries. In Yemen, there was a political party created after unity, when they opened up democracy, and that was one of the main sort of things or good things about the unity, that they have allowed parties and free press and free expression. And those who belong to the Muslim Brotherhood in Yemen have created an Islah party, which is, Yemeni party, but with the roots from the Muslim Brotherhood, or they have the same belief.
What is there distinctive about their ideology?
Let me jump in a little bit and just to make you understand what you said about Islam, Muslim Brotherhood is correct. It's a pan-Arab. It's actually even beyond Arab. It's an international organization that doesn't believe in countries and borders. It believes in the ultimate belief is the caliphate, which will control. Yeah. So the issue here is what Abdullah said is that the Muslim Brotherhood, Yemeni Muslim Brotherhoods, who are part of this international organization. They, after 1990, they put together a party in Yemen. It's called Islah Party. So it is a party, and it's also part of the Pan-Arab or beyond that organization. See, that clarifies the issue to you. So it is both a Yemeni party called Islah. Islah means it's an Arabic
Reform.
It's an Arabic word for reform. It's a reform party, if you will. That's a Yemeni party, but the people in it are also member of this international entity.
And would you call it a conservative entity, or is it what would they be people I would like or people I wouldn't stand?
Well, mostly people who are quite religious, very and factions. There's a faction of Islah Party that's not much different than Al-Qaeda.
Mm-hmm.
And the other factions who are in Europe and United States are people that you can really deal with easily.
Mm-hmm.
But they believe in a set of beliefs, common beliefs, in which they struggle to an end product. I don't know when that end product will be realized. I don't think it will. That they will rule the world as well. So if you want to know the truth, not much difference between them and the Houthis ideologically. The ideology is almost the same.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. Now, let me go back to, you ask, what is the way out of this? It's simple. The international community must put an end to the fighting by establishing a comprehensive ceasefire first. Establishing comprehensive ceasefire is number one. Number two, putting everybody in one room and having establishing or succeeding in a peace sharing agreement, a peace and power sharing agreement that will reserve everybody's interest, if you will.
They can't, but you've already described things that are completely incompatible. I mean, if you want to secede, you can't also hold the country together. These are two, unless
they will have to agree in a common thing. They're not going to secede. They have to agree in an autonomy of some sense. Okay. They have to give and take. So that's what the negotiation is all about. So the UN has not been able to enforce or put the parties into a negotiation table even directly. The reason for that is, and this is my third point, is the fact that the two parties the decision is not only theirs. You must get both regional powers into the room, agreeing to the power sharing agreement, which is Iran and Saudi Arabia and Emirates.
Okay, so really, to solve the thing, you can't just solve it in Yemen. You've got to solve this whole fight between Yemen, between Iran and Saudi Arabia.
To a sense, yes. That's why the current talks in Oman are very good, because you've got the current talks in Oman are very good news. You got
but who put that together? There, you say there's current talk going on. Who started it? Is the UN behind it, or
I think it's the US. It's Tim Linderking, the new US Biden envoy to Yemen, special envoy. Mm-hmm. His name is Tim Linderking. Tim Linderking is very energetic. He put this together. So you got Martin Griffith, the UN envoy, Tim Linderking, the US envoy to Yemen. You got the Saudi Arabia Prince Faisal bin Farhan, who is the foreign minister. You got the Iranian minister, Jawad Zarif. They're all in Oman. They went there.
How long has this been going on?
Now, I think it's didn't go far enough, and there's nothing that materialized. But the fact that it happened and people went to, at least in the same country, they didn't go to the same room, by the way. They were in the same country. They were, talking through the Omani counterpart.
Sorry, it's like what's going on in Vienna between the U.S. and Iran. Okay, you don't talk to each other, but you send somebody envoys back and forth. Okay, so they can't even stand to be in the same room. Well, all right.
And actually, let me add to you. And there are other factors that makes me a little bit slightly optimistic. The first is the Prince, the Saudi Arabia Crown Prince. He had an interview recently, a very famous TV interview, in which he put together and spoke a language toward Iran that is a reasonable one, that makes me feel that Iran, and they have been talking together through the Iraqi government as well. That's Saudi Arabia and Iran. And there could be a movement forward to settle this. The problem is, in my view, without settling the international dispute with Iran over the nuclear deal, this is not going to move forward. I think Yemen will become a part of the overall negotiation with Iran on the nuclear deal that Trump stopped. Trump withdrew from the nuclear agreement with Iran.
Hold on.
See?
Hold on. Now you just threw in a whole different set of issues. You're linking the nuclear deal with the U.S. to this whole Yemen dispute?
Right. The Iranian will use Yemen as a card, like Hezbollah. Hezbollah is a card in the Iranian hands, isn't it? Hezbollah in Lebanon.
So that's my impression, but I don't know how they're using it. I don't, but okay. Now, I don't even understand the U.S. position on this. I really didn't think the U.S. made any difference here, but now you're saying it does. I couldn't understand why Trump was so much in favor of Yemen, of the Saudis. But now, what is Biden doing? I mean, I presume he's switching. Is he really switching, or is he just sliding sideways a little bit? You know what I mean? Is he just changing the tone, or is he really changing sides?
I think Biden is interested in peace in Yemen. I think he is. I have spoken to a number of colleagues that are close to his campaign before he became a president, and I think he's interested in stopping the Yemeni war. The problem is Biden cannot do that without resolving the Iranian issue, because Iran is a major player when it comes to the Yemeni peace initiative. The West has a big leverage on Saudi Arabia. United States can tell the Saudi Arabia to stop the war today, and they will follow that. They have a very great leverage when it comes to Saudi Arabia. They do not have the same leverage with Iran.
Yeah, that stands to reason. Yeah.
All right. So that's why I think, that's only my position. I think the U.S. is highly interested and genuinely interested in peace in Yemen, but peace will not prevail until the West and Iran come together and resolve the dispute over the nuclear deal.
Ooh, boy, that really scares me, because I don't know why they haven't already solved that. I don't understand why they didn't solve that 10 years ago, because Iran says we don't really want nuclear weapons anyway, and I don't know whether to believe them or not, but they weren't building one, and therefore all of these things about how much you enrich the plutonium and uranium and stuff. Why were they bothering to enrich uranium if they didn't want a nuclear weapon? If they do want a nuclear weapon, they're not going to fool around with trying to trade off Yemen for something else. I can't put all that in one equation.
Look, Iran wants to be the superpower in the region. You see, that's another issue beyond the nuclear. So let me go back to Yemen. The Houthis are the reason. Houthis will not agree to any peace deal if Iran is not on board. Simple as that. Let me repeat. The Houthis will not agree to any peace deal if Iran is not on board. That's why Iran must be on board. That's number one. The Houthis are trying today to consolidate power. They're pushing against Marib. They're trying to, have a better. They know the peace is coming and negotiation is coming. They want to have a better negotiating position. That's why they have a huge offensive today on Marib. Hundreds of people are dying every day on the battlefield from the Houthi side, and they're pushing hundreds of young men into the battle, trying to control this. If they do control Marib, it's over.
Oh, really? Oh, show me your map again, because this you're putting a new wrinkle in this conversation.
Marib is here.
Okay. Where's Marib?
This is here. Here it is, Marib.
Oh, yeah. And that's where the fighting is going on now.
It's actually closer today. It's where is my arrow at?
Yeah.
This is an old map. It's now closer to this Marib city. It's only 10 kilometers away from Marib city. And the Marib city is really the stronghold of both the legitimate government and Islamic Brotherhood at the same time in the north. That's where their seat of power, if you will. And also Marib is the source of oil, is the government, the governorate that houses the largest oil fields along with Shabwa here.
I didn't even know there was oil there.
Oh, there is. There is it used to be 500,000 barrels a day. Now it's before the war, it was like 290 or something, 300 barrel thousand.
And they're still digging it and selling it and stuff.
Yeah. It's
and now
sold.
who gets the benefit of this money from the oil?
Currently, still the legitimate government.
The legitimate government still is in control of it and can sell the oil and does.
Right.
And now you keep mentioning the Muslim Brotherhood up there.
Right.
They're not is it really a fight between the Muslim Brotherhood and the Houthis?
You got it. It's a sense. It's like 70% of the legitimate government is in the north. 70% of the government, legitimate government in the north, are Islamic Brotherhoods. But in the south is a different issue. 70% of the legitimate government in the south is the Transitional Council, the Southern Transitional Council.
Okay. All right. You other two guys, do you agree with Mustafa? Because we got to wind this up, and I don't think we're going to solve this war today.
And don't take the 70% quoted for me, just a rough estimate.
Okay, fair enough. Has he done a good job of educating me, or do you need to fix what he said?
May I say this? I think Mustafa is obviously very knowledgeable about this, far more than the two of us, certainly me. However, I think what we need to remember is that the countries that surround Yemen, in my opinion, I don't think it is in their interest. I don't think it's in their interest to have a strong, united, democratic country, because they are not. They have a big problem with democracy. And South Yemen is such that democracy was such a common concept. Education was universal. The treatment amongst the different tribes, and there were tribes, but because of the the way the British handled the situation when they were in charge. They got them to cooperate they got all the sultans and emirs and leaders to kind of meet once every 3 months or so and iron out their difficulties. The countries that are now surrounding Yemen are a one-man show, really.
When you say the countries have a one-man show, you basically mean none of them are democratic at all, right?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds plausible to me.
That is correct.
It'll be a threat to them.
They don't want democracy. They don't want democracy in Yemen near them. Yes.
Exactly. You're in agreement with me, Mustafa. Yes.
Absolutely.
Abdullah, do you agree with what they've agreed to so far?
Yes.
Right.
That's it.
Well, I guess we got to leave it there because I'd love to end the war today, but we haven't done it. It doesn't look like. I certainly appreciate what you've done, and I'm glad that you've all been here with me today.
Thank you for having all of us.
Thank you very much. This is actually, I think I understand a little more than I did before. Thank you very much. It's a hard,
very
good wishes.
See you, Qais and Abdullah. See you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Meta Spencer, and good morning to you and to Richard Denton. Today we're going to talk about the Rotary Club, which I've heard about all my life, but my goodness, I'm impressed with them lately. I'm just finding out all the wonderful things that Rotarians do. And Richard Denton is a big-time Rotarian. He's also big time in a whole bunch of other things. He is the co-chair of the North American IPPNW, which is the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War. Right. And he's involved with Pugwash, very involved, and with the Canadian Voice of Women for Peace. I've just teased him about being the first bearded lady in the Canadian Organization of Women. Okay. And so we're going to have a conversation about all these wonderful organizations that he's engaged in. And he might recruit a few of you. I should say that if you're watching this live, you can write a question in on the chat box. And my assistant, Adam Wynn, is watching. And if he sees a really interesting question, he's authorized to interrupt our conversation on Zoom and ask Richard whatever question he has in mind. So you may have a chance to put a question directly to Richard Denton. Good morning, Richard.
Hello.
Wonderful to see you.
Thank you, Anna. Great to see you.
And wonderful to see this wonderful background, which you tell me is not a green screen, but some wonderful, tricky thing that you can put on your computer. So it's
a virtual background.
Virtual background, yeah. And you have all these words that mean peace, Frieden and Pace, and I don't know, some of these other Paz. Yeah, in all these different languages. Is this Rotarian? I see a gear wheel, which must be a Rotary symbol. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah. Over that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's the Rotary wheel.
this was actually designed by a fellow Rotarian, and I liked it, and she was kind enough to offer it to me.
Uh-huh. Okay, so that gear wheel, though, has been around a while, right? It must have been the founding symbol of the organization.
Correct. Rotary is the oldest and largest service club in the world. It was founded by a lawyer, Paul Harris, in 1905. And we now have 1.2 million Rotarians. And really, we probably have about 2 million, because when you add younger people that are in Rotaract, Interact, and spouses, then it swells to about 2 million.
Ah, what is Rotaract? ACT is the ending of it?
Correct. And it is for young people, university age, and then on up. It used to end at about 30, 35, and now there is no limit. And it is now functions pretty much the same as Rotary. It's on just about equal par with Rotary, and will be in 2022.
What happens? They have their own separate meetings, or do you get together, or what's the relationship between oldsters and youngsters?
Well, obviously, we're all working in our motto is service above self. So we work on projects to better our community, to better our world. And often we will work together, and also can work separately as clubs.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And is it always my impression is that it's quite a progressive organization. In general, you don't, I guess anybody could call their orientation service, but is there some sort of consensus about what kind of service you want to perform in the world?
Well, yes. I mean, there's lots of service organizations, Lions, Kiwanis, etc. And our motto is service above self. So as I said, service to our community and to the world. We follow what is called the four-way test. And one of my mentors has taken the four-way test and turned it upside down. And so the four-way test is, will it be beneficial to all? Will it bring goodwill and friendship? Will it be fair to all? And then when you develop a relationship with another person, then you have that trust between each other. Then you can get into the nitty gritty, which is the fourth question: is it the truth? And so you can apply this to just about anything, to any type of discussion, be it in your marriage, be it in your workplace, be it in world politics. And we feel that, if there were more Rotarians in politics who applied the four-way test, the world would be a much better place.
Mm-hmm. How do Rotarians get along with other service clubs, like Lions and Elks, and I don't know what all there are, but there are a number of other, I think of them back in the day when I was in high school. I used to be invited to give talks to the Lions Club lunches, and I think they gave me a couple of $100 for the university in the long run for me to go away to Berkeley. So I don't know that they were all that progressive, although I didn't try to poke them and find out. Do all of these service clubs have a lot in common, or is there, do you have strong cleavages between groups of service clubs?
Well, certainly I would say there's no cleavages. I mean, we're all helping our own communities and to better the world. I think each club has their own niche. And so you'll, here in Canada, you hear of the Kiwanis Music Festival, and they put that on. Rotary has historically been a men's club, old gray-haired men who were the top of their businesses and professions. And you want it, even back in 1905, they looked for diversity so that you would not have two doctors in a club. You would just have one, and you would try to have representatives from a variety of professions. Now, of course, what happened then was that, I'm a family physician, but you could have a surgeon, you could have a pathologist, you could have any other type of doctor in sort of subcategories. So that's how they used to get around it.
So the idea is to prevent competition. Two doctors trying to steal each other's practice. Was that the original?
I would say actually no. The idea was to certainly network. So different business people would network together. And we often have sort of the joke that you're an outstanding Rotarian. So instead of being in a conference listening to the speaker, you're often out in the hallway, outstanding in the hallway, and talking with colleagues about other business pursuits. So it was very much an organization along those historical lines. Now, as you say, yes, we are a very progressive organization, and now we allow anybody who still holds our values, our core values, and who have the time and the energy to put into service projects. And so that is still the core value of the organization, is to work helping others in a variety of ways.
Well, I can tell anybody without even asking that your core value is peace, and that your work must, within Rotary, must also represent your work for peace, right? So tell us about the kind of, you have a committee, a peace committee or something, don't you?
Well, in Rotary, there are what we call 6 areas of focus, which are health, water and sanitation, looking at a number of areas, of which peace is also one. And then, being a progressive organization, we have just added the environment as the 7th area of focus. So we're now looking at climate change and how to address that. But the major project that Rotary has been involved in, of course, is Polio Plus. And we have raised $1 billion to immunize, vaccinate the world. And the Bill Gates and Melinda Gates Foundation has matched that with another $1 billion. And so we have almost eliminated polio, plus several other illnesses in the world, such that now only Pakistan and Afghanistan are the only countries in the world that actually have live polio cases.
Yeah, I was hearing about that a few years ago. And then was it after that there was a real problem? I think wasn't it in Pakistan that the US government sent out really spies, I mean, local, disguised as vaccinator promoters. And this turned the public against them. I'm sure I'm not telling this right.
Well, yes, that's the story. American government had people going around pretending to be vaccinators, and they were then able to locate Osama bin Laden by that technique, and found out his location by through that. And then, of course, as a result, now people have a great distrust for vaccinators in Afghanistan and Pakistan. And so that has done a great disservice to our organization and to what we are trying to do.
And to the cause of ending
polio.
Polio, yeah, sure. Well, is there a possibility, or have you considered, has Rotary considered mobilizing people to go out and administer COVID vaccines? Looks like now they're gearing up, at least in the US, and I'm sure the other countries as well. I don't know, I haven't seen that much from about Canada, but to take over stadiums and have people go to stadiums in, you know, that kind of numbers to get their stuff jabbed in their arm. Could ordinary people, you know, could I, for example, if I were able and interested, volunteer to give these vaccinations, or would it really require medical personnel to do it?
Good question, Meta. Certainly Rotary is using expertise in vaccinations, and because of our experience with polio, and we have the word polio plus, meaning that we also vaccinate for other diseases, the measles, mumps, rubella, those sort of things. And so we are now doing, just as you say, using that expertise to vaccinate against COVID-19. So
I presume there's no real trick to, in fact, I've myself done it. I was an office nurse for a few years, and I've injected people occasionally. But I think that the rationale was that you need to have a medical person around in case there was somebody with a reaction, an immediate serious reaction. But I know they give vaccinations at my local pharmacy. I don't know whether, I don't think they do COVID, but they do some kind of vaccinations. So to what extent is that going to, I know we're veering off topic, but I am curious about whether or not that is going to have to be a limiting factor, making it necessary to have medical people nearby in case somebody has an adverse reaction.
Well, certainly that is the case. Now with polio, it came in the two forms, the Sabin and the Salk. One was an injection, and therefore, yes, you did need to have medical personnel. The other was given as a drop on the sugar cube, or just a drop in the baby's mouth, or child's mouth. And so as an oral, it was much safer to give. It didn't require the refrigeration so much, and quote, any volunteer basically could give that. You're right, when you're injecting a needle though, you do risk, there is the risk of anaphylactic reaction, which the patient can have what one might call the Darth Vader syndrome, where they lose their ability to breathe, their throat will swell up, and they can die. And so you need to have medical personnel who are trained in resuscitation and could administer the drugs immediately to prevent that.
Mm-hmm. Some kind of epinephrine or something like that. Is that what they give?
Correct. Yes, adrenaline, epinephrine is the first drug, and then steroids, and then antihistamines.
So maybe if we have a whole stadium full of people, there might be a couple of people around, just in case, who could
Correct.
that kind of thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
you would certainly need that.
Okay. Well, now we've gone astray from talking about the Rotary to.
Well, that's all part of Polio Plus, which is Rotary's big project.
Aha. Well, good. Wonderful. I didn't know any of that. But I know that you have this Rotary Peace Organization, which must be some sort of club within the club. Is that the general idea? Tell us about that.
Well, we are individual Rotarians that are concerned about the risks of nuclear weapons. And I think, as we have seen this past week down in the United States, with the storming of the Capitol buildings, things can go wrong. And we have the president who has his sole authority to push the button. In his conversations there, to put it mildly, with the leader of North Korea, you know, they were joking.
Little Rocket Man, as he called
it. They weren't joking, unfortunately, but they were talking about who had the biggest button and whether it would work or not. And we've got 9 countries in the world who now have nuclear weapons. And so it is based on having a rational person who is in control. And this may not be the case. I mean, one can look at presidents of the United States. John F. Kennedy was in pain and on narcotics, which can affect your mental abilities. Ronald Reagan was suffering from Alzheimer's in his latest stages. You got Brezhnev, who may have been intoxicated at times. So those are some areas where you worry about. You obviously need safeguards. So the military is instructed, of course, not to do anything that is illegal, but at the same time, they need to follow the orders of their commander-in-chief, who is the president. So that is a concern. The other concern is certainly the risk of accidents and miscalculations. We've seen several movies, Command and Control. We've seen The Man Who Saved the World, about a Russian who thought that Russia was being attacked by nuclear weapons, but did not launch a counterattack until he had, quote, visual proof or radar proof.
Well, I think he didn't believe it. That's the thing. He was supposed to believe it because this was supposed to be the rock solid evidence, but in fact, he knew damn well it wasn't. And and he used good sense, you know. That's Stanislav Petrov. Yeah.
Yeah. But there's been numerous other examples during the Cuban Missile Crisis. We now know that the Americans found a Russian sub. They didn't realize that it was nuclear armed. They started throwing depth charges at it. The Russians on board said, hey, World War III has broken out. We need to launch our missiles. 2 of them said yes, and a third said no. And so he was also a Russian man who saved the world.
Absolutely. Well, we're all in the business of saving the world. This is Project Save the World that we're on.
Exactly.
And you do as much as anybody I know in those regards. I have to really, really admire your commitment. I don't know anybody who's got more zeal for the kind of work that you do.
Well, you're my mentor. You're the one who's done this project on how to save the world and come up with your 6 possible risks to the world.
Well, they're actually some of them fairly similar to the things that the Rotarians had already identified. Although I must say, not many people were thinking about pandemics when we formed Project Save the World. And we said a pandemic is up there right with some of the worst ones as a threat to humankind. And I guess we've been vindicated for what it's worth. If anybody wants to feel proud of having anticipated COVID, I guess Bill Gates is probably the main one who anticipated that and saw how dangerous the situation was. And if you compare what we've been going through to some of the previous pandemics, it's hard to say this, but we kind of got off easy because there have been pandemics that have wiped out even a larger proportion of the human population. So, I think really what we need is a movement, a social movement, because, there is no social movement like a peace movement or a hunger campaigns for food in the world or some of these other social movements. There isn't anything for the general public to work on preventing pandemics. It seems to me that the people working against pandemics are all professional public health experts or epidemiologists or people in people who are paid to do medical work. So I think we need to kind of build up awareness in the general public of the importance of the transmission of viruses and things from animals to people and maybe from people to animals. I don't know. But that kind of One Health approach could stand with some help. Maybe we can get Rotary to take part in that kind of orientation.
Right. Well, I mean, first of all, you are my mentor. And certainly the How to Save the World looked at 6 risks. And I think what the pandemic has shown is that all of these risks are global problems. They transcend borders, and countries around the world have not prepared for these catastrophes. So I think what we need to do is have a new mindset, a new way of thinking, to stop spending money on the military and to spend it on treating the 6 areas of your focus, which are, as you say, also the 6 and now 7 areas of focus for Rotary. In terms of health and infections and sanitation and water. And all of these then go together to create peace. And, what we're finding now is that, you can't vaccinate in Pakistan and Afghanistan if you don't have peace, if you don't have trust, if you cannot build up relationships with people. And so peace is, on the one hand, it's fundamental. And one of the things that Rotary is involved in now is the Institute for Economics and Peace that has come out with what they call the 8 pillars of positive peace. We think of peace as a negative thing, the absence of violence, the absence of fear of violence. Mm-hmm. But this Australian, Steve Killia, founded this institute and came up with a global peace index, a way of measuring peace. And he looks at things like a well-functioning government, equitable distribution of resources, a free flow of information instead of the fake news and the propaganda that we have now. Having good relationships with our neighbors, whereas and working cooperatively together, multilaterally, multi-nations together. And I think this is where the United Nations could play a much larger role if it gets better funded. You could look at human levels or levels of human capital. It would be much more important to fund scientists and science working on your 6 problems as opposed to modernizing nuclear weapons at a cost of $1 trillion plus over the next 20 to 30 years. There's the acceptance of human rights. We've certainly seen this in this past year with Black Lives Matter, and here in Canada we have systemic racism with our indigenous people. Low levels of corruption is another area. And certainly, again, in the military, if a hammer costs $3, but if you put military on it, it suddenly jumps to $20 or more for the same hammer. And then, of course, sound business environment. So all of these things are all interrelated. And, I think, as you say, Meta, yes, back during the Cold War, we had a social movement against nuclear weapons. Now, the Greta Thunbergs and our young people, our interactors, high school people, are now addressing the climate crisis. Down in the States, they're addressing gun violence. But all of these are interrelated, and what we need to do is to show that and to show how you can have desertification of land, which will dry up. People will then be forced into starvation. You'll have famine, which is one of your areas of focus again. People will then move, become refugees.
Mm-hmm.
What do? We then give them arms and weapons. And then that creates more refugees who then try to flee the violence. And then Canada then looks to taking in the refugees. And I think this is the problem, is that we often don't look at the root of problems. And we just try to address them superficially, saying, okay, we'll take in the refugees, as opposed to saying, okay, why did this happen in the first place? It's the climate, and it's us selling arms. And
I think the thing is, people often say, well, we just can only do so much. So let's pick one of these things and work on it. The truth is, I think that if you work on them all together, it gets easier because they're so connected. Everything's connected to everything else,
Correct. The interdependent web.
You can't really solve any one of them without doing something on some of the others. So just the example you gave of this chain of disasters, one leading to the other. Absolutely. We have to think of it that way. And if we address it as a package, then okay. So, oh boy, it's wonderful to be on the same team as you. And you know what?
Thank you.
We've only talked about Rotary. We haven't even given you time yet to talk about IPPNW. And that's where, you are the co-chair, the North American co-chair of this International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, which is a Nobel Peace Prize winner from way back and did a huge amount during the Cold War to really change policies, especially I think in Russia, maybe in the US to some extent. But let's talk a little bit about that before we wind this up.
Well, I think maybe that's it. We should end on a hopeful note. And this week, on Friday, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons comes into effect, and this will make nuclear weapons illegal. We've known that they've always been immoral, illogical, and insane, and now they are illegal as well. And yes, IPPNW, it was founded equally by a Russian and an American cardiologist who both looked after their own leaders and were able to influence their leaders and bring them together and eventually to end the Cold War. And for that, we got the the Nobel Peace Prize in '85. Now we formed the International Campaign Against Nuclear Weapons, ICAN, which got the Nobel Peace Prize in 2017.
And it was largely supported by IPPNW too. You were kind of
It was founded by IPPNW. And now it's brought in all these various peace organizations around the world, and they pushed the countries to form the UN Nuclear Ban Treaty in 2017. So the NGOs, the non-government organizations, like the International Red Cross and Red Crescent societies, and all these other peace organizations came together and pushed the states, the various states, to actually come up with this new treaty. And so this is definitely a positive note. I think IPPNW is working again. It's an international organization, and it is working on a number of fronts in the United States. Our members, Dr. Ira Helfand, has come up with Back from the Brink, which has sort of 5 steps, not to be spending the vast sums of money on nuclear weapons, to have a no first use, to remove the president from having the sole authority to launch an attack, etc. And so I think we're looking at Don't Bank on the Bomb, which is a program to divest money for all the other global problems that need global answers through a strengthened United Nations.
Mm-hmm. Well, within about 24 hours, we're going to have a new president of the United States who will make all of those things a little bit easier anyway. I don't think he's a red hot disarmament person yet, but maybe we can push things in that direction. Anyway, you know what? We need to talk about IPPNW further. So later on, I'm going to get you and somebody else, or maybe a couple of other people from IPPNW, together for a whole conversation about IPPNW. Because we've given our attention so far to Rotary, which absolutely deserves it. And now we'll move on to some other group one of these days. So, all right. Thank you so much, Richard. This has been extremely enjoyable and informative, because you've told me some things I didn't know, and I bet you a lot of other people don't know either. So, share this with other people if you have any opportunity to do so, and maybe we'll get some new Rotarians in the world. Who knows?
Well, that's what we're looking forward to do, is to increase our membership throughout the world. Definitely.
Terrific. Thank you so much. Have a great day, Richard.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Meta Spencer. I'm in Toronto on April the 26th, a Sunday afternoon, which is what we always do, the last Sunday of every month. Project Save the World has a global town hall, and we invite everybody in the world who's an activist to come in on Zoom and have a conversation. So you never know who's going to show up. And I was surprised that this time the only people who showed up were Canadians, and mostly old friends of mine. But I wasn't surprised about the topic, which is that almost the whole conversation was about COVID, because we're in the middle of a lockdown, everybody's confined to homes, and we're considering what's going to come of our lives when this is over, and how we can go back to being activists. So I'm in the middle of a conversation with a man in Vancouver, Jace.
I expect it'll roughly be every 2 weeks at this point in time.
That the Rabble people will have like a webinar.
Yes, exactly.
Is your name Jace? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Jace.
Yes.
And this is Evner Taran, who is a member of the Peace Magazine editorial group.
Oh, great.
Evner is just recovering from COVID-19.
Actually, I didn't get tested, and it was not named, but I showed all the symptoms, and it turned to pneumonia. Even though I had pneumonia shot, I got it. But I'm one of the lucky ones. It's over, I think. I was diagnosed in the walk-in clinic. I was lucky to be seen a doctor, and they gave me heavy antibiotics.
Right. I may have had it. I don't think I did, but I was at a mining convention that yielded Toronto's first known cases of it back in very early March, the March 1st to the 4th or thereabouts. 3 people tested positive. Chopping ice, I felt a little out of breath before I should have been, but I also have a minor heart attack in my history. So
I'm surprised that I don't know that many people who've had it, but my friend John Delmar is in New York City, and he, you know, that's where it's really bad. He says he's had 3 friends who died of it already, and he knows several other people who have it. And his aunt-in-law, I think his wife's aunt, is 91, has just been diagnosed with it. So you can pretty well expect that that's going to be curtains, which was not, I think, the case for the Spanish flu. It was the opposite. I believe that young people died of it then.
The cytokine storms with the Spanish flu were quite different. It caused people's immune system to basically amplify to the point where it overpowered the body. So if you had a strong immune system with the Spanish flu, you were in kind of worse condition than older and younger people.
I just passed on a bit of news or an interesting observation this morning to Facebook. A friend of mine, Fred Weir, is the Christian Science Monitor in Moscow. He said that the post-Soviet countries have all been much, much lower in the rate of infection and death from COVID than the Western countries. And he said it cannot be explained by any of the other things that you might try to explain it away with. But of course, I can't vouch for that. And he says he has no theory. But he mentioned that have been in touch with some research woman in Moscow who was speculating about it, because apparently the relationship is very striking and very consistent. And I guess all of the Eastern Bloc countries, and I don't know whether that he's counting Russia, and you know, and he says that her speculation is that there was a tuberculosis vaccine that they continued to administer in those countries much, much longer than in any Western country, where it had been abandoned in the Western countries. And this woman was speculating that it might have been caused by some immunity conferred by that TB vaccine. I don't know. Of course, he doesn't know either.
Could it be a legacy of socialized healthcare that maybe some degrees of it linger? I know that there's been some stark changes in post-Soviet countries, but I'm wondering if there's some degree of continuity there.
No, you know, look, who knows? But from what I know about healthcare in those countries, it's not anything wonderful. I mean, they had it, yeah, it was free and all that, but you know, I never heard anybody say that their medical system was anything, you know, very good, or I don't know. So I'm skeptical, Saul. I should say that you're Saul. Hello, welcome, Saul. And Adam Wynn is with us too, but he's not showing his face.
Regarding the post-Soviet countries, how much of it could be potentially accounted for these low rates with the notion of data-related issues, such as either the outright lack of testing in some regions, delayed testing, or just even misreporting? Some of these post-Soviet states have very, very poor rates when it comes to even democratic openness with the general media, let alone some type of pandemic.
Well, Fred addresses the question of testing. He said that Russia is actually testing more than most Western countries, or at least the U.S. And therefore, you know, if anything, it would be the other way around. In other words, they should have come up with more cases because they test for it more. That's his theory. But, you know, he's not he's pretty careful not to go beyond his data. He's just reporting on a remarkable fact. And I found also extremely remarkable the relationship between gender or sex and health, because apparently men are almost twice as likely to get COVID as females.
I'm worried in the refugee camps, about the refugee camps and impacted by COVID. We don't hear too much about.
There are some reports from the U.S. Facility for immigrants from Central America. So many people in too small of a space, and they were very concerned about COVID-19 reaching those immigrant and refugee facilities.
In fact, they've reached Toronto in an immigration context. There's an immigration center. It was billed on one of the radio news channels as there's been a COVID outbreak in the homeless population in Toronto. And the place where they had over 100 instances was in North York, I believe. A recent immigrant shelter or refugee shelter. Where do they bring it here? Do they get it here? Is it somebody from outside? Like in the nursing homes, it's not like it starts in the nursing home with a patient. It starts often with somebody from outside coming in. I mean, that's it. How else could it start? But once it's in there.
I've heard a lot of people advising that what we ought to do is take over some hotels and put all the stray people into a separate room and let them stay there, which of course sounds wonderful, but I don't know anybody that's done it.
From my understanding, that has started to occur in Toronto to its limited capacity. A few of the shelters have agreements with hotels and motels. They're only for people who have already been in the shelter system or registered with it. I live maybe 2 or 3 blocks away from a community health center, and I've noticed across the street where there's kind of a public park or a public amphitheater at the corner of 2 major streets, a lot of tents are cropping up now. Some of the facilities are recommending people sleep in tents outside because it is slightly safer than being in some of the facilities that are overburdened, over capacity, and have outbreaks.
Lots of tents downtown.
Really?
Yep. A lot of the parks, like parks, green spaces, abandoned houses, you'll see the tents around them.
Well, I live in Vancouver, and I don't know if the name Oppenheimer Park means much to you folks back east, but I happened to be driving by there yesterday. Oppenheimer Park is in the downtown east side, which is, you know, poverty-wise and health-wise is the most challenged area in the city. And even though this has happened in the past, the entire park was completely taken over by makeshift tents and lean-tos and what have you. I work occasionally in that part of town, and I've seen that before, but never quite so dense. And to cap it all off, as I was driving by, I saw one of these big kind of like, you know, temporary road signs that can display different messages depending on how they're lit up. And it said something to the effect of COVID-19, keep 2 meters apart. And it just struck me as so ironic that this sign would be next to that park where keeping that distance is truly impossible.
I could see a number of articles here from October and December about the tent city at Oppenheimer Park. Also, as Matt has mentioned previously, the age component is very big, and there's a lot of elderly people who are either very isolated and may not be able to go to grocery stores or are homeless. And it is very concerning to see these individuals living outside in the TTC shelters or in the parks.
50% of the deaths in Ontario were in were in senior care facilities.
Well, that must be a function of 2 things. One is their age, and the other is the density of the population and the difficulty of keeping them segregated. I have friends living in Christie Gardens, which is, of course, the high end of retirement homes. It's each apartment there it's really quite elegant. Most people live extremely well. So that at the point I heard, it hadn't spread. The person I spoke to had said that was only 1 case in the building, and it's, you know, it's hundreds of apartments with many, many inhabitants.
Of course, it's brought to light the problem with nursing homes in terms of the staffing. Some people working 4, 5, 6 nursing homes because they're all part-time and not paid all that well.
Yeah.
Especially in some of the more rural areas of the provinces as well, where there's nursing homes in smaller communities and they may not have the large workers or the large pool of workers to draw from if people get sick. Waukegan, yes, that's right near my hometown, and that nursing home there had a huge outbreak. But it's shocking to hear there's communities without any ventilators, not enough physicians, and very limited healthcare resources.
I'm surprised that so much has been made of the ventilators, as if that is the main thing you have to count on to save people. But then you look at the small print, and it turns out that 88% of the people in New York who were on a ventilator died. So, you know, pinning your hopes on a ventilator. In fact, if I got sick and needed a ventilator, I would say don't bother, because, you know, I wouldn't want to go through that torture. It's a very unpleasant experience. And the odds are very much against a person surviving. And I would love to hear people's thoughts about, you know, how we're going to get out of this place. You know, we are, you know, what is our prospect and what should we do next?
I think we're in a lot of places. That's the problem. We're in a lot of even conflicting places. We're in a civil liberties problem. We're in a human rights problem. We're in a personal freedom problem. We're in a security problem. We're in an economic problem. We're in a pandemic problem, health problem. I mean, I have to admit, my rear end hurts from the fence posts I'm sitting on, you know, being torn in different directions. And every time I get the feeling that, you know, that our democratic freedoms are taken, are being assaulted viciously. And, you know, I see other things going on, like pipelines being built and the Environmental Bill of Rights being chewed away at in Ontario, dismantled temporarily while this emergency is underway. The only people I see protesting are people who scare me. Trump and the Tea Party, and that even here in Ontario, you know, there's somebody with a "Make America Great" hat.
Eventually, it may very well be true that more people will die of starvation because they don't have work than die of COVID. If we have to keep, you know, everything locked down. On the other hand, I basically think, no, we still definitely have to be very careful and cautious about opening things up.
And we may never get out. I mean, do you permanently shut down the economy every single time we have? Arguably, not a heck of a lot of people have died from this when you really sit down and think about it. Not a hell of a lot of people, global population-wise, have actually died from this. And we've shut down the economy. Is that going to happen every time? Can we afford to do it every time?
I don't know.
I'm not seeing an open discussion of this anywhere.
So are we going to see a massive, I don't want to say die-off, but a massive closure of businesses, small businesses in the Canadian context and in the Ontarian context? What's that going to do for the economy?
I'm thinking particularly of restaurants, because I don't see people going to restaurants in the future for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's really, but
I love you dearly, Meta, but I'm not cutting your hair.
It's my toenails. So I have the longest toenails in my whole life. They're like this. And I just watch them and I think I can't, because of my hip problem, I can't cut them myself. And so I think, well, you know, how long are they going to be? 3 or 4, 6 or 7 months from now, you know?
Also, what about for government services? A lot of them are right now only on essential services. Are we going to have infrastructure start falling apart as by virtue of maintenance not being done? I think it's right now, like I just mentioned, it's only emergency scenarios. If a water main breaks or a tree falls down, they'll deal with it. But otherwise, stuff like, oh, there's potholes in the street. Also read some articles from the Carnegie Endowment for Peace, which are talking about a lot of countries in the developing world are having elections this year. And the notion of you already have democracy in some very fragile environments. And this is talking about the African context specifically, but the notion of how do you run an election in an area that's already quite vulnerable and quite unstable with COVID-19?
Poland, I think today, Poland has elections today, I think, or coming up in few days. Yeah.
Well, do they think the Russians are trying to tamper with it? People in that part of the country are really paranoid about Russia. And maybe that's an insulting term. Maybe they're realistic about Russia. I don't know. But, you know, I did an interview with Adam Koniszewski, who's Polish, Polish Canadian. He's in Warsaw, and they are running his organization is running a competition between teams of young people who are supposed to react to a scenario that they make up about a cyber attack on Poland. And they have teams of people from various disciplines on the same team. And so the competition is to see which one comes up with the most useful advice to the government of Poland on how to protect the country from what is assumed to be the Russian hackers.
Oh, we have somebody new here.
Dr. Burkett.
Burkett has joined us. She's connecting to audio at the moment, and I expect in a few seconds we will hear from her. We were in dire need of a good doctor because we've been speculating about medical matters of which we are no authorities whatsoever.
Oh, I know it's keeping me indoors, but well, you know, I think we have to proceed very cautiously about opening up. I think probably for people's sanity, we have to a little bit, but and we have to listen to people with good credentials instead of some of the stuff we're getting.
I couldn't, you know, I laughed my head off, but, you know, it's not funny. Injecting Lysol. I mean, you can't help laughing. I mean, the guy shoots himself in the foot, you know, really, if he'd shut up. And I think he may actually start.
Somebody posted a fabricated image of a jar of Clorox chewables.
Oh dear.
Many
The USA, I think, is having an election quite soon. Even with the last election, there is a fair amount of reports of people waiting for hours on end outside of some of the voting facilities and traveling a fair distance to them. If social isolation measures are still in effect, how will the voting be undertaken in those scenarios where you can only have a limited number of people in the buildings? It's still quite an antiquated voting procedure, and it would be even more slow than it would be already. Now, I know Estonia has quite an interesting model for voting. They have an iVoting, which is their whole elections online. Every resident has a unique ID card. You can use it to securely access the computer system for voting. But then that opens up a whole issue of cybersecurity related matters. So I'm quite interested, not just in the US context, but other global contexts. How will COVID-19 impact elections and democracy in that? If you have social isolation measures, you're going to need a massive area for voting to take place because you're going to have everyone lined up 2 meters apart. Some of those facilities go through thousands of people a day, and especially in working class areas where people may only be able to vote after 5 p.m.
I don't know what the rules are or how you'd go about changing the rules, but I would think that certainly all the Democrats would like to see us switch to, you know, voting by mail or something. And yet I don't think they're going to get it because I think, you know, the Republicans, even Trump said, if we allowed that, then the Republicans would never win another election. And it was blatant, you know, that's his motivation.
You have that risk of, if they're going to postpone the elections, how do you ensure that it's actually a valid election once things return to normal? And if people are voting, how do you ensure it's done in a safe manner when there's already a very greatly limited healthcare system in a lot of regions? Some regions don't have COVID-19 yet, but you're also going to have a great deal of people moving around for the election as well, moving to voting stations, voting officials going between regions, that type of stuff.
I don't know, maybe they can do over more than one day, you know, and space people better. That might help if an electronic system isn't feasible. Maybe have the polls open for 3 days or something instead, and And I think, I know there are mandatory rules, I think, in this country to allow people time off work to vote, aren't there? I'm not sure about the US, but maybe some relatively minor modifications might help in the interim.
India has a model too, I think, where they bring the voting stations to within 2 kilometers where people are living, but they have that, it's like you just mentioned, that notion of multiple days to vote. So it's not one specific day, but it's kind of stretched out over a few week period.
It's reasonable. Yeah. I was watching Fareed Zakaria this morning talking with Bill Gates, and they agreed on one thing that had surprised me. They said, you know, not everywhere is it necessarily the case that staying home is the best way of keeping social distance. In fact, in some places, it's going to be impossible to keep social distance no matter what. And we've talked about with regard to the, you know, the homeless people in shelters and so on. But they showed a section of Bombay. You know, Fareed is from Bombay himself. And the slums there in Bombay, you know, the people have, I think, I've forgotten how many people they have per square kilometer compared to New Manhattan, you know. So, you know, and so no matter what you do, if they stay home, they're no better off. They are really, really jammed in together in those places.
Are those slums or are those just general kind of non-slum neighborhoods? Because slums are another challenge entirely.
We're going to start to see each other as toxic. People are going to see other humans as toxic. I think this, you know, I told you about the fence post that's going up my rear end, or a series of fence posts. It hurts like hell. That's the most painful thing is sitting on the fence about so many things. It's so complex because it's crowding so many aspects of our lives. It's making, there's so many complications and so many contradictions. Like, but you know, I'm saying, for instance, Canada's Chief Medical Officer of Health, as soon as I'm reading online about WHO, World Health Organization, coming out with a statement that we don't necessarily have herd immunity with this, I'm seeing her coming out with a warning saying we don't have herd immunity with this. And I'm wondering, is she coming to those conclusions independently? What kind of thought is going into those conclusions? Or is she simply, you know, a medically appointed parrot of that line? I'm not saying we should not take her seriously. So when I see everybody step in line, you know, once an authority has spoken, you know, I'm not sure how to take it.
I think it's such a new virus, and there's so much uncertainty that you know, people tend to follow whatever information they think is the most reliable. And I don't think there's any question that we haven't got herd immunity at the moment. And I don't know, she was writing up her report and she heard that sentence and you know, the night before, and she thought, well, I might as well put that in this time. And I don't think it's, you know, fake news or anything like that.
I mean, I think the statement that the WHO or somebody made was more like, we don't know that people can't catch it again.
That's right.
You know, the implication would be there'd be no herd immunity.
That's right.
But and I'm not sure whether they said we know that some people can catch it again, or many people can catch it again, or we just aren't sure. Do you know what they really said?
What the WHO, I'm not sure what they said, but I think they said we certainly don't have it at the moment, which is, you know, makes a guess, but that makes sense to me.
I think
that would be because we haven't had enough people yet. What you have to have is a very large proportion of the population will have already caught the disease and recovered and can't catch it. Therefore, they're not in a position to pass it on. That that is numbers. But what I hear now, it's a different point, but it has some of the same implications, that they are not sure that people can't catch it again because they haven't been able to establish that antibodies are protecting people, much less that what unfortunately would be the implication. Some people say, I've caught the disease, now I want to give my antibodies to other people and keep them from dying. Well, if you don't have antibodies that are going to work, you can't do that, you know.
Does that mean you can't produce a vaccine? Does that negate a vaccine? That's
what I wonder. Barbara, do you know whether that would mean that a vaccine wouldn't work?
But not necessarily, I don't think. It depends which antibodies are made and which ones get put into. I mean, I think there's a clinical trial going on with people donating their serum to see how it works, and so you know, I think that's another. We don't know the answer yet, so we won't know until there's been further investigation to see how these particular samples of serum from patients who've had the disease, how well they knock out the virus.
Yeah. Now, would you guess, or would anybody guess, that if a person had a serious case and really got very, very, very sick and recovered, that their antibodies would be more powerful, or they'd have more of them than somebody who got it but didn't get very sick at all, or maybe had no symptoms? What would you expect?
It might depend a little on how much intervention there was to save the person who got very sick, because that might influence the outcome. I mean, you could argue that the person who had it but didn't get very sick produced lots of antibodies and was good at producing antibodies, whereas the person who got very sick didn't have very good antibodies, certainly until much later. But it, you know, I would think that if the person recovered, with or without intervention, the chances are they'd have more antibodies if they'd had, you know, more serious illness.
Now, the way a vaccine works, I'm not sure I understand, but I assume, please correct me, that if they give you this dead vaccine of dead cells or dead coronavirus or something, such that it stimulates you to produce antibodies, so that when you get the real thing, you're ready to handle them. It is in generating your own body's antibodies that a vaccine works, isn't it? Or is that totally crazy?
That's mostly true, yes. Although they do use live vaccines sometimes, so they're attenuated, but
isn't it in generating your own antibodies where sometimes vaccines get into trouble in terms of unintended consequences or unintended side effects? You get people talking about that. Is that kind of one way that happens?
Yeah, an overreaction, yes, you can get an autoimmune reaction that way, sort of type thing, or an antibody storm, or an antigen antibody storm that produces so much inflammation that it, you know, causes your lungs to not work and so on.
That's similar to a cytokine storm that we saw with the Spanish flu, yes? Mm-hmm. Or is that slightly different?
No.
What's a cytokine?
It's something on the cell that produces inflammation.
Oh. So people died of inflammation in the Spanish flu?
Go ahead.
I thought it was amplified. The immune system kept amplifying itself
Yeah.
to the point where it overwhelmed the body from inflammation and just general immune response.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
So almost like a feedback loop of amplification.
I didn't get it. Say it again. It does what?
It stimulates the body to produce inflammatory cells and anti-inflammatory, produce inflammatory molecules, but it does to such an extent that the inflammation overwhelms the body.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we were saying earlier. This was before you joined the call, Dr. Burkett. We mentioned the Spanish flu and how young people and people with very strong immune systems kind of had a more apparent and a more severe response than some of the people with the older people and people with more compromised immune systems.
Yeah, that's probably true. I mean, we all have, individual ways our bodies react.
Does it really? I mean, if you read something in a journal about why maybe you should be careful not to use such and such a drug, how many people would actually change their practice accordingly? If you just, I mean, is it something you'd actually, maybe you'd take it and go out and ask somebody else, what do you think about this? Or whatever. How does it work? I just don't know how the medical profession manages to process new information.
Yeah, well, I think you'd want to read more than one article on, before you. The one article would certainly make you pretty cautious. And
so I really have a very poor notion of how much medical practice changes by way of incoming information from authoritative sources. And I don't know whether it's a fair question to ask a doctor.
Well, I mean,
how often do you change your mind, fella?
No, well, I mean, I think the CMA Journal recently published an article on the side effects of hydrochloroquine, which, I guess they felt was timely with its advocacy by certain people. And that's something that I think a lot of us have used over the years for different types of conditions, autoimmune type conditions.
I get it from, CNN or something. And then I pass it on. But then there's this whole subculture that has a very different discourse. For example, there's a woman in fact, there are two women that I know who are Facebook friends of mine, both of them are, that is to say, are anti-vaxxers. And one of them fairly strong-minded, and one of them is really strong-minded. So today she published a diatribe about how I am not going to give up my freedoms and my children's future and sacrifice my health just because you guys think you want me to protect you. You're on your own. If you want to take these vaccines, well, that's your business, but I don't have to take it, and blah, blah, blah. Boy, she was heated. Now, I wonder, are their concerns actually feeding into the medical discourse? Are there any doctors who are saying, is there any point in which she's right? Is there any evidence that we need to bring to bear on this? Or is it just like, would you say there are two different universes of discourse where the medical people are sure they're right, and maybe for better reason, but that these anti-vaxxer people are, well, I mean, clearly they're not just crazy. I mean, both of these women that I know of have had children who became autistic immediately after getting a vaccine. Or who had a very serious reaction to a vaccine. And so they write about it all the time, about how lethal it might be and how they oppose it and so on. So there, you know, it is not totally groundless for them to worry, at least in my opinion. But I don't know whether there are people in the medical profession who actually look at their concerns and try to figure things out.
Oh, well, you know, there is no remedy that doesn't have some side effects in some people. And this is one reason we insist on clinical trials ahead of time. This is one reason we don't want to release a vaccine that has had no trials. You know, and if the reaction is to the vaccine, what part of the vaccine is it to? Is it the vaccine itself? Is it the preservative? Is it, you know, what is it? What's the immune makeup of the patient who's reacted? I mean, there's so many things. But by, you know, you say so yes, they have some right to be concerned. On the other hand, probably a lot of these people were. When I was growing up, I had friends who ended up on iron lungs from polio. I think that the polio vaccine was a great benefit to mankind. And I certainly didn't have any hesitation about having my children vaccinated. Fortunately, there were no problems. And I don't think that there's really any evidence that the autism that people developed was from the vaccine, but I think that's...
Is it that the first signs of autism don't really emerge until the same time period in development that people start getting vaccines?
Quite a bit of the herd immunity has been produced by vaccines, you know, that a lot of the anti-vaxxers are advocating for. So, you know, my argument would be, well, you know, I know you want herd immunity, but do you want to risk everybody else's health to develop it? So, without a vaccine. So, anyway, it's difficult, and you have to. You can't be dismissive with people who are concerned this way because they're genuinely upset. So.
I think the thing to bring it back to COVID, I think that the reason we're doing all this is not to stop COVID. It's to keep the healthcare system, the hospital system specifically, from imploding.
Oh, I don't think so. I think.
I mean, you will save some lives in the long term, but you're doing it by preserving the healthcare system's ability, the hospital system's ability to save lives. I think that's part of it. And I think there's maybe some people have a sense that we're actually fighting the disease, and I don't think we're really fighting it in that sense. At least,
well, I think you're fighting it with individuals who get admitted and end up in the ICU. That's you know, I mean, you could just say, well, why bother? They're old. Why not let them die?
You get to a certain age, just let them die. I mean, I think there's an argument to be made at a certain point that if you really have a shortage, then I would say the people who are most likely to die, that's just basic triage, isn't it? The ones that are not going to live anyway, you want to let them go.
They have to do some of that already, I think. Mm-hmm. I think they've had to do that on occasion.
Those decisions are already being made. I mean, they're not great decisions to make.
No.
It's not certainly something I like to watch or see, but you know. That's what you decide.
That's right, and unfortunately, they've had to make some of those decisions.
I would make that decision for them. I would say, if you want to put me on a ventilator, just let me go now. Give me a morphine shot and maybe a double dose, and sayonara.
I mean, I think some people are making orders, you know, ahead of time, so that. The doctor doesn't have to be the one to make the decision. They can, you know, they can make their own decision ahead of time if it still proves to be valid at the time. But yeah, it's difficult.
Yeah, the Globe and Mail the other day argued that people should, this is the time to do it, folks. Talk to somebody and tell them what you want to do under certain circumstances. So I posted something on Facebook. Here's what I want to do, guys.
How can you enforce the living will if you can't have somebody in the hospital to advocate for you, and they're triaging everybody and it's chaos and that sort of thing? I've got that in my will, that no extraordinary provisions be taken. First of all, does a ventilator constitute that? But on the other hand, even if it does, who's going to advocate for me in the hospital and for my wishes?
Oh,
well, maybe you carry a copy in your wallet. But for one thing, and then the other thing you have to determine at the time is, do you still feel this way? I mean, you wrote this will 5 years ago. Do you still feel the same way? So I think there are several steps. It's not just a straightforward thing.
Probably not everybody feels the way they think they're going to feel toward the end. I know my father had died of cancer, but he had to keep taking transfusions. And we were surprised. He kept saying, well, I'm ready to go. But in fact, when there was time for, either he was going to have another transfusion here or he would die that day, he would take another transfusion. So he kept taking 4 or 5 or 6 more later than we thought he would for somebody who said, I'm ready to go. So I think probably, I haven't really done a poll on this, but I suspect that most people are not too sure how they're going to feel about things when the time comes. I don't know. What do you think, Barbara?
No, I think that's true. I think that's quite true. So as I say, it's good to have your will, but I don't think that can be accepted as the only.
Are you on the telephone?
No criteria.
Mm-hmm.
I think there has to be some assessment as to whether you still agree with what you wrote at the time.
I don't want to change the subject because this is obviously what's really on our minds, and there's no question that this is what we have to deal with when this is on our minds. But we're all here as activists one way or another. I think all of us basically are peace activists. Anyway, what is this doing to our work as activists, and how do you think it's going to change the way our prospects of success, or how we can mobilize support for a particular policy? How is this going to affect us, or how is it already affecting our work?
Well, I would hope that it makes us realize that we're one world, and that countries have to get together and have solutions other than atom bombs and so on.
Mm-hmm. On the other hand, there is always now an argument for stopping people to the border, which I wouldn't have tolerated that idea. Been so open to saying immigration people should, take the temperature of somebody coming in or things. My Polish friends got to Poland and then they wanted to go back to Switzerland, their home, but they can't. They're stuck in Poland because the borders are locked. So this is the anti-globalization effect. And is it going to have an effect in other ways on globalization, or the sense that everybody in the world is connected to everybody else?
Mm-hmm.
Evner?
I'm interested in Middle East right now. Middle East impacted by COVID, and refugee camps, particularly in Syria and Yemen. They are considered as a mini Wuhan right now. Terrible. I'm following all these.
Which are the two that are mini Wuhans?
Syrian refugee camps at the border with Iraq and Turkey. The camps.
Yeah.
They are devastated, and Rohingyas are terrible. situation impacted by COVID, not their regular, it's a plus their regular suffering. And I'm following all these. And if you come up with any webinar, Adam, would you please let me know about?
There might be one or two Middle East. A note down just now, so if I see anything about the Middle East, I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
I also want to kind of circle back to the vaccine-related topic earlier. The notion of developing a COVID-19 vaccine, does that not have limitations in where it can be deployed by notion of, even right now with vaccine programs, thinking of the polio vaccine, general flu vaccine, other vaccine programs, of where that can actually be implemented? There's a lot of struggles with vaccinating people in Syria, Pakistan, even Nigeria, where Boko Haram was. So even if a COVID-19 vaccine is developed, how difficult will it be to implement it in remote and also politically sensitive areas?
I don't know.
This will be a very interesting part. Because like Ebola vaccine didn't work, did it?
Is one not still under development?
Yeah, it takes too long to be sure that the vaccine is working. So for sure with COVID, it will take longer.
Well, there was this problem that took place, I think, in Afghanistan, where the CIA was using the pretense that they were sending pollsters or something in to
Pakistan, I think, for that one.
What was it?
If it's a scenario, if there's a scenario I'm thinking you're referring to, I think it was Pakistan, wasn't it? Or maybe it was Afghanistan.
What scenario?
Yeah, it was when they were on the hunt for what's his face, you know, the bad guy that they finally got.
Bin Laden?
Yeah, right. They were sniffing around his neighborhood trying to get a sense of what kind of operation he was running there and whether it was really bin Laden or something. They saw people door to door trying to either offer vaccines to people or check to see whether they'd been vaccinated, something like that. But the very fact that they used this subterfuge was illegal, or certainly it turned public opinion against them. So you have a lot of Muslim, mullahs or, leaders saying, that they don't trust these people. If somebody comes, public health workers, if they come to your door, they're probably really CIA, which is really a bad thing, that they contaminated the public opinion in at least in those countries, so few countries. It's certainly not worldwide, but it had an effect.
Yeah.
Probably not too dissimilar from cases where police have infiltrated activist circles and have, gotten pretty deep into relationships with activists. In some cases, fathering children. That's happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. It creates a whole level of distrust.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to imagine the situation. Was it the child who was snooping on the father and spying on him, or vice versa? I don't know these stories that you're telling.
No, are you talking about what I mentioned? There was a case in Britain where I'm trying to remember the activist groups, but a cop actually infiltrated to the point where he formed a relationship with one of the female activists, fathered a child, and then was found out.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
That was pretty rough. It was written up in The Guardian.
Well, there are many cases after, the reunification of Germany where the truth came out about the Stasi, and husband and wife, there'd be a person married somebody to spy on them and lived with them indefinitely, and then the spouse just found out after afterwards. Whoa. I mean, that must be hard to take.
How did that go over? Like, where did that go?
I've got to go.
I don't know how that movie ended.
Bye-bye. I've got another meeting.
Okay, thanks, Barbara. This is always
Okay,
good to
bye.
hear from you. By the way, Barbara, we have a meeting tonight of the.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Meta, how did that movie end?
Well, actually, there are many cases. It's not one story. I've heard it from various different dimensions, different accounts. Do you know Trudy Gouvier out in BC? No, she's in Saskatchewan or Alberta. She's a philosopher, and she went to Germany after the reunification with the idea that she was going to talk to people as they tried to handle issues like this, that they'd been betrayed by somebody in their own family. Not necessarily a paid Stasi member who was reporting on them, but that they were maybe sort of on the side reporting on their spouse or their loved ones. And so there were groups that formed, briefly, I gather, to talk about their history and their interpersonal histories. But she wrote an article for Peace Magazine about it, in which she said nobody admitted having done anything wrong. Nobody acknowledged or apologized ever. And she said, I don't understand that, because if I were caught having betrayed somebody and I wanted to go forward in any kind of relationship with that person, I would say I'm sorry, or I would acknowledge it. And she said, I can't understand why they continued to try to find justifications or excuses or rationales for what they did. It was about the size of it, and it didn't have a happy ending. Her story was very troubling because she was implying that almost nobody tried to clean it up.
I don't know how you clean that sort of thing up. How do you clean? How to clean up? Look, a husband and wife. Your wife suddenly says, "How do you clean that one up?"
You begin by saying, "I'm sorry. I did it, and I'm sorry." And that maybe is tough. It may not work, but that's a starting point. And if you don't say, "I'm sorry," if you try to say, well, they forced me to do it, or I couldn't help myself, or something like that, then I don't see how you're right. There's no way to clean that up, I think.
It's a mess, isn't it? Wow. That's why I referred to it as a movie. How does that movie end?
What else are we missing? Does anybody else know of groups in Canada of people concerned about trying to create peace in the Middle East in particular?
Mustafa Coach recently involved with this food subjects, because they're predicting the COVID will impact the food availability around the globe, and he's working heavily on this. I recently participate in his web Zoom conference in Turkish. It was very successful, together with the university in Turkey. And he's heavily working on this because now the lack of globalizing and food trade between countries are showing some kind of future problems.
Sure. I was reading, or someplace heard, an authority recently in the last day or two talking about the prospect of real famine as a result, not of climate change in this case, but as a result of the fact that so many people are sick that they can't use the food or transport it, and the food, there will be a serious food shortage, maybe on the scale that you'd want to call a famine. So again, we see this connection between the various dimensions of these 6 threats that we have,
Yes.
global threats. I mean, I had not previously thought of the connection between pandemics and famine. You know, you see the connection between war and famine. You see the connection between global warming and famine, but I hadn't thought about pandemics as a source of famine. And
yeah, probably we better highlight this is because it is very crucial right now. They're not talking about Central America yet, but South Asia will be affected heavily.
Now, when you say Mustafa is involved, I haven't spoken to him in ages, but you say he's involved with work about foreseeing food shortages.
Yes.
Is he talking, is this a global issue, or is he specifically looking at the Turkish situation?
Turkish, yeah. At the Zoom conference, he was talking about Turkish, but I assume because Canada will be affected.
You mean supply chains?
Supply, yeah. It will be affected with by Corona. It is already, but it will be worse. This is what Mustafa Koç thinks. Maybe you better talk to him. He's working on that.
Yeah.
Good to meet you both.
So would you like me to get in touch with Mustafa Koç, or you will do it yourself?
Oh Lord, I don't know. I probably won't get around to it, frankly. But if you know, keep me posted. It might be possible to send somebody to potential for an article about it. Or maybe you should do it. Why don't you do the article?
Oh, I will be delighted. Okay, I will work on that.
The connection between the possibility of COVID and the possibility of famine. I think we definitely want that, because I think that is a good, important topic, don't you?
Oh, okay. So I can extend on that.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. See you, folks. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Stay safe, everyone. This conversation is one of the weekly series Talk About Saving the World, produced by Peace Magazine and Project Save the World. Please visit our website at ToSaveTheWorld.ca, where you can sign the Platform for Survival, a list of 25 public policy proposals that, if enacted, would greatly reduce the risk of 6 global threats to humankind. Come back next week for another discussion of a serious global issue.
Hi, I'm Metta Spencer. Today we're going to Victoria, British Columbia to see my friend Yeshua Moser Poangswan. Yeshua is a peacenik of many parts. He spends a lot of his time in Asia, mostly I guess in Thailand, but he travels a lot. And half his time now or more is in Canada, which means I get to see him once in a great while. Anyway, he's working for Minds Action Canada, among other things. He's the head of Nonviolence International Canada branch. And we're going to talk about landmines today, which I think everybody that I know of would like to see gotten rid of. So good morning, Yeshua. How are you?
I'm doing fine, Metta. Thank you for asking. How about yourself?
Doing fine. Yeah, COVID has not got me yet, and I'm optimistic. I think I'm eligible for a vaccine, but I don't have any plans. I'm just staying in isolation. But you go out and do things, don't you?
Well, not very much these days. And I had suggested the topic for today's discussion. And my question to the viewers here in Canada is, what Canadian foreign policy has had the most far-reaching impact on planet Earth? What do you think the answer would be for most people?
Isn't that a wonderful question? Very interesting. And of course, I would never have thought of it myself if you hadn't already primed me. Of course it would.
So think about other things then. What would you come up with?
Oh, I don't know. I hadn't thought, but I would have said something about peacekeeping, but that was long ago. But here, uh, it would be landmines, wouldn't it? Yeah, good for you. You've had the most impact of anybody in Canada.
It's the only major international treaty with Canada's name on it, the Ottawa Convention. There is the Montreal Protocol to another treaty, which we had prior to that being the only international instrument with Canada's name on it.
That was the one about ozone, trying to stop the chlorofluorocarbons.
That's the one. But for an entire treaty being named after Canada, we only have the Ottawa Treaty.
Okay, well, that's not the reason. I wouldn't have thought of it in terms of just the name, but the fact that it was such an innovation and it broke ground in the method by which it was achieved, that the way the procedure's been followed, isn't that right?
That's right. We can go back over the past part of that, but I would like to stay more in the present time.
Okay.
This is a foreign policy initiative that Canada was instrumental in. It wasn't the only entity that was instrumental in it, but it was a key player. And Canada put a lot of its foreign policy power behind making sure that it happened. It started the so-called Ottawa process, where it gathered nations in the Caribbean and in South America and in Africa to discuss what would be the text of an international binding treaty that had never been done before. Everything had always been done in the UN system. Canada took it outside the UN system and said, no, we can just all do this by consensus amongst nations. And that was called the Ottawa process, leading to the Ottawa Treaty banning anti-personnel landmines. But it was much more far-reaching than that. That's just the legal instrument, which the vast majority of governments, 80% of the world's governments, more than 80%, have signed on to and are totally abiding by all of its restrictions. The way it's had the impact is it has consistently, over the last 20 years, every year, increased the amount of land that is free of these deadly explosive hazards, these random death traps. And that has put productive land back in the hands of communities in areas where there are people who were internally displaced by war. They were able to go back and safely resume that area for agricultural purposes, or communities have been able to build schools and hospitals on it where they couldn't before, or they had access to water resources, which previously they couldn't because of mines that obstructed them from them. So it has had a far-reaching impact on conflict-affected countries, but not only them, because it required that the countries that joined the treaty destroy all their stockpiles of the mines. And so that was most of the European states. They had massive stockpiles of these, and they could not sell them. They could not give them away as military aid. They had to destroy them. And so that is millions and millions of weapons that were destroyed that will never, ever be used to harm anyone. It has had a global impact. And so it is the most far-reaching foreign policy initiative that Canada ever had. And yet, if you say to most Canadians today, the Ottawa Treaty, you will get an eh? We've got one. You know, what's that?
Yeah.
And the number of resources, we had a special ambassador on mine action who traveled the globe advocating for countries to get onto the treaty, advocating for better mine assistance. In those days, we provided $2 per Canadian for mine clearance around the planet. Now, Mines Act Canada is advocating for us to at least do $1 per Canadian today to continue this effort. Today, we're giving about 23 cents per Canadian for mine clearance around the globe. Now, beloved neighbor to the south of the border here has not joined the convention yet. And one of the things I hear at the international meetings is, well, these nations, they speak a lot about clearing landmines, but we here in the United States, we may still use them, but we're clearing more than anybody else. We're putting more money into it. Well, their economy is 20 times the size of ours, and it's no wonder that they put more money into mine clearing. But per capita, if we gave $1 per Canadian, I think maybe we can afford this, $1 per Canadian in mine clearance, we would be the second highest donor to mine clearance in the world, and we would be way above a per capita donation than the United States. So
and how far would we get with that? Because now, I guess my question is, how many landmines are still there that require removal? And where are they? And what are the politics of getting access to them to do the removal? There's a whole bunch of interesting questions that arise when you start talking about finishing the job.
Well, there is a commitment by the states that are party to the Mine Ban Treaty, which is the vast majority of the world's government, to finish the job by 2025. And today, the UN Secretary General made public his statement for International Mine Action Day, which is this weekend, 4th of April. And in it, he encouraged the remaining countries that are outside the treaty to join, of course, but he also said, this is going to be the last decade we're going to deal with this problem. We need to get it done. And this has really been, up to this point, a global success story. It's kind of a good news story. And right now, when we turn on the news source that we might have, we get a huge stream of not very pleasant news most days. And yet the Ottawa Convention continues to be a good news story. Essentially, since it came into existence in 1997 in Ottawa, Canada, the number of victims has consistently dropped from anti-personnel mines globally. And this is a direct result of what the Ottawa process has done. Now, it hasn't dropped evenly in all countries. Syria, an obviously example where it has gone up. So there are some conflict countries where it might go up, but globally, the path continues to be down.
Excuse me, when you mentioned Syria, is that a place where they're actually adding new landmines? Or is there any place where new landmines are being put down?
Let me come back to that. Because besides the number of victims going down, the number of countries joining the convention going up, and the amount of land cleared and being put back into safe, productive human use in rural and urban areas around the world, that's increasing every year. So these are all successes. These are all successes. And I'm answering your previous question as what are the politics of clearance of landmines? So the countries that are fully in the Mine Ban Treaty, some of them are not very economically stable states. They need financial assistance to do their mine clearance, but they're dedicated to doing it. Afghanistan is a good case in point. The Afghans have been clearing landmines almost longer than any other country, and they've got a long ways to go, but they've got an excellent national mine clearing program. They need financial assistance. This is a place that Canada currently is providing some financial assistance. We could provide a little more. Cambodia is another country, very professional mine removal program. They joined the treaty, one of the first ones. And there too, they could use some financial assistance. Korea, probably coming up. They've just decided to schedule all the mines south of the DMZ for removal. Korea is one that we could be assisting, and Mines Action Canada will be going through the archives of Canada with the blessings of the Canadian military to find any information on the placement of landmines during the Korean War by Canadian troops.
There would be records of the like maps and things.
We actually don't know, but we have the agreement with the archives and the Canadian Defense Forces to go through all the records and find out anything that there is, and turning it over to the Republic of Korea for their use. And of course, our hope would be to inspire our neighbor to the south to do something similar. So this is the politics, and it's not possible everywhere. There are countries where mines are being laid today. Myanmar is one of them, which is obviously pretty much of a military basket case right now. And in Syria, we don't know how many mines are being laid, but we believe some are. In the Ukraine, on the front line between the conflicting parties there has been some mine use. So
did you say Ukraine?
Yes, Ukraine.
And okay, I didn't know.
It's low level, but it's consistently being reported reliably. And so there are a very, very few places in Libya. Just prior to the peace agreement process that's going on right now, there were mines laid by proxy forces of one side in southern Tripoli before they were pushed out by the Tripoli-based forces. So there have been a few places where mines have been laid in recent times. We're seeing nothing on the scale of mine use in decades in the past. Just not happening. There's a stigma around the use of anti-personnel landmines, which the mine ban movement has created. It's created a norm of non-use. It's created a norm of clearance. And so it is a success in progress. Now, let's come to your last question. Can you repeat it?
I think you've already answered it. Are they still laying them in Syria?
We believe that they probably are being used on a low level.
Okay. Okay. Now, when a country doesn't join, as you mentioned, the U.S. has not, what rationale do they offer?
The U.S.'s rejection through the Obama period was that they would not use anti-personnel landmines with the exception of the Korean Peninsula. And this was tied up with the force structure of both the U.S. military and the Korean military on the Korean Peninsula, the South Korean military on the Korean Peninsula. And with the then the subsequent administration in the United States by he who shall not be named rolled back that restriction, said no, the mines could be used anywhere. We are hoping that the current administration at least returns to the Obama era restriction, if not going beyond it and joining the treaty. And the United States campaign to ban landmines is working energetically towards that with the U.S. Senator Patrick Leahy, who has been very instrumental in assuring that the U.S. provides a lot of money for mine clearance around the world. It's primarily due to that one senator in the U.S. that there is much expenditure by the United States on clearance. But since Korea is beginning to remove mines south of the DMZ, I think this could have an impact on the U.S.'s position.
Why would there, I would understand, I wouldn't approve, but I would understand why they put them in the DMZ, but I don't understand why they would put them on one's own soil, south of the DMZ. I mean, why would South Korea want landmines anywhere where South Koreans might go?
Well, when the demilitarized zone was created, if you look at the record that creates the demilitarized zone, it actually says during the creation of the zone, all weapons, including anti-personnel landmines, shall be removed from the demilitarized zone. And both sides, the North and the South, have what they call civilian exclusion zones, or CEZs. that are much wider than the actual demilitarized zone itself. And so these are zones north and south of the demilitarized zone that are closed military zones. And most of the mines in the south, from what we can tell, are laid along the northern edge, which would be the southern side of the DMZ for South Korea, on the northern edge of the civilian exclusion zone. So they're laid outside the DMZ in the civilian exclusion zone, right along its northern edge.
Okay. All right. So that was the thinking then. And they're getting a little friendlier to their northern neighbors the last few years, I believe. And so that may.
And they actually did some joint mine clearance around the Truth Village, where they signed the Inter-Korean Military Accord 3 or 4 years ago now. And so they jointly, North and South Korea, removed mines from around that area, plus around an area where conflict had happened during the Korean War, so that they could remove dead from the area. They could recover bodies that had been buried in a certain area that was within the demilitarized zone, and they had to remove mines from that area. And also a railway over on the eastern side, it was agreed that they would jointly demine that. I don't think that's occurred yet, but there was included in that agreement these three areas, the so-called peace treaty area, the area where you always see them crossing over the line. This area where people were buried during the Korean War, and then this railway. So the first two were definitely they did mine clearance on. The third one, I'm not sure.
You see images of people lying on their stomachs with tweezers or something, working very, very carefully in what looks like a very dangerous operation. But I hear that there are other techniques available. And one of them was, I was reading something about how rats can find landmines for you. What is the technology that is being used now? And what's the best technology?
Yeah, this is a common question, and the answer is there is no best technology. The best technology is the one that works for a given minefield. Minefields can be found in all types of geographic terrain. It can be sandy soils that are relatively open and dry. It can be swampy marshlands. It can be forests. It can be fields. It can be anything. And then even within that, you will have a certain type of explosive hazard. And the first step for mine clearance is to do what's called a non-technical survey, which identifies what is the explosive threat that might be in that area. And when mine clearance is done, they don't just clear landmines, they clear anything that could be an explosive hazard that could endanger human beings. So if they saw a unexploded mortar or a rifle grenade over there, they wouldn't say, well, we're going to leave that there because it's not a landmine. No, they clear everything that's potentially a threat to human beings. And within most minefields, there will usually, or most mined areas, there will be one or maybe two types of landmines in most cases. There are a few cases where minefields have more than that, but usually it'll be one or two types. And when those types are identified, which you can probably find out from the conflict history of that area, two combatant forces were in there, the one used this type of mine, the other one used that type of mine, then you know what the metallic signature of that mine will be, because each one will have a certain amount of metal in it. It may have very little metal, or it may have a lot of metal, but it'll have something. And the detectors that they use detect the signal of that amount of metal, because there's a lot of metal left over in battlefields. And if you just had a metal detector that just detected metal, it'd be going ping all the time. So to speed up clearance, they tune it to the signature of the amount of metal that is in a specific mine. So if you have two types of mines, they would put two signatures in there, and you would be using that, and that speeds up your ability to move through land and find where things may be.
Now, what is this gadget it goes around sniffing from what?
It's a metal detector.
It's a machine, and
yes,
roll it over the ground or what?
It looks like a donut basically on the end of a stick.
Oh.
And the donut has pickups in it that use magnetic radio frequency. And so it's looking for a certain amount of metal, a certain place, distance in the ground. There are different types of these metal detectors. And there is also some that are augmented by what they call ground penetrating radar. But at any rate, it's a set of electronics on the end of a stick, and you use it to go over the ground. In some cases, it may be very short. Depending on the type of manual clearance you're doing, you may be very low to the ground. And the reason why you would lay down and work in front of you is if a mine does explode, most of the blast is going to go over your head, where if you're standing up, it hits you straight in the chest.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's one of the reasons why you see people laying down. It'll be determined by the type of clearance that's going on in an area. Now, if the area is suitable for machinery, they can also use flails. This is like a giant rototiller that goes out in front, heavily armored. It can be used in some types of grounds, like open agricultural fields. Obviously, it wouldn't be useful in a swamp.
Mm-hmm.
So if land is suitable to mechanical clearance, that is one option. There is also animal detection, where they use animals, either rats or dogs, to sniff out the outgassing of certain types of explosives. So mines will use a certain type of explosive. It will have a certain type of odor, and they can train animals. Rats and dogs are the only ones that they use at this point to sniff that type of odor. But if you have a minefield with 5 types of mines in it, the dog will lose its way. It'll just sit there and howl because it can't find these
Mm-hmm.
things. It's just overwhelmed. So again, you have to use the right tool for the right type of threat in a given area of ground. And that is determined by the initial survey.
I see.
And what works right in one minefield could kill you in the next. So you really have to put the right basket of techniques together to clear a given area. But using international mine action standards today, this is a very safe occupation. It's safer than being a firefighter in most Canadian major cities.
Really?
The number of casualties is very, very small if you follow international mine action standards. Now, when the clearance is done by the military, frequently they don't follow these standards, and they tend to experience more casualties.
Mm-hmm.
And some commercial military company or private military contractors who some actors have hired to do mine clearance have also suffered a number of casualties because they're governed not by international mine action standards, but by the profit standard, which is work as fast as you can and cut all the corners you can to make as much profit as you can.
Well, now how about the
are at play in the clearance of mine?
Yeah. How about the dogs and the rats? Are they too small to blow up a landmine, or do you have to expect to lose a few of them?
I've never heard of a casualty amongst mine clearing rats or dogs. That there may have been one, but I haven't heard of them. I think it would be much more likely that they would die of other causes like road accidents, various other things, diseases.
But if you wouldn't use a cow, that would do it. Are these things?
A lot of poor communities, if they know their land is mined and they want to use it, they will run cattle over it and believe that will make it safe. But unfortunately, it doesn't.
Oh, okay. But the idea is they run their cattle over it and then they butcher the cattle. They know they'll lose the cattle if they do it, right?
Well, they want the land, obviously, and this is a desperation tactic. And the cattle don't step everywhere. They step, over maybe 50% of the field. They put their actual weight on, and the other 50%, you take your chances. It's Russian roulette. This will be done by desperate people in some rural areas where clearance hasn't gotten to, or the state hasn't prioritized it for one reason or another. They will try desperate measures, and the use of cattle is one of those, unfortunately. And burning of fields is another one. People think one of two ways might remove the mines, and unfortunately it doesn't.
So burning really doesn't affect it at all, or just doesn't consistently?
It'll probably make the mine less stable and more unpredictable.
Oh dear. All right. So, okay. So these mines, do they ever go bad? I mean, bad being good, or when a thing like that, you wish it would go bad, but reliably they don't, do they? Can they stay active for a generation or more?
About 10 years ago, I was in a clearance area in Laos, PDR. And there, one of the mine clearance agencies showed me pictures of two bounding mines. These are incredibly dangerous mines. They have nearly invisible tripwires that go off of them. And when they explode, they jump out of the ground to about chest height and have a huge explosion, driving shrapnel in every direction. They're just incredibly dangerous. And they found two of them 100 meters apart. And one of them had completely rusted off. The detonator well was completely gone. It was absolutely inoperative. And the other one was in perfect working order. And they were both laid during the Vietnam War, the Indochina War. So they were about 40 years old. And the reason that the one was completely rotted out was it was in a little depression in the ground. And so moisture, of course, stayed there. And because of the intensity of moisture there, it rusted through. The other one was on a slightly higher area, and therefore it remained dry and it remained in perfect working order after 40 years.
Well, if you were planning, just to let nature take its course, and eventually all of these things would deteriorate and to be inoperable, I guess. How long would you have to wait?
Depends on local terrain conditions and the particular construction of the mine, whether it had any particular weak point. Almost every major manufacturer made a plastic mine, and plastic does not degrade very rapidly in almost any environment. It's incredibly persistent. And most of the explosives used in them are highly stable. They are, in what they call in military parlance, very robust weapons.
I see. Okay. Because I remember having read something about a World War I bomb. It wasn't a landmine, but someplace somebody found a bomb that had been planted or fallen during World War I, but would still have killed somebody if under certain conditions it would have gone off. So that can happen, I guess, not on you don't expect that very often though, right?
Well, World War II minefields in North Africa are still active.
There are some that's still there now?
Yes.
And they are still dangerous?
They still claim victims. On the Egyptian-Libyan border, yes.
When a country signs a landmine treaty, what is it they agree to do? I can imagine, of course, they're not going to make any more of them. They're going to destroy the ones they have. But they're making a commitment to remove the landmines on their own territory, if there are any there, or are they responsible for removing landmines that their country has laid in other people's territory? Is there any agreement about who's going to be responsible for removal?
The treaty is comprehensive. So it is not only removing landmines from the face of the planet, it's removing landmines and all their effects from the face of the planet. So let's go through them one by one. There's the first prohibitions, which is no use, no stockpiling, no production, no trade. So they cannot trade, they cannot transit their territory, they cannot produce the mine, they cannot produce components for somebody else to use in landmines, they can't use them under any circumstances, even as part of a military coalition. So it's comprehensive ban on use, production, stockpiling, and trade. Over and above that, then there is the requirement to remove all mines from the territory of the joining state within a 10-year period of time. And then there is the obligation for international cooperation and assistance. And this is financial cooperation with other states which are party to the convention to help them remove their landmines. This is done on a case-by-case basis. So Afghanistan, which is a party, can ask Canada, which is a party, to assist it in its clearance efforts, which it has done, and Canada is doing that. There's nothing in the treaty that says Canada must help Afghanistan. It's all cooperation and assistance. Mm-hmm. And the same is true with victim assistance. Cooperation and assistance also includes assisting the victims of anti-personnel mines, those people who were injured but not killed by anti-personnel landmines. This victim assistance element is much more developed in the later sister convention on cluster munitions, where we expanded the definition of victims to the families of people who were either injured or killed by the device. That is lacking in the Mine Ban Treaty, but that became more developed in the language of the sister convention on cluster munitions.
Well, that was what I was going to ask you next, is about the cluster munition treaty, because now you call it the sister treaty, and that's the way I've been thinking of it, that it was like a follow-on for the landmines treaty, something like almost like a protocol, an extra thing maybe, but that it didn't happen, but right away, and was. In what sense is it a companion to the Landmines Treaty? Was it the same group of nations just added something on to prohibit cluster munitions as well as landmines, or was there a whole new process for reaching a treaty? How did it happen, and what's the? Is it administered through the same? You're with Mines Action Canada. There is an international organization dealing with the removal of landmines and so on. Is the cluster munition thing part of that, or what's the relationship between the cluster bombs and the landmines? Maybe first you should tell people what a cluster bomb is.
Cluster bombs are, as the name implies, a cluster of bombs. So you have one large container which contains many small explosive devices, and the container usually is the thing that sends it somewhere. Either it's dropped from a plane, or it's fired from a missile, or some other way by a shell, and the container opens and it spreads these explosive devices over a large area, like the size of a football field, maybe.
Usually it might happen above ground and then sprinkle them, or?
They are usually designed to open in the air during flight, whether they're dropped from a plane or fired from a rocket or a shell. And then as they fall by either friction of the air or by centrifugal force, it arms a fuse which detonates the thing on its way to the ground. Now, a large number of these fail to initially detonate, and they hit the ground and they sit there, becoming de facto landmines.
Oh.
And when you disturb them, they explode with deadly force. So the so-called dud rate, or the rate at those that did not explode when they were initially used, is very, very high for the traditional cluster munitions used by many governments. So these were being found in a number of locations, not all locations, where mines were used and were being cleared by mine clearance organizations. And it was seen that this weapon also needed to be banned. And many of the same constellation of actors who were involved in the Anti-Personnel Landmines Ban Convention also were involved in the Convention on Cluster Munitions. And both of them were negotiated outside of the United Nations. And they are both what we call humanitarian disarmament conventions. They take as their focus the safety and well-being of human beings, not of states. So traditional disarmament measures negotiated in the United Nations are negotiated between states with a state-based thing. We states want to secure our state. So it's state-driven. The Humanitarian Disarmament Convention said, no, we don't agree with that framework. We want to take human security as the basis. What makes human beings, any human being, safer?
Mm-hmm.
And so the Mine Ban Treaty and the Cluster Munition Convention, and most recently the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, were all negotiated from this framework. Mm-hmm. What makes human beings safer? Not what makes states safer. What makes human beings safer? And
what a refreshing idea.
So humanitarian disarmament really is the only disarmament measure that is moving forward right now in the world. The state-based framework is kind of frozen in time. Nobody wants to move. The UN disarmament measures just are not moving forward. The only ones really moving forward are the humanitarian disarmament processes, such as the current one for killer robots, which is trying to bring about a comprehensive treaty to ban lethal autonomous weapons systems, mm-hmm. the marriage of artificial intelligence and robotics with weapons, and a few other processes as well. The Convention on Cluster Munitions comes from this humanitarian disarmament framework, and so it's a sister convention in that way. It's in the humanitarian disarmament family, and it comprehensively bans the use, production, and stockpiling, trade, transit, or even investment in cluster munitions. So there was a special law passed by the Parliament of Canada to outlaw any investment in cluster munitions in Canada. Nobody can do it. People can still invest in the manufacture of nuclear weapons, which they do in Canada, I'm sad to say, but especially the Canadian Pension Fund, which has $500 million right now invested in nuclear weapons producers, even though the foreign policy position of Canada has never been to promote nuclear weapons.
Yes, you will. You just wandered into a topic. Wow, that is one we've got to cover. You know, maybe not today, but that is news to me. I didn't know about that pension fund thing. That is very important. But
let's stay on our topic today.
Well, yeah, a little icing on the cake there. But now, when you talk about the it's not for the protection of the state, but for human beings. It's such a wonderful notion. But it's states that sign the thing, right? So why, if it's states that actually get to the point of, and they do, they sign the treaty, why is it they can't negotiate the treaty? Why is it necessary to do?
They negotiate it. They negotiate it, but they, in the case of the Mine Ban Treaty and the Cluster Munitions Convention, they were negotiated outside of the United Nations.
Why?
And
I mean, I don't get what is the blockage? I know we have things like this thing in Switzerland where the negotiations are supposed to take place, but they've been frozen for like 40 years or something.
Yeah.
No movement. Why is it that they can't do it in the It's because of the consensus doctrine, isn't it? Because they have to have consensus. But what happens with this outside the treaty, outside the UN procedure, the Ottawa procedure, okay, that makes it possible? I'm just trying to find out what new trick have you come up with that might make a lot more progress possible?
Basically getting out of the tyranny of consensus in the CD in Geneva, the sole disarmament, what they like to call the sole disarmament mechanism of the UN. Now, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons was done in the General Assembly because the General Assembly does not have consensus. It goes on majority vote. So it was negotiated within the UN system, but not within the CD, the Committee on Disarmament. So it was outside of the normal disarmament negotiation framework of the United Nations in the General Assembly. That was, of course, opposed by the Perm 5, but in the General Assembly, they don't have veto power.
Right.
They only have a vote.
Okay, good. Now, I attended one of those open-ended working groups in Geneva, which was kind of the lead up to the treaty, TPNW. I mean, I don't think people knew what was going to happen at the point, but it was about 10, 12 years ago. But now something like an open-ended working group, and that is an institution that's used frequently, I gather, is not part of or accountable to the CD, right? And they don't have a consensus mechanism of decision making. Is that right?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, I was there watching, but I don't think there was a vote.
Yeah, all the open-ended working groups I know of seem to originate in Geneva. So they're somewhere within that disarmament machinery, I think. And it's true that they don't operate on consensus. But they also don't have decision-making power.
Right.
They are appointed by the group. You go discuss it and bring back a report to us. And then it goes into the consensus machinery, where it never sees the light of day again.
Well, but the TPNW did come out of it. So, I mean, eventually, although I'm not sure, I don't know the route, but it was a zigzaggy route, but, it eventually happened. So maybe there's hope. I mean, what you're talking about is this humanitarian approach. Is this people going in this direction for other things too? Can you foresee additional use of that mechanism outside the UN framework?
Oh yeah, there are several things going down that track right now. There is the movement called INU, the International Network on Explosive Weapons in populated or urban areas, which is where many of the casualties of war are occurring now, when highly explosive weapons are used in densely urban environments.
Mm-hmm.
And they're negotiating right now outside of the UN framework from a humanitarian disarmament perspective, a political declaration on explosive weapons, which will have some negative and positive obligations within it for all states that sign up to it. It's not quite as tight as an international binding treaty, but again, it's something that governments sign up to and should not be seen as violating. So that movement is coming from a humanitarian framework. Of course, I mentioned already killer robots or lethal autonomous weapons coming from the humanitarian framework. And then there is the group that used to be known as Toxic Remnants of War and is now the Conflict and Environment Observatory. They're coming up with the draft principles on armed conflict in the environment. And this again is humanitarian disarmament process. They're all using slightly different tracks to get countries together to discuss this. Explosive weapons has been championed by Austria and Ireland, and they've been hosting meetings in their two countries, most of them virtual as of late, to discuss this. So it's governments that come together at the invitation of those governments to discuss the creation of these things. The draft principles on the conflict of the environment is going through the International Law Commission of the UN and will probably go to the General Assembly First Committee. The track that lethal autonomous weapons will take is not clear. It's been stuck in the CCW, the Convention on Conventional Weapons discussions, which is also under the tyranny of consensus in Geneva. And I think it's going to come out from that. It's going to be pulled out by non-governmental organizations and cooperative governments.
These are the killer robot thing. You're talking about the killer robots.
Yeah, the killer robots. So it's going to be pulled out of that, but I don't know which track it's going to go down because the movement is currently discussing that.
Who is?
The campaign to stop killer robots, plus some governments are discussing what is the best way to proceed since it seems to be dying in the Geneva process right now.
Oh dear. Well, that's really important, isn't it? We want to, you've been going to those meetings, and that we had one conversation about the killer robot meetings in the something on conventional weapons.
Yeah, the Convention on Conventional Weapons.
Yeah, it always struck me as such a strange idea that killer robots are conventional. Not in my terminology, but at any rate. So there's hope, but you would not say that this is necessarily an easy path. If you're saying that it's not able, you're not able to take it yet out of the UN framework, the killer robots. Is that a general caution that taking it through the Ottawa process would be more difficult than trying to start up some sort of disarmament process in the UN?
Well, civil society groups have tended to work with states to try the state-based process first in the past. The international campaign to ban landmines, of which Mines Action Canada is the Canadian section of the international campaign, first tried getting an optional protocol that would comprehensively ban anti-personnel mines through the Convention on Conventional Weapons. The governments there negotiated an optional protocol on landmines that did not comprehensively ban weapons, just basically put a few fences around how you could use them, but you could still use them anywhere, anytime. And so that wasn't good enough. And then with the cooperation of the government Canada started the Oslo process. So first it tried it within the UN system. It got basically a phony mine ban treaty and went outside of the UN process to get a real one. The same thing was true with the cluster munition convention. They came up with a optional protocol 5 in the CCW, which did not ban cluster munitions, and kind of said, well, you know, somebody might be responsible if they put some explosive weapons in somebody else's territory. Well, that wasn't a comprehensive ban. It was basically allowing nations to buy their way out of using a weapon. And only certain governments would be able to afford to do that. So they went outside and got the Convention on Cluster Munitions. Interestingly, the CCW then tried to get a second protocol on cluster munitions, which would be weaker than the convention that we got, which would allow you two tracks. Well, you can go for a weaker convention or a stronger one. Which one are you going to choose? As a way of weakening and attacking the convention that we had just gotten. And we played the wrecker in that case. We managed to get a couple of states together to say, no, we're not going to cooperate with this, which destroyed consensus in their process and ended it with that, which left the United States and Russia and China walking away with tears on their faces. Poor guys, they were really disappointed.
Oh boy. All right. You are a strategist, I gather, as well as an expert. Okay, this has been extremely interesting and valuable, and I've learned a lot, and I really appreciate it. I thought I knew more than I did about these weapons and about the treaty. So it's a good thing that I got smartened up a little bit, and I hope some other people will too by watching this. Let's pass it around, okay? Okay, thank you so much for this, Yeshua. And you be well and have a great day, okay?
Okay, stay safe and well, Meta.
I'll try, you too. Bye-bye. Okay. So we should try to work on this mining thing. I didn't realize the connection between mining and forest destruction.
Yeah.
I wonder, is the climate changing there enough in Guinea? I understand that in Brazil, the rainforest is under threat anyway, just because of the dryness. But of course, mostly I guess they're cutting it down for farming or ranching or things of that kind.
Yeah, but the fires, the forest fires in Africa, were on a grander scale than they were in Australia even this year.
Really?
That's generally known in the South Central Africa.
Yes. Okay. Well, I've done one talk show about forest fires 2 days ago. She's a specialist in forest fires. She recommends, she doesn't have many wonderful solutions, but she recommends controlled prescribed burning. And she says that we are already in a situation where we've got almost certainly have uncontrollable fires now. There was an effort to suppress forest fires. You remember seeing pictures of Smokey the Bear? Smokey the Bear was always trying to get us to make sure nothing got burnt in the forest. But apparently the native people always used to have controlled burns, and that is actually beneficial. Okay.
Monsieur Abdulrahman, je vous communique maintenant pour vous aviser que l'adresse de courriel pour les gens francophones au Québec est dans le dialogue, la boîte de dialogue, à côté ici de l'image. Vous pouvez contacter ce groupement qui s'appelle Alternative l'adresse du courriel info.
Well, what more can we do to entertain him? I think I want to do something for him, but I don't know what to do.
That's all we can do for him. He's been put into contact with the Quebec Association.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So tell me what you're doing in France.
Well, I'm visiting, with Gabby, and she's politically active herself. So I'm going to various events with her. She's a candidate in the municipal election for the left formation called the Left Solidarity, Ecological, and Democratic Alliance. That's the municipal coalition that she's a candidate for. But when I went to the meeting of that association, it was like really poor, Meta. You wouldn't believe it. I asked them, how come you don't mention composting in the program? Because they had all sorts of details going on and on and on, in the program. And I said, like you're not mentioning composting because there's no compost collection here. So the leader of the formation, she just sort of dismissed it and said, oh, yes, yeah, favor composting, let's go on. As if it was a personal issue and had nothing to do with the municipal politics. They have no idea that the compost collection could be carried on a weekly basis. Next, I've asked Gabby to find out which associations in France would be concerned by the nuclear reactor operations and the dangers of nuclear waste contamination. So she's finding that information, and when she gives it to me, I will send it to you.
Good. Well, does she think there are many, or is it an issue there? I mean, it sounds to me like of all the countries in the world, the French are the most most committed to the atom.
Yes. She was telling me the story about one nuclear reactor that was scheduled to be shut down, and the workers there were protesting and wanted it to remain open because they didn't want to lose their jobs.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can find that everywhere, but I don't know. I think the French are the most nuclear country in terms of that get the highest amount of their nuclear, their energy from nuclear power plants. Yes. And I don't think there have been many accidents there. Am I mistaken?
I think you're right there so far. Because nuclear reactors probably are relatively new. The question is what they're doing with their nuclear waste.
Well, that's a good question. Is it a secret, or do they have plans that they're discussing publicly?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be much public information about that. And another related matter, is that the energy cost is very expensive here.
Well, that's because nuclear power is expensive. It's one of the most expensive forms of energy.
Yes, so it's a handicap, rather than a solution, for social needs.
Well, it's a handicap, and yet the question is, how soon can we abolish the damn things? Because right now, it looks like it's going to be, it's going to be quite a while before we get enough, power plant, renewable sources of energy that are not intermittent. I mean, that's the problem. How can you do away with the dependence on these things? And in Ontario, it would be very easy because we could buy power from Quebec. They have all this, they have a surplus and a lot more than they need, and they'd love to sell it to us. So we could get along fine without our nuclear power plants, but not every country or region could.
I have two pieces of information. One is that Quebec is presently exporting electrical power to Boston at the rate of 3 cents a kilowatt hour, even though they're charging Quebec residents 7 cents a kilowatt hour. That shows how much surplus they have.
Yeah.
And it's the largest electrical generating company in the world. Hydro-Quebec.
I've been trying mostly unsuccessfully for about 4 years now to get peace organizations and spiritual communities to understand what they have in common and work together. This idea seems to me to be one that really has a lot of potential with that, and it's called Bells for Peace. And the notion is that the Olympics are in Tokyo this year. This is the 75th anniversary of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The idea is to have bells ringing around the world, if possible, at the moment that the bomb dropped. And what I'm undertaking here on Vancouver Island is to have every church bell a ring, including the cathedral in Victoria, where I live, not Vancouver Island, not Vancouver, and where the Queen worships when she comes here, as well as handbells or any other kind of devices at that moment. And at this stage of that campaign, very early, I have some progressive Anglicans on board, but I would appeal to anyone to whom this idea seems like a good one to contact me. You have my email, and let's see if we can draw attention. The part of this that is going to push the faith communities a little bit is that I not only want the bells to ring, I want from the pulpit or at educational events in churches during that week. That week should be Hibashika Remembrance Week.
It's not August 6th.
Yes, August 6th and 9th were the times of the bombs. Yes, during that week, I want from the pulpit or educational events around nuclear weapons, nuclear power, and most significantly, that the standard justifications have no basis in truth for the bombing. I want to try to educate the religious community. That pretty ambitious goal, but everything's early in that. The second matter that relates to that very closely, and I will post this, is we have I'm the chapter coordinator for World Beyond War Victoria, and you're familiar with worldbeyondwar.org, I think.
With it a little.
And one of our members is an international diplomat for Minds Action Canada, and he has just sent back is that
Yeshua Moser Punkswan?
Yes, it is indeed. Yeshua has just sent us back a petition by the Hiroshima survivors themselves, because that I'm seeking signatures for, because Yeshua is going to be involved in April in the periodic review of the nuclear ban treaty. Find out from it. He just sent us an email with this petition, because although we have something over 30 of the 50 nations required to ratify the treaty and bring it into law, this petition that the Hibashika themselves are circulating has only about 10,000 signatures, and he would like to have more to bring to that review in April.
Gabby has some information to communicate to you, Meta.
Please.
I found an association. I give the coordonnées.
The address, the website address.
To Abraham. He will send you this address.
Good, good. Is that one?
No, it's a French organization in the territory of France only.
All over France, though.
Yeah, it's only and it's also Greenpeace. You know Greenpeace?
Sure.
Also against nuclear.
Okay.
Law professor, and I was called out of retirement several times to go back and teach at other at other law schools. And I will, just for what it's worth, I will tell you that the law school there in Tuscaloosa is a wonderful progressive island in the middle of a very backward, hostile state. I enjoyed my time there very much before I finally retired for the fourth time. I'm a veteran of the 82nd Airborne Division, U.S. Army, and turned to nonviolence with the help of Joan Baez in 1969, and went on to represent conscientious objectors and work that way. You may know I spent 4 years. I've been Canadian for some amount of time now, and I spent 4 years writing Canada, the case for staying out of other people's wars, and spent about a year going to promote that. My work was with another kind of violence. I dealt with death penalty cases. I represented people who faced death, and I mentored other lawyers, and I opened a program at my law school, which was the only one in the U.S., to try to keep the state from killing people.
So anyway, let me pursue the question of how much opposition there is in France to nuclear power, or how much concern is there about safety issues. I know that after Fukushima, there was a worldwide sort of upswelling of opposition. And I think that the Germans actually decided that they would just plain give up nuclear power. But I haven't heard anything about what's going on in France.
Precisely, there is not much opposition in France. And
No.
as I mentioned, the one nuclear reactor plant that was due to be shut down was being opposed by the workers there who want to keep it going for the sake of their own jobs. So it's rather dismal here. But there's nonetheless those two coalitions which are available to work with.
Well, you know, I worry about France a little bit, because here I don't understand this yellow vest movement, but it sounds like both the yellow vests are not exactly climate change activists by any means. Is this any kind of real reflection of what public opinion is like in France, that they would rather keep on driving their cars as much as possible, or what? And
That's not the case.
you give me your own interpretation of what it means.
It's just that people are very dependent here upon cars, and there's not an adequate public transportation system, and that's why people were upset that the burden of opposing the use of gasoline, you know, as a means of locomotion, was being put on the burden of the individual drivers. So that's inspired the Yellow Vest movement. But they're not anti-ecological. They are favorable to ecological concerns. It's just that they don't like the way in which it's being done. Now there's a general protest against the government because of their cutbacks on the Social Security, you know, old age pension reform, in which they're trying to reduce, you know, to a later age.
Excuse me 1 second. I want to greet a newcomer, Paul W. And I'm guessing, I can't see your face, Paul, but I'm guessing it's Paul Werbos.
Paul Werbos, yes.
Paul Werbos, is it?
Yes.
Good. All right. Welcome.
What is the solution, really, to the nuclear energy proliferation in France and the reduction in nuclear energy in Germany? Is that it is rather convenient that in Sahara, if there was a solar panel farm of large proportions, but a relatively small proportion of the countries there, that could be installed, that would generate enough electricity for all of Europe. And it could just be fed into Europe, you know, by cable, you know. So, you know, the feasibility of substituting for all means of electrical generation in Europe are easily available. Of course, it means that Europe would be dependent upon North Africa, which Europe doesn't like to do, of course. But the solution is obviously international, and that's what has to be pursued.
Well,
And,
yes, but now here Paul Werbos may have some knowledge that I lack, but what is haunting me a little bit is how dependent would that solution be on storage? Because even, you know, no matter the midnight, I'm sorry, but people still use electricity in France at midnight, and there is no sunshine in North Africa.
yes, but each house can have a battery, you know, a Tesla
Well,
battery.
yes. Now that once we get to having everybody buy their own battery, that might be perfectly sufficient. But how close are we to that? I don't know. Those things cost $5,000 or $10,000 a piece, don't they?
Well, it just depends on the production cycle. You know, if it's produced, you know, by a public of a utility and in sufficient numbers, you know, then that can be done, you know, for a much less expensive rate. The only problem is the elements used to make batteries, like lithium, are in short supply in the world.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Paul Werbos, do you have any idea about this?
What about Sanders' claim? Could you really do what he says? Could you get to more than half renewable electricity in the U.S. in a mere 10 years? And, you know, if we could do it in 20 years, that would be good. And that means no nuclear, no fossil. Well, at least cut them in half anyway. Could you really do it affordably? And I thought to myself, it seemed impossible maybe 20 years ago, but technology changes. And there was a breakthrough story I learned about this past year, serious demonstrated breakthrough story on one particular type of renewable technology. It wasn't my favorite, but once they prove it works, you know, you got to change your favorites. And I changed my favorites when I found out what they were doing. It's called Power Tower Concentrating Solar Power.
Mm-hmm.
I used to call it, these are the Egyptian prayer mats. You know? You look at it, and there's this big obelisk in the middle, and in the center is the all-seeing eye, for God's sake. And all around it are these things that look like worshipers, all these little reflectors sending light to the all-seeing eye at the top.
The mirrors. They're just mirrors, aren't they?
Yeah. Just little mirrors, and they send light up to the top of this obelisk. And I used to be very skeptical. I was skeptical when I read stories from the World Bank saying, this is going to cost 13 cents a kilowatt hour. That would double our electricity bills. No way we could afford it. So I looked at other things that still might be cheaper.
But this thing about the concentrating power from these mirrors, that has to take place in a place like out in the desert. I understand that there are realistic plans, or at least ideas, a proposal to put things like that in North Africa, because then they could give a lot of power to Europe. But now, if you had that, well, aren't you still going to be limited by the fact that the sunshine is intermittent, and the sunshine, unless you have a really powerful storage system, well, it's...
That was the story.
Hmm?
That was the story. The story has changed.
Oh, all right.
The story has changed. I have to give credit not only to NSF for getting me technical information, but I've stayed in touch with the Solar Energy Research Consortium of Chile. And you might say, what the hell does Chile have to do with it? They don't have Donald Trump to tell them how to do it right. How could they possibly develop technology without the help of Donald Trump? But it turns out that Chile does have some pretty good engineers who scour the world in a very open-minded way. And they have the world's biggest mining industry. And they have the best desert in the world. And so it turns out they have power towers functioning in Chile, which demonstrate this brand new technology. You should not believe me. You guys, if you know this business, you shouldn't just believe it because I say so. So what I need to do is give you a link. And the best link I have this morning is a search term you can use in Google. Google News or regular Google. But Google News, you can look up the following search term. HEL H-E-L-I-O-G-E-N. H-E-L-I-O-G-E-N. That's the name of a company which just got billions of dollars from Bill Gates, who evaluated their technology and said, oh my God, this is what will solve our problem. And in a way, he's right. I know about the technology Heliogen is using. There's a good, solid scientific basis for it. It's not one of these things where you dreamt up that you liked yourself, which is kind of what I think about SpaceX. Now, these guys have really solid science behind what they're doing. And people have shown me the science. I won't bore you with it now, but if you like, I'll go into technical detail. Heliogen has a new way of building solar farms. And the thing about their solar farms is it's not just electricity. There is also a thermal storage option, which has been tested and developed. The people in Chile are very good with the thermal storage option. Your guy Jacobson and Stanford, they probably know pretty well too. They say the thermal storage, which comes with this kind of solar power, that storage is much cheaper than batteries. The best batteries people were working on a couple years ago, they were looking at batteries that would cost $200 for a kilowatt hour of storage. And these thermal storage systems will give you the same capability for $50. So the bottom line is,
excuse me, but is this what they call molten salt? Is the storage system they have where they send the heat down into a pit full of molten salt, and that retains it for 20 hours or something? Is that what we're talking about here?
Maybe.
Oh, okay.
So when I say thermal storage, there are a lot of different materials that people have used in the real world in working projects, and there are other materials that they think are better that they're working on in research. There's a lot of competition for what is the best form of thermal storage. So the guys at Stanford said 5 years ago, yeah, we know how to do it for $50 a kilowatt hour. That's serious. But did the Stanford guys have the best technology? Now we're pushing my knowledge. And if I were going to really push it further, if I were still working for NSF, if people were interested, yes, there are like 10 varieties. They're competing people. And there are researchers in Chile who have studied. I've heard researchers from Chile. There's a research team in Chile which studies the different varieties of thermal storage. And I can't tell you which is the very best one. And I do know that molten salts are part of it, but they're different salts, they're different chemicals, they're different. But the point is it works.
Okay, so if we have storage right on site, then the problem of intermittency is not as big a deal.
That's right.
Storage is, I think, key to the whole argument. Would this storage, Paul, would it work for anything other than this concentrating solar power, which is these reflectors around a tower kind of thing? Would it work for any other system of generation, like wind or solar, regular solar power panels?
Okay, so the key idea is storage of high intensity heat. So I am not aware of it working for wind. I don't think it would work for wind. I would kind of forget it for wind.
Okay.
It certainly wouldn't work with photovoltaics. But there are two other forms of heat-based solar thermal power. And I used to be more enthusiastic about small-scale thermal systems, the dish-style solar thermal, and there's still reason to believe that that could be very, very useful. But the problem is they didn't get the research money to make it as efficient as it could be. And the other thing is it doesn't give you the economies of scale. The best evidence I have is it might be compatible with the solar thermal storage. It might not, and we don't really know. The technology hasn't been developed. So right now, the only one we're really sure of are the power towers. That's the only one we're really sure of.
Well, now, could that be, I mean, I've heard of people saying they want to put in some in North Africa, some large concentrating solar plant things, and that they could really handle a lot of Europe's shortages that way. But how many other places in the world would this work in? Because you really have to have a place where the sun shines a lot, you don't have any clouds, you've got desert, you know, and then how many places like that are there where close enough to where you need the power? On the other hand, I guess maybe you could send it by direct current, you could send it farther, farther away.
So in Europe, in Europe, you've got a problem between people lost in the clouds and people stuck in the mud. There are people who think their local electricity sources will be good. They're not. There are people who want to go to Africa. The cost is too high and too risky. But there's a huge opportunity for 1,000-mile or 1,000-kilometer power lines, expanding the European grid in order to get solar power from places like Greece, Italy, and Spain. Greece, Italy, and Spain would be great places for this heliogen technology.
Excellent. Okay, well, now
the other part of it, the work I'm doing with the churches here on Vancouver Island, is to have during that week, to declare that week Hibashka Remembrance Week, and to have from the pulpit or at educational programs that week, programs about nuclear power, the nuclear threat, the international law, and the fact that the standard justifications for dropping those bombs do not hold any water at all. The second is a petition that I can get to you by the Hiroshima and Nagasaki victims themselves. The nuclear ban treaty is coming up for a review in April. And as you know, you may know, there are more than 30 of the 50 nations required to ratify the treaty and make it international law have signed on. So this petition campaign is in support of that, and I have the links in English and in French. But there are only about 10,000 signatures right now. There's a member of my organization, Yeshua, who is a diplomat with Mines Action Canada, who will be at that review conference. I believe it's going to be in Geneva, I'm not sure. So I would like to help get signatures on that petition to him, and I will send the link to anyone who would like to have it. So
I'm very involved with the Green Party of Canada and the Green Party of Ontario. And if you know what's going on in Canada right now, we have this tremendous focus on the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs who are fighting the RCMP and an injunction by the Coastal GasLink pipeline people building an LNG pipeline through their traditional territory. Now, this is an enormous issue for Indigenous rights and title in this country, but it is directly tied. It is directly tied to energy questions. And I think that both of those now are starting to get national prominence in a way they didn't before our federal election. And what it could go, if we don't try to take charge of the message and the messaging, we might find that the big nuclear lobby group will be trying to push nuclear forward, because the recognition is really growing across this country that natural gas is a fossil fuel. It is not a transition fuel. So there's going to be a lot more focus on electricity and sources of electricity. And that's why I'm just saying right now, communications around the dangers of nuclear energy are absolutely vital. And that's why, of course, all this sort of detailed scientific information that's being provided by people like Paul, who really know, is absolutely mandatory, but the communication strategy is also exceedingly important. And I say you all need to look for people who are your natural allies.
So that's why we need to talk to each other.
That's
it's really
right.
great to meet you.
That's right. And your natural allies right now, I can tell you in terms of politics,